personnel only. There was a pair of massive metal blast doors in the side of an artificially looking hill not far behind the fence, with a large white 0-13 painted on it, and no entry sprayed on top.
What do you think it is?
Alex asked. I don't know, it looks like some kind of bunker, I replied, and it looks like it's been closed for some time. I added after taking a closer look at the doors. The both halves were welded shut in the center. Alex took his samples and readings, but we were too puzzled to leave just yet. Do you think we can get in? I asked.
Well, not this way for sure. Even if it wasn't welded sealed, I'm sure we have no way of unlocking it.
Alex replied while examining the massive door. It looks like an underground bunker. They must have had a way to pump air inside. I don't think this is it. There has to be another way to get in, I said. We circled the main entrance to find another means of entry. The day was already coming to an end, and it was slowly getting darker. As we were searching, a thought crossed my mind. Why would they weld the doors? What's so important inside that they went this far to keep people away?
Look, there's something there.
Alex pulled me away from my thoughts. It was a concrete block a couple of meters large, with what looked like vents on the sides. As I looked into the vents, I noticed that they were also sealed with heavy-looking steel hatches and no clear way to open them. However, there was also a somewhat smaller door labeled Service Tunnel, with a large wheel on the outside. Should I open it?
Yeah, I really wonder what it is. Anyway, we don't have to go in. At least we'll see if the door still works.
At first, the wheel wouldn't turn because of the rust and dirt, but eventually it budged, and the door unlocked, and I pulled, and it slowly started opening. It was very heavy, and it took a lot of force. Behind the door was a small platform and a tight vertical tunnel with a ladder. What caught my attention was that there was an identical locking mechanism on the inside. That meant they could lock the door from both sides, but why? We were lucky, because if they had it locked from the inside too, there would be no way to get in. I stepped inside and shined my phone light down the shaft. It wasn't strong enough to hit the bottom. The air was damp and old, and there was something that I couldn't identify. A very faint, chemical-like smell. There was no radiation or signs of any other hazards.
You've got to be kidding me. This is so cool. We have to come back here and check it out later,
Alex said. I couldn't agree more. It was almost dark now, so we resealed the door and called it a day, but we promised ourselves to return. I immediately tried to do some research when I got home, unfortunately with no success. I even called Pavel. Actually, it was him who brought me there for the first time. He couldn't help me either, but promised to ask around. I told him about our plan and asked if he wanted to go with us, but unfortunately, he was out of the country for a while. A week later, we packed our gear and went on with it. We brought some rope, heavy flashlights, some glow sticks, waterproof protective clothing, an oxygen meter, and a small emergency scuba tank just in case. And yeah, we're not stupid, so we told our relatives and friends about our trip and when we're expecting to return. We closed the door behind us as we descended down the access shaft. We couldn't know what was down there, and we didn't want to cause a radiation leak or something like that. We eventually dropped down into a concrete tunnel, which enclosed the air vents and some smaller pipes. There was obviously no power, and thus no lights. Good thing we brought our own. We followed the tunnels and reached another door, but this time it was a regular one, not the heavy bunker type. We went through and entered a room with 4 large air pumps and some electrical equipment and controls. The ventilation shaft split here into 2 larger ones that ran straight into the ground and 2 smaller ones that went straight across the room, where there was another set of doors. Behind the doors was a large hall with numerous boxes, crates, and other cargo just lying around. There was also a security checkpoint. Behind the checkpoint, we found the main door that we had seen from the outside. Just next to it, there was some heavy lifting equipment. We returned through the checkpoint and had taken a look at a set of elevators. There was a simple map with the layout of the facility floor by floor. We were on floor 0, the main entry hall. There were another 4 floors below us. Floor 1, offices, security, and recreation. Floor 2, secure laboratories. Floor 3, accelerator, clean room decontamination chamber. Floor 4, experiment site. The map was titled Object 13. It wasn't a military bunker. This was a research site. We took a set of stairs, since the elevators were of no use without power. An unsettling thought brushed my mind as we were descending. They probably were moving some supplies, and then left them there and took the equipment to the main door. Were they trying to get out? I stepped down another stair step, but something rolled away from under my foot. I lost my balance and fell on my back. My pack luckily absorbed the impact, and I looked under my feet to see what caused me to fall. Empty bullet casings. This wasn't the sole reason why I felt odd about this place. As soon as we got down to level 1, I noticed that every single door was open. Every single one. There was a canteen and a kitchen right at the beginning of a long rectangular corridor, various offices surrounding the corridor. There was the regular stuff, paperwork, old computers, personal belongings, all right where they had left it. Did they leave in a hurry?
Dimitri!
Alex called from the canteen on the opposite side of the corridor.
What?
Was all I could say when I followed him to the corridor. There was food still neatly served on the tables, but it wasn't spoiled. It wasn't fresh either, but it wasn't decaying as a 30-year-old meal should.
How is that possible?
I asked.
I don't know. Maybe it was irradiated or something, but it's not anymore. I checked that. I really don't know, man.
He answered, as puzzled as I was. Why didn't we just turn back and leave? Now that I'm recording this, there were so many red flags already. Something really wrong happened down there, but I guess we were too excited and curious. But it was at this point that my excitement started to fade and was replaced with an eerie feeling. Nevertheless, we continued and descended down to level 2. The stairway ended here, and to go deeper, we would have to cross the entire floor to reach another one on the opposite side. There was a security checkpoint and a large blast door that we had to pass through to reach the labs. Again, every door was wide open. However, the things that people left here weren't neatly placed where they should have been. It was a mess everywhere. There were all kinds of rooms with all kinds of equipment that I didn't understand. Occasionally, there were more empty bullet casings on the ground. There still was the one central rectangular corridor as above, but the rooms around it were like a little maze. Almost at the other side of the floor, we found the head scientist's office. As I said, everywhere was a mess, but I found a logbook on the desk. There was a handful of pages, and the rest torn out. October 5th, 1984. Today, we successfully managed to translocate several atoms without changes in any physical properties. It's going to be a long road until we can transport solid objects, but we're doing some good work here. January 17th, 1985. We've managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on top was slightly different. But it was still the same apple with the same structure, the shape, everything. We also tried to transport some electronics. They were unharmed and in working order. I think that we still have a lot to perfect and learn about this technology, but we cannot slow down now. The country is relying on us. February 21st, 1985. After the animal trials, we translocated our first human today. He's alive and healthy, the brave hero of our nation. We have proven that this technology works now, but the practicality is still very limited due to the fixed translocation ratio. We still cannot send matter, only exchange the position of two equally massive objects. I have proposed a new type of device that could possibly achieve one-way translocation of just a single object, but it would need an immense amount of energy. May 1st, 1985. Our superiors accepted my proposal. They're going to build a new, much bigger translocator here in the power plant, so we can use a nuclear reactor as a direct power source. There is one more thing. We've now translocated dozens of test subjects. Each one is alive and well, but sometimes they are a little bit, well, different. They sometimes claim that various events in the past happened differently than they really did. Sometimes they claim to know people who don't exist, or more alarming, they know people who they are not supposed to know. The following was written below with a pencil by hand. Test Subject 28 was speaking an unknown language and couldn't understand any real language after the experiment. There were a lot of missing pages afterward. April 25th, 1986. We're going to try to change our approach. It's been more than a year, and we're still unsuccessful in eliminating the translocation symmetry anomaly. We still don't even know what's causing it, but we are not going to make any progress this way. Today, we are going to try to access the conduit reality instead. Even though Unit 2, the one we built into the power plant, is still new, we're going to use it for this experiment. Who knows what wonders are waiting for us on the other side. There was one last page in the logbook. On it was a single phrase, written again and again. We let them in.
Alex, I think we should go,
I called. I stepped out of the lab and back into the hallway. There were clothes all over the corridor. Well, what was left of them. They were torn to shreds. No bodies, no blood, just strips of clothes and an occasional shoe or a watch. I looked up and stared down the dark corridor in front of us. I just stood there for a while. A wave of pure, instinctive dread washed over me. I couldn't move. I didn't even breathe.
Let's just get out of here,
Alex said. We turned around and walked away. Slowly at first, but we quickened our pace. Our footsteps echoed across the underground structure.
I just want to be out of here, man. We shouldn't have done this,
Alex said. I didn't tell him about the logbook, but my thoughts were cut short after sudden realization. His voice didn't echo. It was just our footsteps. I think he realized it too, because we both stopped and listened. Nothing. Just silence. I stepped forward. I took another step. There was this door just in front of us, and I forced myself to try something. I closed it behind us as we passed it, and I placed a glass beaker that I'd found on the ground on top. I took a step forward. Silence. It was just the echo after all. We walked away, carefully at first, but then we once again quickened our pace. We turned around a corner, and then it happened. The glass shattered. Someone, or something, just opened the door. We dropped all of our gear except for our lights and ran as fast as we could. I didn't even know I could run this fast. I always tried to be a tough guy, but I was never so scared in my life. Our footsteps didn't echo anymore. Or better said, they weren't in sync with ours anymore. Something was running after us. As soon as we reached the security checkpoint, we started closing the door. The sounds were getting closer. The rusty joints of the door squealed in protest, but we pulled with all of our strength. We almost had it closed when we heard a loud, guttural, and unnatural growl. The door slammed shut, and I threw the wheel to a locked position. My heart was pounding so hard that it was all I heard for a while. No, wait, it wasn't my heart, it was that thing, pounding on the locked blast door. We were running again. We reached the stairwell and ran up, taking 2-3 steps at a time. We finally reached the air pump room. The ascent really exhausted us, and even though I was scared shitless, I felt like I would pass out if I took another step forward. Besides, we locked it down there. Alex sat down and leaned his back on one of the large vertical vents with a bang. But then there was another bang, and another, and I realized something. We locked it down there, but we forgot the vents. Alex and I looked at each other, our eyes met, and then the vent burst and he was gone. I only heard him scream as he was dragged back down. I feel terrible for doing this, but I just ran. I climbed the service shaft and locked the service door shut when I was finally out of this hell. As soon as I had phone service again, my phone started beeping with loads and loads of missed calls and messages from Pavel. Hey, Dmitri, I found this guy. He says he knows what O13 is. Please pick up as soon as you can. He says it's dangerous and you should stay out of it. This guy's calling me now. He sounds serious. Please call me back at once. I don't know what's going on, but he's going there. Please. I hope you get this before you go down. Stay safe, friend. There was also one message from an unknown number.
Dmitri, this is Anatoly Moroz. I know what you have found, and I'm on my way from Kiev now. Do not go down there. If you already did, and you managed to get out, lock that door you used to get in and make sure it stays locked. I will try to call you when I'm here.
So here I am, recording this while I wait. I do this to make sure that no one else repeats our mistake, since I don't know if I'll live long enough to tell anyone personally. I just can't leave Alex behind. I have to go back.
College kids. What does the sign at the fence say? No entry. What does this here say?
He pointed at the text sprayed across the main door.
No entry. Do you think we just put these up because we don't have anything better to do? Like you? You really have nothing else to do but to snoop around things you have no business in.
He sighed.
Now look what happened. Look what you did. What your awesome idea brought you.
Moroz yelled at me after I finished explaining what happened. First thing he did when he arrived was to check the service tunnel and make sure it was closed. He didn't even talk to me. He just ran there and made sure it was sealed and locked. He was an average-looking guy, probably in his mid-50s, but I think people would say that he looked older than he really was. "What is this place?" I asked.
"You have no idea,"
he said, stood up and walked to his car. "What are you doing?"
"I'm going to save your friend. And you're coming with me. You will do everything exactly as I say and nothing else. Stay quiet. Try not to exhaust yourself. The air is not circulating, and you'll burn all the oxygen and suffocate. You will stay tethered to me by this line. He lifted what looked like a small retractable winch. When I turn off my light, you'll do the same immediately, and you won't move. He continued and pulled out a shotgun from the car's trunk. Are these going to help? I asked. To an extent, but you don't use it unless I tell you, he said and handed me a pistol. Last thing. Do you know how ozone smells? He asked me, and I nodded. Good. If you smell ozone, run. I started considering whether this was a good idea when he chained and locked the door from the inside with a massive padlock. This is the only way we can keep them from getting out, he said when he noticed me watching him. Hell, of course this was a bad idea. The worst one I'd ever had. So let me rephrase. I was contemplating whether I would ever see that padlock open ever again. Am I not going to get a key? I asked, watching him close it with a loud click. Sorry, I just have one. But don't worry, I'm right here, he said, sliding his hand across the line that we were connected through. The tether reeled back and forth between us as we walked through the service tunnel. It gave me some sense of security, and I could be sure not to get lost and separated from the only person nearby. It created a sort of weird rhythm with the diesel fuel that sloshed around in the large canisters we carried. Our first stop would be the generator room on the other side of the main entry hall. The generator rattled and hummed as it slowly started spinning up. Did you see it? Morose asked. What? We have some time for talking until it turns on. Did you get a look at what took your friend when it happened? No, I answered. What is this place? I asked again. He stared into the air, sighed, and explained. It was originally a military stockpile in the 50s. In the late 70s, it was then repurposed into a research site. Anything that was too crazy for public to know about. And it was some fucked up stuff sometimes. Then they had this project about teleportation. They even rebuilt half the facility to house it. And that's when it all went to shit. Well, how do you know about all this? I asked. I used to work here, he said. So what are these things? They are... He started, but then brushed off. I don't know. I was just an assistant. Is there someone who knows? Not anymore. Everyone who knew, well, let's just say they never left this place. And how did you get out? The engine clutch engaged with a click and the generator finally came to life. I didn't. I took sick day when it happened. The lights turned on for a brief moment and then shut off again as a circuit breaker popped. That's okay. We can't spare the power for the lights. We'll need it someplace else. You'll see, Morose said. Whatever happened here, whatever killed all the people down here, and God knows how it was all connected with the Chernobyl disaster, he wasn't here. He took a sick day. He took a fucking sick day. Come on, kid, let's go. We were at the lab security checkpoint me and Alex closed earlier during our escape. Remember, stay as quiet as you can now, Morose told me as we slowly opened the blast door. To our surprise, light blinded us immediately. Something shining right at us. I took a step back while my eyes adjusted to the light, and then I finally saw the source of it. Alex's flashlight. I went to pick it up, but Morose quickly stopped me with his arm and pointed into the blackness of the corridor in front of us. For a moment, we stood there, silent. Then I thought I heard something in the distance. Morose immediately turned off his headlamp and gestured to me to do the same while he went and crouched in the corner. I followed and turned off my light too, but we were still lit up. Alex's light was still on, illuminating the room. Morose quietly cursed, quickly went to grab a flashlight, and then it was dark. Completely pitch black dark. People say that when you're under stress and you lose one of your senses, the other one's heightened to compensate. It's true. Or maybe it was just getting closer. It doesn't matter. I heard something drop to the ground with a muffled splat, then a few irregular footsteps. Not like footsteps of something walking with a pair of shoes. It was like someone walking barefoot, flesh on concrete. They were getting closer. I instinctively grabbed the gun Morose gave me, hoping I wouldn't need to use it. It was now so close that I could hear a slow, raspy breathing. I think I even felt a cold breeze on my face. Inhale, exhale, in and out. I don't want to think about how close it was. Then, something slammed into a wall down the way we came from, with a crash and the sound of glass and plastic breaking. Whatever thing was there with us turned and quickly followed it. I thought it was gone and I was safe. Out of nowhere, suddenly a hand brushed against me. I almost jumped and screamed, but the hand quickly moved and grabbed my mouth, preventing me from making a sound. Another hand grabbed my gun. "It's me. Follow me. Slowly," a voice whispered in my ear. We entered a room on the side, and I heard a door close silently. We waited for a while, and then we turned our lights back on. "Fuck, don't ever do that again." But he wasn't listening. He was looking at droplets of thick black fluid on the floor at the other side of the room. What is that?" I asked. "Blood. At least it was, once," Moroz answered and followed the trail. We traced it across a few rooms until we stopped in a large chemical lab. There was something on the ground in a puddle of black liquid. It was Alex's knife. There was some red liquid too, and I could tell what it was without a doubt. Fresh blood. A trail of a few droplets went in the opposite direction of the black liquid. "Look, he must have gotten away," I whispered. "I doubt that. If we want to find him, we'll have to go to level 4. He just glanced at the knife and then acted like he didn't see anything. "But look, this is his knife. They must have fought here, and he went that way." I pointed in the direction where the blood trailed off. "He must be hurt." "That's one more reason for us not to waste time. Let's go." He stepped off back into the central corridor. I wanted to stay and search for Alex, but the tether that connected us wouldn't allow that, so I obliged and followed. Initially. "Moroz, please tell me what's going on. How do you know he's not here?" "Because I know. Just shut up. We don't have time to argue." We weren't whispering anymore. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me why you were so sure," I insisted. "Because he's dead." "What? But you said..." "Come on, let's go. This is not a place where we want to stay. We have to get down to level 4. Moroz cut me off. "No, I trusted him at first, because he was the only one who could help me and help Alex. That was the only thing I focused my mind on, saving Alex. Only now I was realizing what I had gotten into, how blind and how stupid I was. He wasn't just an assistant as he claimed, and we weren't here to save Alex." I started unbuckling my end of the tether. "What are you doing?" he asked, raising his voice. "I'm going out. Give me the key to the padlock," I demanded. "No, I can't do that," he said, with agitation in his voice. I had no choice. I raised my gun at him. "Give me the key," I demanded again. "You really think I would give you a working gun? You're not going anywhere," he said and pointed his shotgun at me. I pulled the trigger. Fuck. "Why are we here? Why didn't you call your friends, your superiors, or whatever, to take care of this, but you have to hold me at gunpoint?" Let's just say we don't share the same goals anymore. But have no doubt, they are coming here. But not with guns. With concrete. They're going to seal this place up for good, and we have to be quick if we want to be out by the time that happens. "Why can't you just please let me leave now?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Because it's a two-man job," he said, and looked me in the eyes. "There are things much more important than you, me, or your friend." I couldn't deny that. Maybe he was right, but I couldn't do this, and I didn't understand anything. "Who are you?" I asked him, returning my gaze. But then I looked away. Something caught my attention. The movement behind Moroz. It was a creature, crawling across the ceiling toward us. Its body vaguely looked like a human, but its skin was pale and stretched tight over its thin bones. Its veins were visible through the skin, filled with the same black fluid we found earlier. It had no hair, only holes where its nose and ears used to be. Its eyes were bloodshot and locked into a blank stare. We escaped it before, but our argument brought it back. It was too late to run now. Moroz noticed my stare, but he wasn't fast enough. The creature lunged at him. At the same time, he turned around and fired a shot, but missed, and the thing knocked him to the ground. That shot was deafening in such a tight space. I heard only ringing in my ears. My eyes were slightly blinded by the muffled flash. In the confusion, I turned to run, but I forgot that I was still tethered to Moroz. After the line was completely reeled out, it jammed, stopping me right in my track and sending me falling to the ground. I looked back and saw that the creature was now looking at me. Moroz was lying there on the ground. I must have pulled it off him by yanking on the tether, and now it would come to make sure it won't happen again. I finally managed to disconnect the tether and threw the useless pistol at the creature, hitting its head. It briefly stumbled, and I ran to the only place that quickly came to mind, I barricaded myself in a storage room adjacent to the large chem lab, blocked the door with a shelf. The creature spent a minute trying to get in, but then gave up and left, presumably to finish off Morose. And I stayed in there, just sitting in the corner, too scared to do anything. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was starting to get hard to breathe. For a time, I thought I would just stay there and end it all, peacefully, instead of a violent death that was likely waiting for me on the other side of the door. But then I heard a voice call my name. Alex's voice.
Alex, is that you?
I called back.
Oh, thank God. I thought I would die here. You came back.
He answered. I went to open the door, but then changed my mind.
How did you find me?
I was hiding too, but then I heard gunshots, and I came here to look. Dimitri, please come out. We have to get out of here.
I sat down again. Maybe it was really him, but what if it wasn't? I didn't want to find out.
No. You said you were dead. I saw blood. No, it can't be you.
What? What are you talking about, Dimitri? One of those things got me pretty good, but I'm alive. Dimitri, just please come out and let's get out of here.
He pleaded. I had decided I wouldn't open the door, but then I changed my mind once again after what he said.
Dimitri, you remember the cherry tree? I knew you would come back.
We used to play at this huge cherry tree when we were kids. We used to climb it all day. But one day, I had this idea to make a bet. Whoever can climb the highest wins. I almost got to the top, but then I realized how bad of an idea it was. The branches under me were too thin, and I knew they could break under my weight any time. But Alex didn't want to lose. He tried to climb even higher than me. Then a twig he was standing on broke and he fell. Luckily, he landed on a pile of fallen leaves and only broke his leg. He could have killed himself if he fell on solid ground. It was my fault, and I almost got him killed because of the stupid bet. He decided not to tell anyone how it happened, because we were both afraid of getting in trouble, but I've felt guilty for it ever since. There was no way he could have known about the cherry tree if it wasn't him. I opened the door and there he was. He looked terrible, with bruises and scrapes all over, and he had a torn, blood-stained piece of shirt wrapped around his left hand.
Are you okay?
I asked.
I've been better. Let's just get out of here.
That's not going to be easy, I said. I told him what had happened up until now, and that the door was locked. Only Morose had the key, and he was either dead or gone.
There were some tools and supplies up there, right? Maybe we can find something to cut the chain.
Alex said, and we decided to try it. It was better than searching for Morose's key, after all. We found a shotgun, stained with blood, both his and the creature's, and immediately felt safer. We also picked up our packs that we dropped earlier. Luckily, all of our gear was still there. We carefully walked back to the main hall, but I felt that something was watching us the entire way. We saw some old saws and files next to the main door. We grabbed all we could, but we weren't alone. The inhabitants finally decided to make their move. One of the thin creatures crawled out of the stairwell. I aimed and fired, and it fell down from the ceiling, twitching like a dying insect, but it didn't matter because it wasn't alone. Another one crawled out, and then another and another. We ran to the air pump room and blocked the door by jamming a large saw between the handles. We worked quick because we knew that it was only a matter of time until they got through, or came through the vents. Alex couldn't operate the shotgun with his hurt hand, so he offered to do the cutting while I stood guard, ready to kill anything that would come out of the vents. It was working, but it was too slow, way too slow. Alex barely got through a few millimeters when I thought the door would break already. They were pounding on it and slamming into it, and I saw the rattle of the hinges, and I thought that they would get through at any moment now. And then they stopped. I coughed when a sharp odor hit my nose.
Fuck, what is that?
Alex asked.
Ozone.
No, I said anxiously. I immediately realized that the odor was very similar to what we noticed when we entered the bunker for the first time, only much, much stronger. My Geiger counter started clicking too.
What's going on?
Alex asked.
That guy Morose told me about this. He told me to run,
I said. Just as I finished, the door shook in an enormous slam, sending dust flying in the air and slightly bending outwards. There was nowhere to run. We had a heavy steel door on one side and God knows what else on the other. I had no idea how we could survive. Luckily, Alex did.
Do you still have the rope?
He asked. Without hesitation, I tied it around one of the pumps. It wasn't easy at first, working with the rope with my hands shaking violently, but then another loud slam echoed through the room. One of the bolts that held the door was launched across the room. I felt a wave of cold run down my spine, and suddenly, I had just this one purpose: to tie the knot. Everything else just shut down in my head. I finished, and we dropped the end down the broken vent that Alex got dragged into before. We stepped inside and started sliding down the rope. I then heard another slam, and what I think was the door hitting the ground. Whatever it was through. I slid faster, but the rope was starting to burn my hand. I lost grip and fell down a few meters, landing on top of another vent. It broke. I fell through, inside another corridor. Alex landed on top of me. It took us a few minutes to get back on our feet. I looked around and saw an orange tiled door. Decontamination. We were on level 3. There was no handle, only a button on the wall next to it. I pressed it, and the door opened after a few seconds. We entered a small room with a control panel. Using it, I closed the door behind us. Several jets then blasted us with air. A green light popped up, and then another door in front of us opened, inviting us deeper into the facility. I noticed that the control panel was stained with a smudge of fresh blood. Was Morose still alive and went through here? We couldn't go back. Our only option was to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. It was supposed to be a clean room, but the place was wrecked, even more than the upper levels. After some walking and searching, we found a room that looked like a makeshift infirmary. A few dozen beds separated with plastic curtains, some medical equipment. Some beds still had information clipboards attached. Patient 2, quarantine, survey team C, patient in coma, observation only, do not interfere. Deceased, 7/28, unknown. Patient 6, quarantine, survey team C, patient in coma, observation only, do not interfere. Deceased, 7/52, unknown. Patient 19, quarantine, on-site operative assistant, first contact with survey team C, massive blunt force trauma, chest, suspected internal damage, cranial concussion suspected, damage to cervical spine, dislocated left shoulder, fracture left humerus, multiple lacerations, chest. Deceased, 404, internal hemorrhage. Patient 7, quarantine, survey team C. Patient is unresponsive, mild to moderate frostbite, observation only, do not interfere. Termination order, signed A. Morose. There were some body bags on the other side of the room, empty. We searched the area and eventually ended up in the lower levels of the facility. There was this rotten smell all around. We entered a room and, well, there was this substance everywhere. On the walls, the floor, ceiling, everywhere. It was like flesh, with tendrils or veins running across it, like from a Dead Space game. Then we found bodies attached to it. Dozens shriveled up like dead insects in a spider web.
I think we should go back,
Alex said anxiously. We turned around and went back, but then I heard some debris shift in the distance in the corridor we came from. Soon enough, one of these things crawled into the light emitted by my flashlight. It stood there for a while, staring at us with its blank eyes, and then it leapt forward. But then it fell to the ground, dead, and an empty shotgun shell did too soon after. I heard more of them making their way toward us in the distance, so we ran deeper into the facility. I shot a few more on the way, but then ran out of ammo. We eventually found a long, dark tunnel flooded with water. The things were almost on us, and I could see them claw along the walls behind us. We entered the tunnel. The water slowed us down considerably, and I awaited the worst, but then I noticed that they weren't following us. They wouldn't go inside the tunnel. We walked for, I don't know, an hour? 2? The water was ice cold. Luckily, it was only about knee deep, so it wasn't too terrible. I already said that Alex didn't look well since I found him, but as we walked through, he seemed to be getting worse. He complained that his head hurt and he felt dizzy. His skin turned pale and he looked very weak. After some time, I had to support him, and later, he completely collapsed and fell unconscious. We couldn't go back, so my only option was to find a way to drag him through the water. It went like this for some time, but then I heard something far away in the direction we came from. A splash. I turned and shined my light into the black tunnel. It's nothing. I went to continue walking, but then I heard it again. "Hello?" I called, hoping to hear an answer. Maybe Morose was here, or did the creatures follow us after all? It's nothing. I quickened my pace, but it wasn't easy dragging another person and moving through knee-deep water. The sounds continued. They weren't getting closer or farther, they were just there. And then I reached the end. The tunnel was closed off with another massive steel door and no visible way to open it. It was a dead end. I stopped moving and listened. Those sounds, it wasn't just a splash. It was more like as if someone or something was wading through the water. I panicked and started banging on the door, calling for help. I had nowhere to go. The sounds were getting closer now. I saw waves in the water. I slowly turned again and looked into the tunnel. I saw nothing, heard nothing, just silence and darkness. Then the familiar scent hit my nose. Ozone. Then I heard metal shift behind me, and the door opened. "Dimitri!" The familiar voice called. "Moroz." "What? Who is—" "Oh no, you brought it here." He pulled me and Alex through the door and then shut it again as fast as he could. "That's your friend? How? What happened to him?" he asked as he looked at still unconscious Alex. "I don't know. Are you okay?" I asked back. He had a large gash across his face and his right eye. "Well, no thanks to you," he responded. He noticed the makeshift bandages on Alex's arm and unwrapped it. What he had on his arm wasn't just a regular wound, it was a bite mark. "That," Moroz said and pointed at it. "Stand back." He stood up and drew his pistol. "No, wait! At least tell me what's going on." "He's gonna be dead in a few minutes, and this will make it easier. For him too, but mostly for us." "What? Please, is there really nothing else we can do?" I pleaded. He looked at me, looked at Alex, and then stood there, thinking for a moment. I was immediately relieved when he holstered his gun again. "Okay, this might help him," he said, and dug up a case with a syringe from his backpack. It looked as if it was used recently and was only about half full of clear liquid. He injected Alex with the rest. "It won't matter anyway," he said. "What do you mean?" "Follow me. Take him too if you want. I'm not carrying him." "I guess you've probably already figured out that all this had something to do with the disaster 30 years ago," he explained as we moved through the facility. "The first machine we used was for the teleportation experiments. It wasn't powerful or reliable enough. We figured out that the whole thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. We weren't just teleporting one thing to a different place, we were transferring them between multiple parallel realities, but it was limited. We could only exchange two objects with equal mass between two identical places in two different realities. So, they built a new machine here, and used a nuclear reactor to power it, hoping that we could possibly move anything to any place between two given realities. We started exploring whole new universes. We saw worlds where the Germans won World War II, worlds where we destroyed each other, even worlds where life never evolved on Earth. But then, someone had this idea. If there were these parallel universes, what is between them? There was only one way to know, and that's when it went wrong, as I said. We should have been happy with what we had. We always want more, right? We tried to access this conduit reality, as they called it, but when they activated the machine, it stayed open. Something happened, and a portal was created. Independent from our machine, it was sustaining itself. So we sent a survey team in there. They came back after a few minutes, reporting all sorts of strange things, and about how a strange feeling filled that space, how space and time themselves felt odd, even how some of them claimed to have seen themselves at different places at once. They wouldn't go back, even if threatened with all sorts of penalties. We sent a second survey team later. This one didn't come back at all, so we sent a third team to find them. They came back, but something wasn't right with them when they returned. Their minds were like erased. I pictured the blank stares of the creatures we fought on the way. Shortly after they returned, a massive burst of energy flowed out from the portal, straight up into the reactor, but that wasn't all. "And you know all this because you took a sick day, right?" I asked. I was at a different place in the facility. I'll never forget when they came to me, saying that something came through, into our world. "What was it?" I asked. "I don't know. Nobody knows. It was unlike anything we've ever seen, and it killed almost everyone here. Not just killed, it did stuff to people. You've seen. We're here. We entered a control room filled with computers and various controls and displays. Morose closed another blast door and sealed us inside. We need to close the portal, and we've tried it before, but these things wouldn't let us. So where are they now? As soon as I heard that you went inside the facility and came back, I knew something was off. This place used to be full of them. At least one is still there. The smell of ozone. But a few years ago, anyone who went in wouldn't get past level 1 alive. But we've got this far, I don't know why. That's what scares me. Something isn't right. I know that I'm asking for a lot, but we need to go inside the portal and use this. He emptied his backpack and took out a crude-looking contraption with all sorts of wires, coils, and other bits hanging from it. We need to place one end in the other reality and then return with the second end into ours. If it works, it might just cause the portal to collapse. And how do you know that the same thing that happened to the third team won't happen to us too? That's the thing. I don't. But I tell you this. You know how they built that concrete shield over the reactor? They weren't trying to seal the reactor. They were trying to seal this place, to prevent whatever came into our reality from getting out. And a few years ago, the thing we feared most happened. The shield started cracking. They were trying to get out. So they built a new containment building recently, as you know. But for how long will this go on? Sooner or later, something will fail and they will get out. This might be our only chance to end this for good. How the hell did I get into this? I thought. I was just some random guy at the wrong place at the wrong time, but Morose was talking as if the fate of our world depended on me. But maybe he was right. Maybe whatever set of coincidence has brought us here, brought me here. Maybe me and Morose were the only people who could do what needed to be done. All right, let's do it, I said. We put on a pair of what looked like modified spacesuits, left everything other than the device in the control room, and entered the machine. We were in a dome-shaped chamber filled with complicated machinery. In the center, there was a sphere of white light. Above it, a black, hollow shaft going straight up with cracks and debris around the opening. We tethered ourselves to a steel rail, and Morose walked forward into the sphere and vanished. After some hesitation, I did the same. I found myself in a place that I can't describe. There was no up or down, and I could walk in any direction. It looked empty, yet I could see countless, infinitely large shapes with billions of tiny, shiny dots on the surface. Here. Where are you? I called. Come, he said and grabbed me by the arm, seemingly out of nowhere. I noticed hundreds or thousands of other white spheres in the distance around us. Are those? Yes, portals from other parallel realities. Are we gonna close them all? No, just ours. The others are not our problem. They will have to find their own way to handle it. We walked towards one distant shape. As with everything here, I struggled to describe it. It was like a fractal, the same shape repeating over and over and over again. I think this is it, Morose said, and started doing something with the device. It beeped several times and then started making a high-pitched hum. Oh, no, this isn't good, he continued. What's going on? Listen, I need you to take the other end and return. Once you're back, pull this switch and keep this button pressed until it activates. I picked up my end of the machine and watched as the wire started unreeling between the two. What about the key to the door out? I asked. There is no key. What? But you said that wasn't the plan. This was always the plan. I couldn't risk... He didn't finish. I saw something in the corner of my eye. Movement. Shit! Don't look at it! Go! Now! Run! Morose said, and I listened. I ran back, followed the line back into our portal with my eyes almost closed. I went through, placed the device on the ground, flipped the switch, and the device started producing a similar high-pitched noise. I pushed the button. For a second or two, nothing happened. And then, suddenly, the device or the portal let out an ear-piercing whine, an intense flash and a wave of heat. And then, it was gone. Severed wires and tether line laid there on the ground, where the portal used to be. In the meantime, Alex woke up. He looked much better, and I told him what happened while he was out. We didn't know what to do now. We thought about going back and trying to cut the chain on the door outside again, but after what happened last time, we doubted that it could work. We probably wouldn't even get there alive at all. But then Alex had an idea. It took us several hours to figure out how the controls worked. It was heavily damaged and the reactor was obviously out of the question, but the generators above supplied enough power for a simple translocation, as they described it. All we needed to do is input a target vector. And then, a familiar clicking and a smell of ozone came. A powerful slam shook the whole room and left a large dent in the steel door that connected the control room with the rest of the facility. "Fuck, not again!" I yelled.
What if we can use the machine to teleport out of here? I think I got it. They have some vectors written down here. We just need to add some height and we'll get above the ground.
Alex explained. "Make it fast," I said as the door shook in another slam. He did something, and the controls lit up with alarms sounding. We ran to the core chamber and closed it behind us, and just as we heard the control room door give way, we stood in the center and waited. Sparks and smoke filled the room as the machine did its thing. "Please work." I heard another slam, and the door to the chamber broke off the wall and fell to the ground. I looked over, and then time froze. I didn't feel fear. I felt at peace. I felt as if I was just a step away from understanding everything. I wanted to stay here. Forever. A flash suddenly blinded me, and then I bumped my head into something. I opened my eyes and breathed in fresh air. We were laying upside down in a crater-like hole in the ground in a forest. We were out. We found our car after a few minutes. We saw several military helicopters fly in the opposite direction as we drove home. Alex checked into a hospital with a made-up story of an animal attack. He was okay in the end. We didn't talk about it again. It was over, and I thought our world was safe from whatever stayed at the other side of the portal. But when I finally returned home that day, I noticed something wasn't right. The old cherry tree that we used to play at when we were kids, it wasn't there. There was an apple tree instead.
January 17th, 1985. We've managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on top was slightly different. We were transferring them between multiple parallel realities. Portals from other parallel realities. Are we gonna close them all? No, just ours. The others are not our problem. They will have to find their own way to handle it. I think I'm not in the reality that I lived in before. I think that when we teleported out, we ended up in a different one. I can't stop thinking that the portal in this one might still be open. I think we aren't safe. I've spent the last hour Googling the name of my hometown. Nothing is there. All of the local schools, all the local restaurants, gone. Even my social media is kind of messed up. I can't find any of my friends online. I can't find anybody. I'm actually kind of freaking out about it. Has anybody ever experienced anything like this before? Don't believe me? Try yourself. Fullerton City High? Gone. Fullerton Middle? Gone. Fullerton Elementary School? Gone. Fullerton City College? Gone. That preschool behind the tire place and next to that McDonald's, which my mom took us to growing up? You get the idea. All gone. Thousands of people, dozens of places I can't find information for anywhere. It's like we disappeared. I can't even reach the cops. I wish that were the only problem. My family and I woke up this morning to a total blackout. Every single house on the block lost power. That does tend to happen out here in the valley, often enough that my older brother, Mark, rigged his computer to get a connection via satellite. The two of us are currently crouched beside the generator, desperately trying to get a handle on the past few hours. My parents are panicking. They won't say anything. They won't say why, but we have our suspicions. I saw something in the woods last night. Right before the power went out, when it was still dark outside, Mark woke me up and pulled me over to his bedside window.
He pointed frantically into the trees behind our house. It was raining. The mist made it difficult for my eyes to adjust, but after a moment, something big darted towards the neighbor's back porch. A thick branch fell in its wake. Then somebody screamed. My parents rushed into the room right at that moment. I guess they had heard the commotion and freaked. Mom beckoned for us to get away from the window. I gave in right away, because my parents can be scary when we don't listen, but Mark lingered there a little while longer. I didn't see what he saw. Mark whispered that he saw somebody running. He said it looked like they were running away from something. My father turned off the lights. I found that odd, and pushed my brother aside. He squinted out the window in silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he concluded nothing was there, just the wind and the trees. Then, the power went out. My parents have been acting weird ever since. During the day, my mom tried to keep us in the kitchen. She made breakfast, lunch, and dinner over the fireplace. She even broke out a board game in the afternoon, and we played for a couple hours. She kept asking about schoolwork, or football, or baseball, or anything but the odd situation we were in. We tried to change the subject, tried to ask her what was happening outside, but it was no use. She ignored our questions. My father had a wild look in his eyes. Mark and I can't recall anything like it. He kept rushing to check the window every few minutes. Then he would sit down to check his cell phone, then back to the window, then back to his phone, like clockwork. Each rotation left him more agitated than the last. The cable didn't work. The internet had been spotty. There was really nothing to do but read a book or play a game. Mark asked to go for a walk before dinner. I thought Mom might pop the temple out of her forehead.
Nobody goes outside.
She snapped.
There could be live wires on the ground.
Mark snorted.
Watch your attitude and keep the windows closed.
I asked why, and she just stared at me with these deadly, fearful eyes that made me really uncomfortable. She looked like she wanted to tell me something, but my father answered instead. I didn't even realize he was listening. Nobody goes outside. I returned to my book without argument. I found one of my mom's old Stephen King collections and stumbled onto a story about rats in a basement bigger than a man. Time moved a little faster while I read. The walls of my house started to evaporate. It didn't take long for my imagination to disappear down the stairwell in the story, plunging further into the darkness with each step, listening to the untold things move around me perilously through the blackness. Somebody knocked on the door around 10 p.m. After an entire day of endless boredom, I thought this might be salvation. Maybe a maintenance worker, maybe a neighbor, maybe my friend from down the block finally convinced his mother to traverse the minefield of imaginary live wires. I got up from my chair to answer the door. My father sprinted across the room to block me. I don't think I'd ever seen him run before. He put his hand over my mouth. I tried to protest. He squeezed my arm. He didn't look angry. He looked scared. His eyes were on fire. It grew quiet outside, like somebody was listening. One finger over his lip told me to shut up. I looked over to my mom and saw her doing the same thing to my brother. He looked like he wanted to cry. The knocking resumed. The pace was pleasant at first, your typical formal but friendly. Then a pause. Then I was confused. Why were they scared? Why would a burglar knock? I thought that this could be somebody who could tell us what was going on, and it annoyed me that my parents were paranoid. So I got the idea to try saying something anyway. Not my best thought. Help! My father grabbed me by the throat and pushed me up against the wall. His sweaty palms slipped against my mouth. He raised one finger to his lips and held it there. My brother whimpered in the corner. The door hinges whined from the pressure of the knocks. My father reached into his pocket with the hand that was formally placed around my neck. I knew he had a knife in there. And just as soon as it had started, the knocking stopped. The house got quiet again. My father let go of me. It's been hours since the knocker left. My parents still won't talk to us. My mom is sleeping on the couch. My dad is sitting in front of the door with a gun across his lap. Can someone, anyone, please tell us what is happening in Fullerton City? I still can't find anything online. We are available through message and comments as long as our connection holds. I don't think I'll sleep much tonight. It's too quiet. Do you know what happens when you search online for Fullerton City now? This post comes up. I'm not quite sure how to describe that feeling. We are a community of hundreds, if not thousands of people, each with countless stories and worries of their own. You are only hearing one of them now. I cannot understand how our digital footprint could disappear overnight, but here we are. Day 2 in a missing city. I didn't get much sleep last night. Mark spent most of it glued to our bedroom window. He woke me and called me over every now and again. Sometimes he saw flashes of light in the distance. Sometimes he saw movement in the trees. Mostly, we saw fog. Thick blankets of it descended on our house like a comforter. It also never stopped raining. Big gusts of wind thumped the house hard enough to make us jump, but the most uncomfortable parts of the previous night were the periods of complete and total silence. Something about that quiet can really make you crazy. In any given suburb, there are a million background noises at once, even in a storm, even at night. Birds should be chirping, insects should be buzzing, car engines or motorcycles or air conditioners should all be gently humming in unison, but we didn't have any of that. Not a sound but our own, and the rain on the windows. I couldn't stop thinking about the neighborhood dogs. Shouldn't they be barking? There was one in particular, a yappy little thing called Caesar, which never passed up a good opportunity to wake you up in favor of a scrambling squirrel or rabbit. Did our neighbors have time to get them inside? Did something else happen to them? What had happened to Caesar? Mark woke me up for the final time around 5. I tried and failed to shrug him off. I heard something in the street, he whispered. Let's go. I asked him what he heard. Clicking. He got up and walked towards the living room without another word. I didn't want to go. I was freaked out enough. I didn't and still don't need to add another messed up layer to this situation. Blissful ignorance is sometimes the best approach, but I got a gut feeling that this wasn't something that should be missed, and I didn't want Mark to be there alone for it, so I followed him. The hallway that leads to the living room passes by my parents' bedroom. We could hear my mother snoring softly on the other side. A baseball bat was propped up by her nightstand. Her cell phone was at the ready right beside it. We tiptoed past the creaking wood floor and arrived at the entrance to the kitchen. The clicking became clearer by that point. Mark pointed over to the alcove by the couch. I followed him to the corner. Then he stopped dead in his tracks. My father was sleeping with the gun in his hand. There was a window behind him that looked out into our entire living room. Staring through the other side was a giant black eyeball. We froze. The eye darted back and forth across the room. We were in plain sight, just standing there in the kitchen, but for some reason, the eye didn't seem to notice us. It passed by us a couple of times to focus on the toaster or something else. My father must have subconsciously read the tension in the air. He stirred and moved to roll over. When he did, thankfully, we locked eyes. I put one finger to my lips. A sober understanding dawned on his face. He took the safety off the gun. The eye responded to the movement of the gun and in one swift jolt disappeared from behind the window, leaving a wake of leaves and scattered footprints behind it. The air left my lungs. Something big ascended the wood steps to our porch. My dad turned to aim the gun. This time, we didn't need anyone to tell us. We all stayed quiet. We sat in still silence for the better part of the early morning. My mother awoke some hours later and got prepared to make breakfast, and only then did it feel safe enough to move around the house. Nobody told her what happened. I didn't think we needed to. My father certainly wasn't going to. I got the feeling from the look on his face that he would prefer to not talk at all for as long as he could. Mark returned to his spot by the window. Dad disappeared downstairs to get another box of ammo for his gun. I helped Mom cook over the fire, and we all went about our tasks in complete and total silence. Nobody tried to fake conversation anymore. There wasn't any point in arguing about what was out there. We had enough food, and we had enough water. Nobody was going anywhere. A knock came at the door just after noon. Each of us instantly stopped what we were doing. A sigh of relief echoed through the room when the familiar voice of our neighbor, Mr. Hollow, followed.
Richardson, you in there?
The door pounded harder.
No time to explain. Please, can you let us in?
My father walked in and stood awkwardly between my mother and the door. I could tell that he would prefer to ignore it, but she would never let him live it down. The true married man's dilemma.
Please, folks, if you're in there, open up. We don't have a lot of time.
Mark shook his head.
Please.
He begged.
Jean is hurt.
My mom bit her nails. Dad gave in and reluctantly looked through the peephole. Satisfied with his view of the other side, he slid the pistol into his back pocket, unlatched the lock, and opened the door. Thank you. Mr. Hollow is a big, burly guy. He took my father into his arms and slapped his back so hard the sound echoed down the hall. He moved over to chase my mother down for a kiss on the cheek as his wife and daughter trailed meekly behind. Thank you, he bellowed. Thank you, thank you. We didn't know if we would see anybody else. My dad nodded awkwardly. My mom stepped up and hugged Mrs. Hollow tight. A quiet, pitiful moan escaped her lips as she did. The two of them were usually thick as thieves. My neighbor was a nice lady, the type that usually never shuts up, but now she couldn't get a word out. A thin line of blood trickled behind her foot. It didn't take long to notice the source. Her slacks were cut from the ankle to the knee. My dad slammed the door.
Come on, Jeannie.
My mother cooed.
Let's get you cleaned up.
The two of them walked hand in hand to the kitchen. Mr. Hollow sat down on our couch and wiped the sweat from his forehead and t-shirt. His daughter, Alice, perched herself neatly on the arm beside him. Like I said, he said while catching his breath. Luckily, we found somebody. My dad nodded again. Did you see it? Mark asked. Whatever's out there, I mean. Mr. Hollow stared back at him. He took a second before he spoke, like he wanted to pick his words, which didn't quite fit for a guy like him. One of them got into the house, he said definitively. An open window downstairs. We trapped it in the basement. My father held up his hand. Didn't feel safe staying there, though. My father interrupted. Enough, he whispered. Take a break, Mike. Let's talk. Mr. Hollow nodded in bewilderment. He got up and shuffled after my father towards the dining room, leaving Mark and I uncomfortably with Alice. Alice Hollow is around my age. She's short, with dark hair and dark eyes. She has this awkwardly adorable round head that she covers up with a bow or a pin or some other new accessory every other day. I've had a crush on her since grade school. I know that's probably not relevant, but I just want to point out what may later become obvious. Mark elbowed me in the ribs. I ignored it. So, did you see anything? I asked. Like, did you see anybody out there? She paused and then shook her head. Well, what does it look like outside? Mark asked.
Normal.
She answered.
Quiet.
And you really didn't see anything? I asked again. When it started, I mean. She looked at me and shook her head, paused, then relented.
We were all inside sleeping, like you probably were. It was late. Or early. I don't know. My dad was upstairs. I was upstairs. My mom doesn't sleep much, so she was doing some laundry in the basement.
She hesitated.
I don't know what woke me up first. Her screaming or the power going out. They both seemed to happen at the same time. My dad started shouting her name. You know, Jeannie, Jeannie. And my mom was just wailing from the basement. We both got to the kitchen and we could see her running up the steps. She was screaming at my dad. You know, close the door, close the door. But my dad couldn't stop looking at whatever was behind her. He just froze.
Right, Mark whispered. Can't blame him.
So I reach out and slam the door, just as my mom makes it through. and something wedges itself in the doorway.
Holy shit, I murmured. What was it?
I don't know. Something thick and sharp. Like a claw, I guess. It was wet, too. It left a stain. Anyway, I couldn't get the door shut because of it. I was panicking. I kicked my dad in the shin, and he threw his body weight against the frame. The lock finally clicked, and we heard whatever it was fall down the stairs on the other side.
She paused.
It didn't come up again.
My father re-emerged from the dining room some moments after our awkward silence. Mr. Hollow trailed sheepishly behind. Who's ready to eat? We ate our fire-cooked meal in relative silence. All four parents made it abundantly clear through menacing stares that the topic of the shit show outside would not be discussed with children present. Mark again asked if he could go for a walk. Nobody dignified him with a response. After our dishes were done and disposed of, we retreated into various alcoves of our suddenly cramped 3-bedroom. Mark and I went back to our room. Alice set up shop in the office with her mom. My mother retired to the bed early, and both dads sat guard in the living room. The house grew quiet again. The wind and rain finally seemed to slow down. My Stephen King novella kept me company. I couldn't help but empathize with the main character. Somewhere in between the tales of rats in armor, bat rats, and albino rats who never saw the sun, sleep came easily and comfortably under my familiar warm sheets. I woke up to a rude shaking. Alice was standing over me. She didn't say anything. I guess she didn't have to. Mark and I rubbed the last remaining ounce of sleep out of our eyes and followed her wordlessly into the office. 2 cots were set up in the room. One looked disheveled. The other was still made. Alice pointed to the open window. Her mother was gone. My hometown is dying, and I don't want to die with it. I know it sounds ridiculous to be lamenting on the internet while the world is melting around me. At the moment, it definitely feels ridiculous, but you have to understand. If we don't survive, which we almost certainly won't, this story will be my town's last living record. That's important to me. That's important to them. I have to let someone know what happened here, even if it's only you. The truth is obvious now. We are being exterminated. This town and its people are being erased. Fullerton City is all but wiped from the collective subconscious already. All that's remaining are the survivors, the creatures, and this story. I'll keep it going as long as they let me. I don't know why this is happening. I don't particularly care. Not anymore. I just want to get out of here. This will be my last message from inside my childhood home. The only thing I've ever known. My brother and I have decided that we won't die here. Mark packed a couple of essentials in our school backpack. The only thing that's remaining is this laptop and a frank conversation with my parents. I know they're scared. We're all scared, but we have to do something. Mrs. Hollow didn't come back last night. Alice only stopped crying long enough to tell the adults what she knew, which wasn't much. She fell asleep sometime around midnight. Her mother was in the room at the time.
She was acting strange, though, you know?
She sobbed.
She just kept repeating the same things over and over, and her face was white. Like really, really white. I thought it was just shock over what happened. The scratch, the attack, you know? I didn't know. I didn't know.
Mr. Hollow was inconsolable.
Well, we have to find her, Jack.
He bellowed.
Me, you, and the boys. Alice can come too if she's up to it. We've got weapons, don't we? We've got a small arsenal here, Richardson. They're big, but the damn things are stupid enough that—
My father just shook his head and pursed his lips.
Nobody is going out there. The hell they're not. I won't risk my family's safety,
Dad insisted.
especially not at night.
Mr. Hollow's already red face turned a particular shade of scarlet. He looked like he might blow a gasket. Then he calmed himself and delivered the next bit like a sermon.
Fine.
He spit.
Stay inside and cower. Lie to your kids. Keep them underneath the covers long enough, and maybe they won't think there's monsters outside. You raise your family how you want, asshole, but don't you dare tell me how to take care of mine.
Mark looked down at his feet. I avoided my father's glance.
Alice, let's go.
Mr. Hollow beckoned.
Get what you got. Please.
My father interrupted.
Just wait a minute. We're not staying.
Mr. Hollow finished.
You're not convincing me to abandon my wife out there. You know me better than that, Jack.
My father reached out and handed him a gun.
We have extra.
He paused.
You'll need it more.
Mr. Hollow nodded awkwardly. He took the pistol and stuffed it into an oversized coat pocket before turning and heading for the door. My mom met him there with some bread and other things stuffed into a plastic bag. There wasn't much, but I think she felt like she had to do something, and she looked like she wanted to say more, but she didn't. Alice reached out and gave me a warm hug. She held on longer than expected. Right around that time, I really wished she would stay, not because of my feelings for her, but because a piece of each of us knew what would happen next. It all just happened so fast.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Mr. Hollow shook each of our hands one last time. My father opened the door for him. Without another word, the pair descended the front porch into a thick evening fog. Alice turned back to wave. Then she turned around, and they were gone. My father shut the door. Dad shuffled back to the couch and collapsed. Mom waited at the door like they might change their minds. Mark perched at the window. He looked over and shook his head at me as if to say, "Not good." Just as an all-too-familiar clicking echoed down the block. I could feel my body instinctively tensing. I had no true preparation for what came next. The sound started quietly before it seemed to fill the air. Soon, it was as if 1,000 crickets suddenly invaded Fullerton and all decided to chirp at the same time. The ringing, awful cacophony of it was deafening. Somebody outside screamed. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. The chirping erupted even louder and seemed to devour their voice. My father held his head in his hands. He motioned for us to block our ears. My mother started to cry. Underneath the clicking, underneath the screams, one word became clearer as it was repeated over and over again in the distance.
Jeannie! Jeannie! Jeannie!
The gun went off soon after.
Jeannie!
One shot at first, then 2, 3, 4 in quick succession. Somebody else started screaming. I knew that had to be Alice. The pain behind the screams made my stomach turn. The gun went off one more time.
Jeannie!
The clicking dissipated. The screams stopped. And then, it was quiet again. My father got up and quietly led my brother away from the window. Mom fell to a heap in front of the couch. I could feel the tears forming in the corner of my eyes and desperately fought them back.
You knew this would happen.
I accused my dad.
Why did you let her go?
He stared back at me. His eyes were cold.
You knew they would die, and you just sent them out anyway.
Heavy footsteps echoed on the porch. My mother couldn't control her sobs. My father dropped onto the floor to silence her. It was no use. The two of them ended up in this awkward wrestling embrace. The pounding outside continued.
We killed them,
Mark whimpered.
And now they're going to kill us.
Then, the office window.
They're checking for weaknesses,
Mark whispered.
Trying to find a way in.
The sound ascended to the roof. Heavy footsteps paced back and forth above us. The chimney kicked back smoke.
It's too small,
my father murmured.
They can't fit. Please, God, they can't fit.
My mother wrapped her arms around her head. The knocking surrounded us. There had to be a dozen of them, all checking various points of entry, all clicking their disturbingly loud song in unison. Staying quiet would be no use. They had to know we were inside. Mark gestured for me to look through the peephole. I squinted and noticed something in the distance. It was still dark, but the sun started to rise on the horizon, and with it came a few tentative beads of light which softly illuminated the neighborhood. I realized I was staring at the home of Yappy Caesar. Standing in front of it was something I hoped to never see again. The creature stood at least 2 to 3 times the height of a man. It held itself up on 2 massive legs that bent wildly at the knee, almost like pincers, and behind it were smaller legs that trailed behind sort of uselessly. I thought at the time that they looked like fins.
one of the bent legs reached out at my neighbor's glass. There was a moment's pause. Their window opened. I had to fight my instincts as a woman leaned outside as if to greet the creature, which gently took her into its hind legs and rambled down the hill. The unrelenting clicking soon gave way to the scurrying of heavy footsteps. A massive weight lifted itself off our roof. The sun came up. We were alone again. We have to leave today. We can't take no for an answer. We have no choice. These things know we're here. They will get inside tonight. If I don't make it, you know what happened, but please, wish me luck. I feel better knowing that some trace of my town will live on here. Signed, respectively, Mark 12 Penn Court, Fullerton City, New Jersey. I can hardly describe driving through the complete devastation of my hometown. We passed dozens of familiar homes from over the years. Some of them had bullet holes, some had bent frames or broken glass, some had dead bodies in their front yards. And I tried not to look at those too long, because I knew the faces. But it's hard to stop yourself from looking once you start, you know? I saw Alice, I saw Mr. Hollow, I saw neighbors, I saw friends. Some of them died running, some died fighting, but all of them seemed to end up the same way, in scattered bits and pieces, cast like trash, almost decorating their own immaculately made front lawns. My father drove the car. Only one road led us out of town, but it passed through a few hiccups along the way. The supermarket on Grand Street sat behind two apartment complexes that tended to be crowded. The gas station on Main would allow us to fill up, but they didn't call it Main for nothing, and more people would almost certainly lead to more problems. All of these issues swirled around my head in unison, with the backdrop of my entire town carved up like origamis right in front of my face. And my dad didn't even seem fazed by it. He actually hummed for the first 10 minutes of the drive. My dad is not the type to hum. At first, I thought it might be a nervous thing, but then my mother started to join him. "Guys?" Mark glued himself to the car window. He wouldn't look at me, not even a shared glance of misery. I knew from his reaction that something bad was about to happen. I guess I just didn't want to admit it to myself. "Dad?" My father slowed down around the grocery store. He pulled into the lot unceremoniously, as if it were any other Tuesday, while the corpses of our neighbors lined the streets among us, clearly baking in the heat of the rising sun. I actually thought we hit one of them. "What are we doing?" I asked. Nobody answered. "Hello?" My father parked the car. He leaned over to give my mom a peck on the forehead. She nodded and smiled back. After a moment of silence, he gingerly unclipped the seatbelt and moved to get out. Nobody bothered to stop him. "Dad!" I shouted. "Wait, are you serious? You can't go out there!" He smiled at me one last time. Looking back, I like to think that there was still some small part of my dad in that smile. He looked like a weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. Like he got us this far, like his job was done. I didn't understand it then. I do now. I only saw the scratch when he got up, right above the belt, hip to hip. His shirt had always been tucked. My mother took a deep breath. Mom? I whimpered. "Mom, no, please." She looked back at me and grasped my hand. She was cold to the touch. Mark whimpered something small. I knew then that he knew all along. "It happened the first night," he whispered. "They can't fight it anymore. It won't let them." The car door opened. "Mom, you can't go out there!" She pulled her hand away. "Mom, please!"
It's okay, honey. Okay, honey?
She got out of the car and sprinted after my father. I never saw my mom sprint before. She looked so strange doing it. I watched the two of them go towards the store, hand in hand. In a moment, they were there, and the next, they were gone. "We have to follow them," I begged. "Please!" A soft boom sounded from somewhere inside. "Okay," he whispered hesitantly, "but be ready to run when I say run. Deal?" A second boom followed. "Deal," I muttered. "I'm the oldest," he insisted.
We don't know what we're going to see inside there. You have to listen to me. Shut up and let's go! We hopped out of the car and ran across the empty lot. Rain and heavy wind swooped in with our arrival. Mark slipped and fell into a particularly nasty pool of blood. I raced back to help him. By the time we both made it inside, our parents were gone. We looked around for a minute. The store seemed to be shelled. Overturned shelves made it difficult to get around. Smeared floors made the entire place stink worse than a slaughterhouse. At the center of the store was a staircase that leads to the basement level. Normally, larger items like water jugs are stored down there. We got the distinct feeling that we weren't totally alone, because we could hear some kind of movement in that area, so we moved towards it. Mark found some cover behind a blown-out register. We used it to peek downstairs. An enormous pit sat below us. We couldn't actually see where it ended. Mark picked up a can and dropped it. 10 to 15 seconds later, it made contact with the bottom. The closer we inched toward the center, the more that movement seemed rhythmic, almost pulsing like a heartbeat. We heard footsteps. Mark ripped my collar and pulled me back. Approaching the center of the store were a man and woman who both looked familiar to me from different places. That was my first thought, you know, that they must be together without me realizing, and that it really is a small city after all. The couple walked up casually to the edge of the pit. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they jumped, hand in hand, as if expecting to land in a ball pit. The splat came after the boom. The store grew quiet. Something seemed to be slurping down below. What?
Mark whispered.
You don't think...
It drinks the blood. Suddenly, the pulsing grew louder. Horrible scraping ripped somewhere below it. I can't adequately describe the sound, almost like a giant moth breaking its way out of a cocoon. A familiar rhythm to the din took over.
Checking for weaknesses, Mark muttered, even at birth. Time to go,
Mark shouted.
Definitely,
I answered. Each of us put in our best track performances to date. The building gave way as if an earthquake was underneath it. We skidded out of the entrance just as the overhang dipped down to smash the carousel door. My brother got to the car before me. He jumped into the driver's seat, and thank God the keys were still in the ignition. He smashed the gas and all but left me with the passenger door popped open. I hopped in at the last possible moment. The store collapsed behind me. Mark doesn't know shit about driving, and neither do I, but any idiot can hit the gas and steer away from an explosion. We picked up speed while debris rocked the car. Just as we got back on the road, Mark pointed into the rear view, and I wish he didn't. Standing in the wake of the grocery store was a creature 3 times its size. I didn't look at it twice. We managed to drive to the gas station before nightfall. We found it pretty much untouched. I don't think anybody else made it that far. We took the mountain road into the next town and drove past sundown. We are safe and sound now in a place called White Valley. The people here are friendly, but none of them, including the sheriff, can tell me a damn thing about Fullerton or what happened to it these past few days. Go figure. I hope more than anything that this post can help drive more survivors out of the woodwork. Please, please, message me if you or someone you know lived through the attack on Fullerton City. I can't overstress the importance of that plea. We cannot let our town be forgotten. One day, we will go back. I don't care if it's just Mark and me. I know we can find the entrance the same way we found the exit. We don't expect to find anybody alive. That's just hope that's not worth having. But we all have a right to know what is living there instead. Signing off for now, Matt. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that I've been an internet user for 20 years now. That's older than some of my coworkers. It's over half my life.
And still, the internet feels like the new thing. I used to take it for granted, like we all do, but at least I remember what it was like when it wasn't there. When you had to leaf through an encyclopedia set to find an answer. When you could only find Gillian Anderson's pictures in magazines. Or later, when songs took 30 minutes to download and full-length movies were almost impossible to find because no one's hard drive could hold them. First getting online was super exciting. I mean, the first time I did it without supervision. Because I knew I had anything at my fingertips. I could type it into good old Lycos, one of the many pre-Google search engines, and there it would be. I was interested in naked celebrities and the paranormal back then. I was only 13, give me a break. I was so interested in the paranormal, I built a Fortune City free homepage all about the occult and the X-Files. I linked it to the Darknet web ring, where all the best dark websites and homepages came together. Pages on spell books, goth babes, the occult, dark art, and a gross-out page or two. It was through the web ring that I met Angelica. Angelica hosted a Wiccan GeoCities or tripod homepage that I found particularly alluring. No, wait, it was Angelfire. She just made the best of some cool animated GIFs, MIDIs, and frames. Amazing stuff at the time. Just like her, the page was creative and attractive, but also simple. The reason I bring all of this up is because she suddenly contacted me just a few weeks ago by email, asking,
"What's been happening?"
A catch-up question. We had almost 20 years of catching up to do, and this is pure Angelica. She signed the emails with her ICQ contact. I enjoyed the quaint touch. It'd be like someone in the 90s sending a letter with a wax seal, right? I replied back with a summary of how my life had gone over the past 18 years or so since I'd last communicated with her. 18 years makes you think. She shot back a response almost immediately, asking for details. We exchanged a few emails this way. I was pretty excited to come home from work and write to her, actually. Nothing romantic, it was reconnecting with my past. It's a strange but addictive feeling. Soon I started to notice something just a little off. She never really answered anything about herself. She ignored my suggestions that we text or talk on the phone. All she wanted was to know more about me. It got me wondering, like maybe she's dying and just doesn't want to say. So I asked her. I asked why she wasn't sharing and if there was something I should know. I started reading over her previous messages for clues, and I noticed something that didn't occur to me at all until then. Her email address was at globetrotter.net. That may not mean anything to you, but it struck me as strange. You see, Globetrotter was a Canadian ISP way back in the mid-90s. I didn't even realize they still hosted. I know a lot of people still have their old email addresses for sentimental value and all, but it's like she was purposefully trying to be old school. Something about it creeped me out, like she was trying too hard to make me feel nostalgic or something. Again, I didn't have to wait long for her reply. Oh, she didn't answer my questions. She asked me,
"Hey, do you remember the hole?"
I didn't know why then, but the moment I read that sentence, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I had a hazy sense that I'd dreamed about something called the hole once. Whatever it was, I was instinctively repulsed by it. I couldn't remember anything solid, though. In my head, I went over IRC rooms, websites, news groups, web rings, all the old internet stuff, and came up empty. She sent me another email before I could even reply.
"You really don't remember? The hole was our little secret. Not many knew about it. Even fewer how to find it. But we found it. It was right there all along. Sometimes when you'd load Darknet and Netscape, there'd be a tiny black dot in the bottom left corner, in all this blank space. You had to hover over it exactly and click it. Then you'd be there. You'd be in the hole. You remember it now, don't you?"
She was right. I did. I just didn't remember ever calling it the hole. What I remembered was that secret little space we found. I remember it was like the browser didn't see it as a real website or something. There wasn't even an address to copy and paste from the bar. It was just the letter M. I tried everything to pin it down to an IP, but M was all I could ever find. Another thing I remember is that I never liked that place, not at all. There was nothing there, it was all empty. I remember being excited the first time we found it because it was something hidden and it felt like somewhere we shouldn't be. Then I hated it because it was just empty. And it made me feel bad and empty. Not boredom, like it wasn't supposed to be there or anything, wasn't part of anything. I wrote Angelica back telling her I wasn't interested in talking about that. I didn't hear back from her that night. That was unusual. She normally replied right away. Eerily fast, I realized while mulling it over. It was like she already had her answer typed out, and it didn't matter what I actually said to her. Now that I was waiting for a response, because this whole thing had me inexplicably shaken up, of course she didn't reply. The next day, when I got home from work, an email was waiting. She said,
"We were missing so much. The whole has so much for us to discover. So many secrets. You could just keep going and going. It's like an endless puzzle. Everyone else stopped at the first layer. You remember that, right? I just knew there had to be something else in it. I knew no one would create and hide it for no reason. I kept going back to it, looking closely until I discovered how to go deeper. And I kept going. It's still there, you know. It's not too late. The web ring is gone. Netscape is gone. But the whole is still there for you."
I felt a strange chill down my spine that I brushed off as nerves. I was up for a promotion and a little stressed after all. Then I started to wonder if she was pranking me. Angelica wasn't really a humorous girl. She'd laugh at your jokes, but she didn't really make her own. In fact, something about her earnestness was really disturbing. I didn't reply to her right then. I decided to run some checks on her, because things just weren't adding up. I started with her email address to see if she'd been posting anywhere. I was searching for a while before I hit something. I didn't find any forum posts or websites or anything like that. What I found was her email host, Globetrotter, had stopped hosting 11 years ago. The email address she was writing from was impossible. Now I knew something was wrong with her, if it really even was Angelica. I mean, why would she go through so much trouble to create a fake email address that mirrored whatever email address she would have been using in the 90s? That wasn't just quaint anymore. Also, we hadn't talked in 18 years. Why did she suddenly want to reach out to me? And why just talk about some long-forgotten website? Because I felt like that's what she was building up to all along. The more I thought about it, the more weird it seemed. I should have just ignored her and went on with my life, but I wanted to know what was going on. I kept digging around. I used her ICQ number, her name, the state I believed she lived in. I could find no record of her doing anything after her Angel Fire homepage. No Facebook, no Google+, not even MySpace. It's like her presence on the internet actually was in the 90s. Like she disappeared completely, waited in hiding for almost 20 years, then reappeared just to talk to me about an old website. The whole thing was bizarre. I started having trouble sleeping. I was having nightmares about staring into a monitor, not able to move. There were computers all around, and I was concerned about the beehive in the corner. After that, I went a week without sending her an email or her sending me one. I felt guilty about it, but I had every right. I knew I'd regret it if I sent her another email, and it seemed like she took the hint at first, until a new email came in. This one was short and to the point. It read,
"I think I'm coming to the center. You could spend your whole life here."
I remember these words exactly. Oh yes, because whatever the hell they meant, the way she said them, so real and urgent, was really upsetting. I didn't dare answer her. Another week went by before I got another email. This one was a different kind of email. This one didn't even have an email address. That was spooky enough in itself. It gets worse. The text read, "Don't trust emails. Not from good place. Delete and forget." It wasn't signed. I figured it had to be Angelica. It just wasn't her style. Not long after, I received another email from Angelica with instructions of where to go looking for the hole. A place on archive.org, on their Wayback Machine, still had the dot to click on. That was the only way in, she said. It had to be the dot. I thought about going to check it. I would have, except I was afraid of it. I couldn't remember what happened to me with that site, but I knew there was something bad about it. Then another email came from the blank email address. In the body, just the link to a Gopher site. Now, I hadn't seen a Gopher site in a good 15 years. I had to download an old browser just to access it. If you weren't on the internet back then, Gopher sites just housed a bunch of text files and folders usually. You'd go to gopher://blah-blah-blah.com. They were usually run by universities. This particular Gopher site only had a few files, all audio files. I listened to them all. They had different file names, but they were the same. The muffled sound of a boy's voice saying, over and over. I was shaking. I got the police involved this time. They thought I was being pranked. I asked them if they could at least look into Angelica. I told them all I knew about her. The only thing I didn't tell them is who I thought the voice was. I know it's crazy, but the reason I didn't tell them is that I'm pretty sure it was my voice when I was a boy. I stopped receiving emails from Angelica and the blank address after that. I hoped it was over. I think a good month passed before anything else happened. I got the promotion, and things were feeling normal. I told myself some secrets are best left secrets. Well, I got a large manila envelope in the mail. No return address. I went against my gut and opened it. Inside was a printout of all the correspondence with Angelica. All of it. Not just the new stuff, emails I'd written her back in the 90s. I took the stack of papers to the police. This was evidence. They told me that they still thought it was a sick prank. That struck me as odd. I asked them, but why sick? That's when they told me they actually heard back from the local PD where Angelica lived. She'd been a missing person since 1999. Her parents offered a reward and everything. They never found her. No clues. One night she was in her room listening to music on the computer. In the morning, she was gone without a trace. I was so shocked I had to sit down. Maybe it was a prank, but then what if it was her? Wouldn't her family want to know? Maybe she'd had a psychotic break or something. What's this stuff about the hole, and what about the blank email address? I didn't have a clue. The police were no help with these questions, and I was pulled back in. I decided to go looking for any contacts I could remember from the time when I was speaking with Angelica. Anyone who would have known both me and her. We had a few mutual contacts, mostly people from the web ring, but also people we introduced to each other. Just not many I remembered by their real names. Actually, none. There was one guy. He went by the handle Rapscallion42. He was an odd guy, into hacking and anarchy, the good, clean internet taboos we had back then. He'd been on the net forever, since the days of bulletin board systems. That guy, if he was still around, he'd probably still be going by the same username. So I got to searching. Not only could I not find any trace of Rapscallion42, I couldn't
Give me the gun. Gimme.
any trace of him. That's when I got the idea to go dig out my old computer. It was an old 1998 HP running Windows 98. I had it stashed in the basement since I went to college. It would have at least all my old contacts stored just where I left them, if it would even load. I had to wait 5 minutes for it to boot up. Then I got the Ethernet cable plugged in. It was like it'd just been in sleep mode for 2 decades. And there we were. My desktop icons for IRC, ICQ, Netscape, and even Napster. Napster. I learned there was more to music than the radio from Napster. Some good memories. Honestly, I wasn't sure ICQ would load. I believe ICQ still exists in some form, but I just doubted their servers would still accommodate the old software. One of the key features of ICQ that made it so ahead of its time was that, besides being the only instant messenger, it also allowed offline messaging. I mention that because not only did ICQ load, but it loaded with a message. That perturbed me a little bit because it's like it was just waiting for me, knowing I'd booted up. Except for one detail. The message was dated November 1999. It was from Angelica, so it had to have been sent right before she disappeared. It just said, "You coming?" It sent a shiver down my spine. Where was she going? Could I have helped her if I'd seen it in time? Why'd she act like I knew? Even weirder is that I'm sure I'd been on ICQ after November 1999. I'd say I used it up until 2001 or so. That's when I went to college. It was like the message was trapped in the server all that time, and I was only getting it now. I closed the message and looked for Rapscallion42. I was hoping just to find an email address on his ICQ info. I really didn't expect to see a green online icon beside his name, but that's what I got. That only added to how unsettled I was. I almost had to check to make sure what year it was. Anyway, I fired off a message to Raps saying, "Hey man, long time no speak." I didn't want to start with business after all that time. I was relieved when he replied back with a friendly hello and asked me how I was doing. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up a little, I asked him why he was still using ICQ after all this time. He said it's because of Y2K. Y2K really happened, he said. It just didn't happen the way everyone expected. It was way more insidious. We all thought computers would just stop working because they couldn't handle the millennium change. But it wasn't that they stopped working, because something happened inside the connection of things. Something bad. The old equipment would be fine as long as it didn't get patched, but everything made after December 31st, 1999 would be tainted. That's why he still used ICQ and never let go of his net zero dial-up connection. I hadn't heard a Y2K conspiracy theory in a very long time, so that was interesting. I chose to ignore it and ask him if he knew about Angelica going missing back in '99. He said he didn't. He figured she just dropped off the internet. But he said it's no coincidence she went missing right at Y2K. A lot of strange things happened then. The world changed. Only a few people even noticed. Rap was always a little on the fringe, but what he was saying was strangely upsetting. Maybe it was just hitting too close to home. If that last message really was sent November 1999, then he was right. She disappeared right before Y2K. Given his views, I went ahead and told Rap everything that had happened. He believed me, and that was a nice change in a way. It almost made it feel more real. I was shaking while typing. He told me my story reminded him of something he'd heard from another old friend just recently. There was this guy, R0XT4R, or to his closer friends, just Reggie, who used to frequent an internet forum on hacking and phreaking back in the mid-90s. The guy had a lot of friends there, was well-spoken and clever enough to earn real respect. Over time, as often happens, he just drifted away from the forum. His posts became less frequent as other aspects of his life preoccupied him, and soon enough, he was gone. The forum strove for anonymity, for obvious reasons, so no one kept in contact with him. The forum's still there, Rapp said. Nowhere near what it used to be, but the regulars like him are dedicated. A few months ago, after 20 years' absence, Reggie suddenly showed up on the forum again. His posts were polite, conversational, but just off somehow, like someone feigning familiarity. He was just trying so hard. It was weird, but they were happy he was alive and well, so they replied to him and brought him up to date. Then, without acknowledging anything they said, he started making post after post about how his life was revolutionized. He found a whole new frontier of hacking.
The hacking begins inside you,
he said, and he wanted to show it to them. The forum folk were flabbergasted by his odd behavior, so they started interrogating him. He went silent for about a week, then he sent one last message saying,
"I love you guys so much,"
with a tiny URL link. Rapp's friend thought it was all a joke, and that Reggie was just leading the whole forum up to an epic rickroll. He didn't click it because he didn't need to hear any Astley and was busy with something else. He came back to the forum later and decided he was going to go ahead and click the link anyway. It may be something legit. On a whim, he refreshed first to see if anyone replied saying what the link was. He sees a post in the reply from a very trusted and respected member of the forum saying, in all caps, "Do not click that link, whatever you do," and that is not Reggie. For an old pro to use all caps, that was serious shit. Even I knew that. So, that was enough to dissuade everyone from clicking. The fake Reggie deleted his account immediately. The forum moderator and others tried to figure out who the guy was, but no luck. The guy who made the all-caps post explained after that he tried to safe-browse the link with an old Linux box, and whatever was in there wrecked it. And that box had security out the wazoo. He couldn't explain it. Also, before the computer wiped out completely, he said he thought he saw something. The regulars pressed him to say what it was. He made them promise first that it stays with them. He said he saw a picture of his daughter on the screen. She died 5 years ago. There were no pictures of her on the computer. Worse, he'd never seen that picture before. That, more than anything, convinced him to post the warning in all caps. Whatever it is, he said, it's evil. Rapp added,
"If you've been on the internet long enough, you learn that there's evil out there. Not the child porn or torture videos, something deeper, something hidden in all that code and connections. Maybe it came from us at one point."
He was giving me the creeps, so I tried to bring the subject back to Angelica. He said,
"No, listen. Sometimes it tries to get out."
That was enough. I told him he was freaking me out with all that kind of talk, and I had enough to deal with. He said he didn't understand what I was talking about. He still reads my homepage all the time, and that I've been doing great work exposing the evil. The thing is, I don't even have a homepage anymore. The thing was taken down in like 2001. He insisted it was my Fortune City homepage. He'd been reading my updates all these years, even after we lost contact, he said. I sent him a link to prove to him that Fortune City doesn't even exist anymore. Rapp went quiet for a few minutes. Then he said he was looking at the homepage at that moment. It was last updated just a few days ago, and it was all about what they were talking about now and what was going to happen next.
"It's a doozy,"
he said, then immediately went offline. I sent him a message with my contact info and to let me know if he was okay. I haven't heard from him since. I've checked ICQ a few times and he's never been back online. I had to walk away from that computer. I felt like I was being watched or something. Every noise was freaking me out. After a sandwich and some tea, I went back just to shut it down. That's when I noticed a folder on the desktop that stood out. For one, I never really kept folders on my desktop. And two, I didn't remember this folder at all. It was called Noah's Cape, which sounds like a crappy Bible game. I've never played crappy Bible games. Something about it didn't seem right. I opened it. Inside was all pictures and WAV files. My instincts told me to get out of there. One picture after another was just kids, teens, boys and girls sitting at their computers. None of them seemed aware that they were being photographed. The pics all seemed pointless. All I knew for sure is that I didn't take or download those pictures, ever. They were all timestamped 11/21/1999. The WAV files were just the sounds of typing, muttering, chairs moving, the sounds of people at a computer, the sounds of surveillance. Until one of the files, it was a voice I'd never heard before. I know it because I don't think anything could have made me forget that voice. It was a hollow, metallic voice, almost inhuman, but a man. It whispered with a hiss. "You coming?" And its whispers were like flesh sizzling on iron. Nothing of this earth should talk like that. What it said, it was the same as Angelica's message, also from 99. I shut down the computer and left the house. I didn't even want to be in my own home. I just drove around for a while, thinking. Whatever was going on, it was really not good, yet I couldn't let it go. I felt drawn into something secret, and I wanted to figure it out, for Angelica's sake too, if she really was a victim. I decided to contact my buddy Ben. He is a real computer wizard, works IT at the University of Guelph. I know that may not sound like the most prestigious place to be, but they actively poached him. He's good. Anyway, I gave Ben an idea of what was going on and asked if he could get a lock on that Gopher site for me. I also asked if he could safely do it to see if there was anything to this whole site. He said that wouldn't be a problem. The next day, he already comes back to me with the question.
Is this some sort of joke? I don't like wasting my time.
I'd never seen Ben even slightly irritated before, but he was mad. He told me when he traced the Gopher site, it turned out that it was being hosted right there at the University of Guelph. But they didn't have a Gopher site, he said. Never have. I assured him if it was a joke, I wasn't in on it. So he said he'd try to find the server tower it was running on. If he could do that, he could read the logs and find out who set up the damn thing. While I was waiting for Ben to get back to me, I got a call from a Detective Terrio. The police hadn't shown much interest in my case, but it happened to land in front of this guy, thankfully. He said the simple fact that Angelica had disappeared meant there was the possibility that a crime had taken place. I agreed. Because of that, he had done a little more work, and he felt I should know. He found Angelica. When he told me she was alive and well, I was thrilled. He said she voluntarily ran away from home and chose not to have contact with her family. She declined to say why, and he had no right to compel her otherwise. Legally, he was bound to protect her privacy. The point is, there was no crime. However, when he told her how it came about that he went looking for her, she asked him if she could speak to me. He said he took the liberty of accepting for me and passed on her phone number. I thanked him heartily. It was the first bit of good news, the first real break in this mess. As soon as I hung up with the detective, I called her. I was nervous. It had been so long, and I was excited to hear from her again. She answered quickly and asked if it was me. I told her yes and said it was nice to hear her voice after all this time. Then she said, without any pleasantries,
"It wasn't me sending you messages."
I told her I'd figured that much out already.
"I don't think you understand. I have never once in my life sent you any sort of communication. I don't know you at all."
A part of me was screaming, she's lying. She just sounded so certain. It almost felt like drowning, because if she wasn't lying, a whole chunk of my youth was a lie. I told her all I knew about her, personal things, and she said they were true. I told her how I found her through her Wiccan homepage on Angelfire, and I described the page to her in the web ring. She said she didn't make
that thing,
and I should never have gone there.
"It's bad,"
she said, and wouldn't elaborate. "What do you mean?" I asked. I then told her all the details I knew of her personal life, about her likes and hopes and dreams and her family. She said it was all true, but whoever told me about it, it wasn't her. That's why she wanted to talk to me now, so I would know the truth. She remembered how it used to happen every now and then a long time ago. She would have people tell her they talked to her online all night, but she knew she'd never spoken to them. And they'd tell her she was doing things she knew she'd never done. She was asleep or sometimes not even in town. Then they'd get weird or desperate. She remembered this one time when she was doing her math homework and a random guy messaged her with the solution to the problem. She was terrified, but she asked him how he knew her math problem. Was he spying on her? And he told her no. She asked him for help. She didn't believe him, so he sent her a screenshot. The message was from a day ago. She'd just gotten the homework that day. She said the worst it got was when she messaged a close friend of hers she saw online on ICQ. Her friend replied with,
"Who is this?"
She thought it was just a joke, so she said something silly. She didn't remember what. Her friend said she didn't think it was cool to be hacking Angelica's account, or if this was her brother, to knock it off. Angelica swore it was her, and her friend replied,
I know you're not Angelica, because Angelica's sitting right here with me.
She knew this friend wouldn't joke like this. She didn't have the imagination for it. Whatever it was, her friend really believed she was in the room with her. But she wasn't. Her friend always insisted she was there at night. She said Angelica was showing her her cool new homepage. The friendship fell apart after that because her friend got strange. That was the first she'd ever seen of the homepage, and she knew it was bad juju. I asked her if she'd ever heard of The Hole. She went silent for so long I thought we lost connection. She said she's still there, she just never expected to hear that again. There was this guy who used to harass her back when she was just about 12 or 13 on IRC. He called himself Holy Moses. He started off nice. He seemed to understand all of her problems and to know what she was thinking. At 12, that felt romantic, but she noticed weird things, like he didn't seem to have any life or personality. Any time of the day, he was always online and active, but no one knew anything about him. One day, he started telling her strange things, like, "Do you remember the 3 men dressed as bees at the Halloween party?" She didn't know what he was talking about. 8 years later, at a college Halloween party, she saw 3 men dressed as bees sitting in the corner of the room. They weren't doing anything, just sitting still and staring at the floor. Then they turned to her, and their eyes looked so black. She ran out of the party. Another time he told her, "You can drink and smoke, you know. You died in a car crash." It scared the life out of her. She briefly wondered if she really was a ghost, she said. When she told him to stop telling her things like that, he said there was a place she could go that was for special people only, and she'd never need to go anywhere else. It was a place on the internet that was infinite in all directions. She said she remembered him saying that specifically, and everything she needed would be there. It was called The Hole, and she just had to send him a message with the letter M to get there. She actually tried to do it, because things weren't going well for her, but she sent the letter N by accident, because her hands were shaking. Holy Moses went offline, and she didn't see him after, until 2010, when she got an email from the New Commandments at holymoses.com saying, "You coming?" If anyone was impersonating her, she said that it was most likely this person. At the time, she was so naive. Looking back on it now, talking to me, she said he was the creepiest person she'd ever encountered. Just thinking of him creeped her out and made her afraid he'd sense it somehow and come for her.
I don't know you, but I told you all this for a reason. What you're digging into? Be careful. There are a lot of very bad things hidden in the old internet. Things the Twitter and Tumblr generations will never see. And lucky them.
She promised we'd never speak again and bid me a good life before hanging up. I was left reeling. What she said meant whoever I spoke to for years in my teens, I don't even know who that person is. It was all a lie. And why? What's so interesting about me? I wondered how much else in my life was trickery. Before I could dwell on it too much, Ben called me back. He said he'd managed to track the server to a storage room in a sub-basement below his office. He was aware of the basement, but it was abandoned years before he even started working there due to ventilation and mold issues. It's just full of old IT crap now and some storage lockers. Someone had set up the server in a storage closet, and the closet itself was completely obscured by old computer equipment, probably for years. He figures that's why it was never found, meaning the server had been running under their noses all that time. When he gets in, he sees an old desktop hooked up to a landline. Beside it, he saw a notepad with "Please stop" written on it. That alone made him want to get the hell out of there. The whole place is covered in thick dust too, and his allergies were acting up. Somehow, the server is still running. He has to hook up a monitor and keyboard just to interact with it. One thing he said in passing really disturbed me. He said,
"The ironic thing is, the server was built with an auto shutdown date, and the date was the same day I was there to shut it down. Dude, it's like it knew I was going to be there that day."
He said after shutting it down, he went and told his manager all about it. Just a fun IT anecdote. His manager told him there's really only one man who could have set that up. Back in the early 90s, he said, a guy worked in the department they called Milky, 'cause his last name was Melk and he was really white. He was a little eccentric too. That had nothing to do with Milk, it just happened to be true. Then he had a burnout and he got a lot eccentric. It started with him pounding his desk. The manager at the time asked him if he was okay. According to Ben's boss, he answered with,
"There's no way out."
Then he heard Milky say something like,
"You think you exist, but you're just another part of it. Everything is just another puzzle. Do I exist?"
After that, the rest of the department started getting nervous around Milky. You just got bad vibes around him, the manager said. It got worse. Every day around 3 p.m., Milky started standing in a dark corner of the office, facing the wall. He'd mutter some things. The guys joked that he was at his prayers, but he'd always come away looking more upset than anything else. Once a new guy asked him if he was a Muslim, and he replied with,
"I'm sorry."
The guy asked what he was sorry for.
"It was telling me how your children die,"
he answered. Toward the end, before they fired him, he started telling them about how he found a place on the internet that wasn't made by humans. The guys joked that it was Skynet, but he said it wasn't created by machines either. It was always there. The internet just found it by accident. It showed him things he couldn't unsee. Ben's boss even recalled that he started to tear up. Ben's boss told him it was sad to see such a smart guy clearly losing it. Even though Milky was never caught stealing anything, equipment disappeared during his shift. Probably the equipment that went into the server. When they fired him, he told them that the secret place got into his head and that he'd sometimes wake up in strange places and had no idea how he got there. They never saw him again after he left that day. Ben said, after that story and that creepy gopher server, he straight up refused to look into the hole. I told him it really wasn't that bad and to quit being a wimp. That's when he said he hadn't told me everything. The server had a link up, through the phone line, to a really old webcam, one of those low-res webcams where the image updates every 4 seconds or so. It'd been running non-stop since '97. All the saved images just show the front of someone's house. The same house back in '97. He sent me some of the photos because he knew what it was. It was my house.
Why would this guy have been spying on you all those years ago, man? How did he even know you? It doesn't make any sense, and it honestly scares the shit out of me.
And here's what I told him. The thing about that webcam is, I just bought this house 2 years ago. That camera was pointed here before I ever moved in. It was just an astronomically improbable coincidence. At least, that's what it should be. But I didn't believe that's what it was any more than he did. The next day, I was still reeling from my conversation with Ben and the real Angelica. I ran it over in my head so many times, like maybe the police made a mistake, So, of course, I'd never spoken to this woman. She was the wrong Angelica. But no, I knew everything about her. Someone systematically deceived me for 2 years, and someone had been recording a house I wasn't going to move into for 20 years. And someone recorded me when I was a boy. What happened 20 years ago to cause all this? It was so insane. I started questioning everything. I felt like I was being watched constantly. I started to wonder if my mom remembered anything. She saw more than anyone at the time, naturally. When I called her up, she said she was expecting me to call. I generally didn't call during the week, so I asked why. She said because of my little prank. I grew concerned immediately. I wasn't pranking anyone. I tried to calmly ask her what prank. She said the 2 boys. They showed up with a note from me to let them in. They don't say anything or do anything. They've just been sitting there with their chairs pulled together in her kitchen, just looking at the floor. You don't recognize them at all? I asked her. She laughed and said no, but I think she was starting to realize I didn't know what was going on.
They're dressed in bee costumes,
she said, almost as an afterthought. I told her to calmly get out of the house and call the police, because I didn't have anything to do with this. She said she was upstairs. She'd have to go past them to get out. I told her to keep me on the phone until she got out. I listened carefully. It seemed to be taking forever. Finally, she said,
"They're gone. The front door was left open."
I told her to call the police right away and check in with me in a bit. While talking, I had absent-mindedly walked from my office to my own kitchen. The front door was left open. Not only was it locked just a moment ago, but it seemed like quite a coincidence. I closed the door and locked it. Then I looked all around the house with a kitchen knife in hand. I have a 1-story with a basement, so it was easy enough to cover all hiding places. Fortunately, there was nobody, so I tried to tell myself I just didn't close the door right. Until my neighbor came over and asked me if I was having a costume party. I said no. That's when he told me he saw 2 guys in bee costumes leaving my home. They just walked straight across the road and behind the neighbor's house into the woods.
How can they even see in the woods at night?
He asked. I picked up my mother and we went to the police station. I figured this one would be best in person. All these strange events barely seemed coherent, but I got the feeling it was all connected in some way. The police were baffled. They admitted someone was harassing me, but without more evidence, there was really nothing they could do. When we were making the report, my mom told me she was thinking about something just after this happened, because it struck her as odd.
Do you remember how you had this dial-up modem? And when you'd run it, you could swear you hear a little voice inside talking to you?
The way she said it, like it was nothing, sent a shiver through me, because I didn't remember that at all.
What?
Was all I could say.
Yes, you'd set it a go, and in all the beeps and pops, you said there was a little voice in there with a message. To me, it was a lot of crazy noise, but you made me get real close and listen. And you told me it was saying, "Everything's better in here. Abracadabra." Can't believe I even remembered that.
I told her I couldn't remember that. That sounds crazy, but she just gave me a blank stare. I thought maybe she was concerned, so I started to tell her about what was happening. The whole Angelica thing, so she'd understand. I was saying, "You remember that girl I used to chat with online in the 90s, Angelica?" She kept giving me a blank stare like she couldn't understand me, so I told her more. How I met her on the web ring my Fortune City page was on, and didn't she remember my homepage at least? She shook her head. What she said next scared me in a way I've never been scared before. She told me she got an internet connection after I left for college to email me, but before that...
We never even had the internet in our home.
I said she must have gotten hit in the head, because I remember distinctly all these experiences being online. Building my homepage, YIFNet, IRC, ICQ, all of that was when I was in high school. She flat denied it. She said she remembered, though, that I used to tell her I'd found a way to get into the internet without a connection. I'd have to call some number with my modem. Then I'd have to sit still at the screen for a few minutes, something like that. She always thought I was joking. Before Detective Terrio came to us, she looked into my eyes.
You should be careful on that internet, you know. A lot of bad things on there.
She rose to shake the detective's hand. I was grateful to get off the subject. The detective offered to have a friend in computer forensics take a look at some of the sites I'd reported, but he didn't have much hope. After I got home, I secured the house one more time. Then I got to work. The best lead I had at that point was this Holy Moses character, so I downloaded MIRC to see if I could find him in his old haunts. It had been a long time since I used MIRC. I barely remembered how it worked, and there were so many channels on EFNet it would take forever, so I decided to focus on channels that would have been relevant to Angelica back in the day. I just started asking in channels like @Gothic and @Vampires if anyone knew of Holy Moses or heard of him, but each time I mentioned him, the channel fell to almost complete silence. I didn't get a yes or a no. I got ignored. Sometimes users even started to leave the channel. I was about to give up and try another avenue when I got a private message from U472842. He or she told me I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. I asked him why. He said it doesn't come off well to them, whatever that means. He also said Holy Moses is just a bot. It's been around forever, never logs off, and is almost always idling for days at a time. I told him if that were true, why was everyone so reluctant to talk about it? I didn't want to tell him Angelica's story. I just wanted to find out what he knew. He said the whole thing weirds people out because nobody knows who built Holy Moses. Nobody, over decades, no one has ever claimed ownership, not even trolls. Nobody knows where it came from, or why it's there. It doesn't do anything, it's just there, he said. That's the creepiest thing about it. It's always just there. Legends had built up around Holy Moses, he said, like it was a government supercomputer monitoring IRC, or a ghost, a bot left running long after the owner died and his bank account kept paying the bills, but no one knows. It was just there. Users tried messaging it and it never responded. It never interacts in any channel. It offers no services. It has moments of apparent activity where it's no longer idle, but no one's been able to detect what it's doing during this time, except occasionally a change of channel, seemingly at random. He said there was only one time when it did anything substantial as far as anyone knew, once in over 2 decades, and that only made things weirder. I was typing out a message to ask this guy what it was because he wasn't saying, but just then I heard what sounded like my front door slam. I paused and listened carefully, trying not to even breathe. I didn't hear anything, so I rushed out to the front door. Nobody was there, nothing disturbed. The doors were all closed and locked. I chalked it up to nerves and went back to my office. When I got back, U472842 had sent me a message. "Where'd you go? Hope nothing strange happened." That was a little eerie, but I was focused on getting answers, so I ignored it and asked what it was Holy Moses did. He said, "Fine, I'll tell you." And this is what he said happened. In 1999, at 5 a.m. CST on November 21st, Holy Moses joined the channel Ornithology and made a series of short statements. First, deceive them at 7 a.m., empty it at 9 a.m., abandon them at 6 p.m., turn back at 9 p.m., and have it your way just before midnight. Then it went offline until January 5th. Why, he asked. Why be silent and useless for years, do that, and then never do anything after? Sometimes, when he really thought about it, he said, it gave him the serious heebie-jeebies. That was all he knew, or anyone knew, and he reiterated that I really shouldn't be looking into this and to just drop it. I thanked him for his help. I remembered a little more of what commands MIRC had after getting into the groove some. So I tried a Who Is on Holy Moses to see if he was out there. He was, or it was. It was on one channel only, Still Life. It'd been signed on for 16 days and idle for 3. Its ISP was showing only the letter Y. I was thinking about going to the channel and messaging him to see what would happen, but I suddenly got another message from U47284U.
I told you to drop it.
I know it's just text, but it freaked me out. I closed out of MIRC immediately and walked away. I figured it was just a nut trying to psych me out, and you know what? It worked. I continued to argue with my mother the next few days about what she'd said, telling her she confused reality with a Lifetime movie, but she assured me there was no internet in her house while I lived there. She said I had my floppy disks that I'd take home with me, but that was it. We went on arguing for a while before it occurred to me to ask, "Take home from where?" She said she didn't know. I'd go out at times and I'd come home with discs. I had a Sterilite tub full of them in my closet. None of them were labeled, so she didn't know how I had any idea what was on each one, but I seemed to know. She remembered how I'd dive into my bin and dig around through all the black discs and pop up with just the one I wanted. Generally, she didn't intrude on my privacy, she said. She just saw me do it a few times. Of course, I don't remember any floppy disks. Either my mother was becoming senile or I was losing my mind. Both possibilities were upsetting. My mom's a really good person. She'd had a rough time since my dad died a few years ago, but she was super caring. She didn't like to see anyone hurt, and she could see I was truly upset, not just trying to be right. So she gave me a big hug, and she told me I should ask Ricky. Ricky. I hadn't thought of him. Ricky was an old high school buddy of mine. Well, we were friends from grade 2 until we left for college. We just drifted apart after. I had him friended on Facebook, and we never talked. You know how it goes. She said when I'd go out, wherever it was I went, I usually had Ricky with me. We'd walk all the way across the bridge into town to pass our weekends. I decided to take her advice. I sent Ricky a message on Facebook. He wrote back really fast. I was surprised because I never see status updates or any activity from him. I asked him if he was free for a phone call. I was scared about having another internet-only conversation, frankly. Facebook said he was typing a reply for about 5 minutes without anything happening. I was wondering what the hell novel he was typing, then my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number. I know I never gave my number to Ricky, so there's no way it could be him, I thought. While I waited, I looked at my phone. Ricky started typing out periods over and over. I answered. The voice on the other end sorta sounded like Ricky, as much as I could remember, but like he was really far away on a beat-up CB. I don't know why, but it made me feel weird and uneasy. I said, I think we have a bad connection. He said it's the best possible, and that he knows. I was about to ask what he knows when he said,
alt.rec.birdwatch,
and hung up. I got a message on Facebook saying, nice catching up. He wouldn't answer anything I said after that. I asked folks I knew if Ricky was okay. Apparently, he was in a car accident years back and was mostly bedridden. I made a note to try to visit him someday. Anyway, alt.rec.birdwatch is of course a Usenet news group. I used to browse news groups all the time as a teen, mostly for the porn. I was surprised they still existed. Now I had to look up how to get to them. I remembered being able to do it through my email software, but apparently that's not a feature of Outlook anymore. So I looked up newsgroup readers and found one I'd used back in the day. Then I found some servers and started looking for alt.rec.birdwatch. When I finally found it, it turned out to be mostly British upskirt photography. I didn't understand why Ricky wanted me there until I saw a post with the header, "Remember the dog," and instantly felt clammy and cold. I didn't know why, but there was something to it. something I couldn't put my finger on. This is what the post read.
Everyone remember how sometimes you'd go in there and it'd be all dusty and no one was there, like it was abandoned years ago, but you could still go sit at a computer and get online. And remember how sometimes you'd go in and there'd be these people there and they were really weird and they'd just watch you like you were a rat in a maze. And sometimes they were in costumes. Anyone remember the dog? Sometimes there were no people and there was just this dog at the counter. I think it was a golden retriever. It never panted, but it watched. And sometimes it'd make you do things.
That was it. And that was enough. I was trembling and I didn't know why. It didn't look like anyone had replied to the message, and it had been posted 3 years ago. It seemed so out of place. I kind of started to remember. I remembered at least that there was an internet cafe in town. It didn't last long, like most internet cafes. It popped up around 96, 97 to take advantage of the internet craze and let people who didn't own computers experience the wonder. When personal computers became more common, they died a quick death. The cafe was popular with the teens in 96. It got stale after that. That's when something happened to it. It changed management or something. It changed. We tried going back just to hang out, but most kids didn't want to be there anymore. I had some friends who just wouldn't go, or say why, but Ricky and I would hang out there all the time. Why couldn't I remember that before? Maybe Mom was right all along. Maybe that's where I was on the internet. I replied to the newsgroup message with, "Why wasn't I able to remember?" It was a long shot since the post was so old. Then I started looking through the other posts to see if there were others like it. There were others like it. They were all vague, but I knew what they were about. I knew. Someone posted,
"Sometimes when we were hanging out, we thought we were there for just an hour or so, but when we came out, the whole day had passed, and when we talked about what we did there, we had completely different stories. Even though we were together the whole time, it was like an acid trip, and we were stupid kids, so we kept going."
The Egypt. That's what the place was called. None of these people would say its name, but I remembered it then, suddenly. That strange internet cafe just behind the post office where I didn't even realize there was commercial space before. The Egypt. Someone else posted,
"There was this one time when my friend dragged me along, and I didn't feel like being there. The owners, or staff, or whatever, weren't there that day. It was the dog. I don't like to think about it. Remember how it never panted? Somehow that sticks out after all this time. We weren't just goofing off, nothing special. When I looked over at my friend's screen, he was watching a live webcam of my bedroom, just staring at it. I'm thinking this is a dumb joke, but it pisses me off. So I told him that was weird, and I was not okay with the webcam in my room. He just said, "Something's going to happen." Gave me the heebie-jeebies. He wasn't joking, and it didn't even sound like him. Here's the thing that gets me most. I decided to leave, but need to piss first. On the way out, I go over to my buddy, and he's still watching the webcam. That annoys me, but worse when I look at the screen. Someone's in my bedroom, ransacking the place. Under the mattress, in the drawers. I'm ready to go home and get one of my dad's golf clubs. Then the guy looks right at the camera and starts taking it down. I saw the dude's face. It was me. No doubt about it. That was my face. How is that possible? You're thinking the webcam wasn't live, but it was.
Someone replied to that post with,
"When you were in the bedroom, did you try knocking on the wall? Someone knocks back."
Someone replied to that with,
"I did. He said he'd let me in, but there's no door."
In the sea of bird-watching photos and upskirts dating back to 95, that was all I could find. Took me all night. I closed it down. It was too much. I was psyching myself out. The next day, I had a reply to my post asking why I couldn't remember. It read, "You weren't meant to." I felt it then, that something really wrong would happen in that place, the Egypt. So I started doing some research into local records to see if I could find who owned it. They're public records, so it wasn't hard. I'd expected to find some change in management in the 90s, or where the place got sold in the 2000s. I expected wrong. It was purchased in 1980, and it had the same owner ever since. A company or organization called The New Way. It sounded like a cult. The weird thing is, that place was never used before the Egypt, as far as I know. In 1980, there wasn't really an internet, so who would buy a place and do nothing with it for 15 years, just waiting for the internet to happen? It all seemed too mysterious, plus there was nothing about this company anywhere. It's hard to describe how alone I started to feel at this time. I talked to some people in my life about what was going on, but their help was limited. That's why I decided to go back to alt.rec.birdwatch, if it was still there. At least there, someone might have been having a similar experience, so I made my post. I asked if anyone else had heard of The New Way. Then I waited. To my surprise, I got a call from Ben right after. He asked me if I'd done anything recently. I asked him to be more specific.
You must have done something because something happened,
he said. I still had no idea what he meant. He sounded strange. His words were just slightly slurred, and there was no accent anywhere in his sentences. Just a string of words, almost like a robot, but not quite. And it had that distant quality Ricky's call had.
Something's happening right now,
he told me.
I booted it up again.
Ben was just the most rational, bland guy. Something was definitely wrong for him to be acting like this. I asked him if he was okay. He said that I needed to check my messages. I asked what messages. He insisted.
Listen, you have to check your messages. They've been waiting for you.
The whole thing didn't feel right at all. I asked him again what messages he meant. All I heard was a little whispering sound, like... I thought I was losing him, but when I listened carefully and turned up the volume, I heard it. He was saying, over and over and over. I felt a pit in my stomach. I asked if he needed help, if there was anything I could do. He went silent for several seconds. Ben? Still silence.
Please!
He shouted so loud I dropped my phone. I scrambled to pick it back up with shaking hands, and then I called in a wellness check on him. I called the Guelph campus too, just in case. I didn't know what else to do. I'd never experienced anything like that. I checked my email right after to see if I had anything from him, but I didn't. I had no voicemails. The only other messages I could think of was ICQ. So I powered up the old computer again to check on my ICQ account. It's possible there was nothing. I just had to make sure. It took forever to load up, but there was a message waiting. It wasn't from anyone I recognized. The name on the account was Bernie Bush. The message said, Heaven, and there was a link to an MP4 file. I clicked it. The download box said it would take 30 hours to complete, so I just let it go. I tried replying to Bernie too, but ICQ alerted me that the account was disabled. I also couldn't find any results on any search for such a person. I don't think Ben would ever make a fake account like that, but how did Ben know about the message? I got contacted by someone from Guelph University campus security later that day. They asked me when I'd last spoken to Ben. I told them he'd just called. They said he hadn't been to work in a few days and has not been answering the phone. I was apparently the last one to hear from him. They recommended I file a missing persons report. I asked if his family shouldn't do that, but the dude just snorted, so I made the report over the phone to the Guelph PD. I was pretty worried about the guy. I hoped he was okay. I also hoped his disappearing had nothing to do with anything I got him involved in. The next day, I got an email replying to my newsgroup post. I recognized the address. It was the same person who posted about the dog. She said I needed to call her urgently and provided a 800 number followed by what looked like a license plate number, 472 BMT. When I called, I got an interactive menu system for a training supplies company. When I listened to the options, I got the idea that 472 BMT might be able to navigate the menu, so I pressed each of the numbers in the order she said. The system said I was being transferred to account specialists. I heard someone pick up the phone.
You're starting to remember, aren't you?
A voice said. I think I gasped. She said she couldn't talk long, so I had to just listen. She wanted to tell me something that might help me. She said she started remembering about a year ago. She remembered the sessions in the Egypt. They preyed on vulnerable, misfit kids. Whoever came there got introduced gradually to this website called The Hole. Once they showed it to us, we had to sit there and study it, solve its puzzles, but it'd change us. That's what they always said. She didn't or not, but it's what they were all about.
I think we're still in the hole,
she said. I tried to ask her what that even meant, what she was talking about. She had already hung up before I got the chance. I tried calling her back, but the menu options didn't work anymore. I was more confused than ever. I felt like I didn't know what was real anymore. That's a terrible place to be, and trust me. All I was sure was that I'd come into something very wrong when I was a teen, and it was coming back. I didn't know why it took a vacation or what it wanted. I just wanted my life back to normal. After that, I suddenly remembered the video file I left downloading on my old computer. I checked it and it had completely downloaded. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was, but I played it anyway. I knew what I was looking at as soon as the video started. It was footage of inside the Egypt. It had been a long time, but it hit me fast. There was no timestamp. The footage was grainy and the tracking was off, but I knew it. It looked like it was from a corner security cam. There we all were, sitting at our computers. Strangely enough, our backs to the monitors. We were staring at a wall. I spotted myself in the group. We just sat there, staring ahead. Nobody was moving or saying anything. I couldn't make out what the computers were doing behind us, but we weren't touching them. What were we staring at? What were we doing? Why would I do this? I couldn't remember these events at all. I was the only one that ever looked away from the wall. I kept glancing over behind the bar. It was hard to tell, but I think I was afraid of something. I looked frightened. I tried to make out what I was looking at, but the tracking lines were in the way. When they faded a little, I was able to make it out. Someone was standing there in the shadows. Whoever it was, at that moment, turned to look right at the camera. It's like they knew I was watching. I know that's crazy, but it creeped me the heck out. I shut the video down there, and I don't plan to open it again. After that, I kept researching the new way, because there had to be something to it. I was able to find a record that mentioned the owner's name, Bernard K. Bush, the same name as on the ICQ message. I looked for obituaries, white pages, anything that could lead me to him. I didn't think to look for missing persons cases, but I stumbled on one anyway. An old homepage asking to help us find Uncle Bern. I emailed his niece, presumably from the address listed asking for more information. The page was made in the year 2000, so I didn't expect the email to work, but it did. I got a reply the same day asking me how I knew Uncle Bern. I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to go with honesty. I told her more or less what was going on, leaving out the parts that would make me sound delusional. This is what I got back.
I'm going to put this all in one message because I don't want us to have to talk again. Uncle Bern was a good man. He used to be a rabbi. He raised me after my parents died in an accident. He was good with electronics. He thought computers were the future. That's why he called his company The New Way. He brought up all the commercial space he could afford with his inheritance, all over the country. It was more than he could handle, so he just rented it out. Life was good. He kept selling computers in his little shop. I helped when I got home from school and on weekends. He kept bees, and I helped with that too. Really, life was good. Until he married Connie in 1994. He met her during a visit to Europe. He said she worked in the same orphanage she'd been raised in, and nobody knew much else about her. She was a strange woman. She didn't like me. She was into things that scared me. I saw her make a homeless man cry by staring at him. Animals would go quiet when she was around. Sometimes she'd hide under my bed for hours, waiting for me to go to bed at night. And when I did, she'd slide out and grab me. I'd scream, and she'd walk away like nothing happened. She didn't laugh or say anything. It wasn't a prank or joke. It was something else. I didn't understand. I still don't. I started sleeping on a beanbag chair in the basement after that. She'd often go into a corner of the room and whisper to someone. There was nobody there. No phone or nothing. She'd even get mad at whoever it was. Then she'd go back to knitting. She was always knitting something. But the things she'd knit were useless. Gloves with 3 fingers. Socks, but she'd seal up the ends so you couldn't wear them. I didn't hate her. I was scared to death of her. I don't know why she made Uncle Burns so happy. I remember the day she started pressuring him to turn his rental spaces into internet cafes. She told him the internet was the real future and would outlast computers. She'd say, "We are the internet." She made him get it at home, even though it was really expensive then. She had him go to this website she said didn't really exist. I remember that, because it always made me nervous when she talked about it. Uncle Bern asked her who made it. She said she had no idea. Nobody did. She found it already made, just like everyone else. She told him it called to her. It called to everyone like her. At the time, I thought that sounded flaky. Now it just gives me the creeps. Uncle Ben changed after that. They spent a lot of time on that website. I don't understand it. There was nothing there. I looked over their shoulders and it was all blank. But they saw all sorts of things. And when the internet cafes started opening, more people were involved. It was strange. They would sit and stare into space, and strange things would happen. Like, I could swear I heard a voice in my modem when I'd dial up, and when I listened, it was saying, "It hurts." I decided it was all in my head. Another time, I got an email asking, why wasn't I able to remember? I don't know why that message upset me so much. 20 years ago, but I remember it so vividly. One night, when I was alone with Uncle Bern for once, I told him I wish things would be like they used to be. He said that's what everyone wants, but it can't be. He leaned in close and whispered, "It talks, tells us things." He told me about how, this is strange and I didn't understand it, but I'll try, how human beings are set to be obsolete and they need to upgrade for the new era. He said Y2K, if you remember that, wasn't going to affect computers like everyone thought. They'd be fine. It was going to change people. Either you evolved or you wouldn't like what's coming. I didn't dare tell my Uncle Bern that this was crazy. I couldn't hurt his feelings like that. But I knew something bad was going to happen. He and Connie went off to open their internet cafes all over, and I left home for college. Uncle Bern kept in contact until 1999. Then he just disappeared. Connie, too. I know some bad things happened around those internet cafes, but it's not Uncle Bern's fault. Please don't blame him.
I had plenty more questions, and I sent them to her. I never heard back. That's getting to be a real motif in my life, but at least she gave me some answers, and it all led right back to the hole. It had to be the same mysterious website, just had to be. I figured if I ever wanted to know what was going on, I'd have to go to the hole myself. I pulled up the instructions Angelica sent me on how to get there. I can't say I felt like I was doing the right thing. I didn't. I felt ass over tea kettle wrong, like there was something really terrible just off screen in my memories. I knew it was there, but I couldn't see it. So I welcomed the interruption when my phone rang. My neighbor was calling to tell me that the man in the bee costume was back. He said the man was standing in my front yard. I walked over to the window and peeped out. It was nice and toasty inside, but I felt my whole body breaking into goosebumps. He was there, under the streetlight, looking right at the window with his insectoid eyes. I asked my neighbor how long he'd been there. He said he called as soon as he saw it and that I should hang up and call the police. I started to do that, but there was no point in calling the police. As soon as I hung up, he walked across the road and into the woods. When hanging up, I received a notification on my phone of an email from Ben. There was no text, just a video file. I played it right away. It started with him speaking to the camera. He looked scared and like he hadn't slept in about 2 days.
I went into hiding,
he said, his voice shaking.
Things just got too weird. Little stuff at first, then one night, like 3 a.m., a group of people I've never seen before knocked on my door. I didn't answer. I watched them through the peephole. They didn't move. They didn't knock again. They didn't try to look in the peephole. They just stood there, staring at the door. They didn't look homeless or crazy, just people. Normal, everyday people. I called through the door that they had the wrong address. They started laughing, loud, fake guffaws. Then they silently walked away. Then I started getting calls where all I would hear is a man growling like a dog on the other end, and a few growly words like why and abracadabra. It must have really gotten to me, man, because I started having fits. I don't know what I do during these fits. I know I upset a lady at the grocery store. Whatever you got me into, it's bad juju, like KGB, Illuminati bad.
He pointed the camera away from himself to a computer monitor. When he was turning, I recognized the notepad on the desk, the same one from his description. He was in that basement storage locker, with the gopher sight. I'd thought he'd shut that thing down. There was an image on the screen, updating every few seconds, but this one wasn't pointing at my house like before. It was inside.
Watch,
he whispered. With each frame update, I saw a new shot of the inside of my house. First the kitchen, the hallway, my office door, the door slightly ajar. The door opened more, entering my room. Me sitting at the computer. I could hardly breathe. I turned around slowly, expecting to see someone there, but the video wasn't live, of course. When I turned around, the webcam was just a black screen. Because of that, I was able to make out the timestamp. It was tomorrow's date. I'm sure someone just fiddled with the date, but that only made it creepier, if that's even possible. Now I had video evidence of breaking and entering, except nothing to say who did it or why. I was losing confidence in the police altogether. The last thing Ben said on the video is that he went ahead and traced that link I gave him to the hole. He was able to get a specific address. I knew the address he gave me very well, because it's the duplex apartment I grew up in. That didn't make any sense. Still, I knew if I wanted to know what was happening, that's where I'd have to go. My hometown is far too far from where I live now. I moved to go to college. It's about a 4-hour drive away. My mom moved to be close after my dad died, so I rarely have a reason to go there. I heard from Mom when they decided to abandon the duplexes. For whatever reason, they couldn't sell or rent them anymore and didn't have the budget to renovate, so the town government is just letting them rot. When I first heard the news, I didn't care. I try not to get sentimental, but preparing to see the place again, where I had so many memories, it got to me. The days of watching He-Man in my fuzzy Star Wars pajamas, the days of watching X-Files with Mom, the days of lying in bed all summer reading UFO books. Of course, I realized it'd just be empty space now, nothing in common with those memories other than a floor plan. These feelings vanished soon after I arrived. I was able to sneak in through the living room window in the back, just like I used to do when I'd get home from school and realize I forgot my keys. The moment my feet hit the linoleum floor, the music started. It was low and distorted at first, so I couldn't make out what it was. It didn't matter. Someone had to be in there, and that someone knew I was there. I waited for a sound other than the music. Nothing. I felt a little more courage, so I started walking towards the stairs. The music got louder, but no less distorted. The tune was familiar, though. I went up the stairs slowly. That's where my old room was. By the time I got to the top, I knew what I was listening to. Early in the Morning by Vanity Fair, an oldie, and it was coming from a grimy old radio propped in front of my bedroom door. That was odd, because the same song started playing again when I reached the end. What radio station plays the same song twice in a row? I switched the radio off. Doing that, I realized telegraphed my exact location. I broke out in a cold sweat for a moment, waiting for something to happen, but all I heard now was a buzzing from in the room, like a beehive. I noticed my name placard was still on the door. Other people had lived there after Mom left, I'm sure of it. Either those people chose to leave my name on a door in their home, or someone had put it back. Either way, it was weird. I opened it. I didn't, and still don't know how to react to what I saw inside. The room had been set up to look exactly like it did when I was 10. Not like it did after I left for college or even just before, like it did in 1999. Down to the details. The Halloween lights around the desktop, Fangoria posters on the walls, my old Mr. T pillow on the bed. Someone had to have known my room in intimate detail to have done this. It was insane. Me, my mom, and Ricky are about the only ones. But there were some details that were off. At first, that was comforting. Then, the more I thought about it, they seemed intentional. Like on the Candyman poster, it said it starred Tiny Lister instead of Tony Todd. And the wall was painted with the same style of stucco, but the color was a shade or two off. Things like that. They were everywhere. That was more troubling to me than the recreation itself. It's like it was recreated in a bad dream, or it all meant something. I found where the buzzing was coming from, at any rate. It was the computer. It was running. I sat down and activated the screen. Like the rest of the room, the desktop was a faithful snapshot of 1999. Every icon just as I remembered. I couldn't find anything running out of the ordinary. It was like being transported to the past. That's when I noticed the one thing out of order with my desktop. An icon way in the corner almost off the screen called Milk and Honey. I never had such a file, I'm sure of that. I started moving the mouse up to it. I felt strangely afraid to open it. Before I could, the radio started blasting early in the morning again. My heart almost stopped. I looked behind me, expecting the worst. Nobody was there. I got up to switch the radio off, but it was still off. I checked the batteries and there were none. That's when I realized the music wasn't coming from the radio. I don't think it ever was. I wanted to get out of there. I felt fear before. I don't think I've ever known what dread feels like before then. Not really, but I had to find out what Milk and Honey was. It loaded a Telnet connection. I hadn't seen one of those in a while. The connection worked, because in a few seconds, an ASCII mountain filled the window. I waited and waited for something to happen, but nothing did. Just the mountain. I tried submitting some inputs. I even wondered if the connection died. I was going to retry, but I got a call from Detective Terrio just then.
"Are you alone?"
he asked. I thought that was strange, but I told him I believed I was, but I wasn't sure. He asked where I was. I told him. He said I needed to get out of that house slowly and calmly, get in my car and drive back to him. His voice, I knew that sound. It was controlled panic. Something was definitely wrong. I was ready to listen, but I told him I wanted to know what was going on. He said he had a gut feeling about something and decided to check back with Angelica to make sure everything was okay. Everything was not. He said that girl he'd put me in contact with 2 weeks ago was not Angelica. They had no idea who that woman was because no one's been able to find her. The home she was in was apparently between renters. Nobody lived there at the time. All they found left behind was a script detailing what she was supposed to say when she spoke to me. I was speechless and confused. I just readjusted my thinking to believe everything with Angelica was a lie, and now that the truth about the lie was also a lie, did that make the lie true? But it got worse. Detective Terrios said he contacted Angelica's family again and asked more questions. A lot more. She had every message I ever sent her printed out. Pictures of me, a map of my hometown, a doll. He said in some of the pictures I was clearly sleeping. Did I know of any such pictures? I couldn't speak. He took my silence for a no, and he was right.
There's more,
he said.
But you have to get back here now, calmly.
I thanked him and prepared to do just what he said. That's when I noticed more had happened on the Telnet screen. There was a question up. Are you alone? Is that you? I asked, but the detective had already hung up. I didn't really think it was him anyway. I just hoped. I responded in the Telnet client that I believed I was alone. As soon as I did, sounds started coming from the computer speakers. It came out slow and garbled.
This message is a warning, transmitted by Dilitons after 2100. Break this device, shut it all down, get out, save yourself.
I had no idea what it meant, really. I only remember it because it kept repeating, so I was able to record it. Other than that, I couldn't find anything strange on the computer. I unplugged it from everything anyway, just in case. I got up, ready to calmly exit like the detective said. I would have been okay, I think, but I saw something. Something that froze me in place. There were strands of dark hair flowing from under the bed. I just kept staring at them. Mentally, I needed to make sure I was seeing right, that it wasn't just threads. It was dark in that area after all. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I realized I wasn't just looking at hair. I'd been looking right into someone's eye for half a minute, and whoever it was had just been staring right back the whole time. I screamed and I ran, jumping several steps at a time out the front door. Sure, it wasn't my proudest moment. What matters is I lived. I don't know who that was. I didn't want to find out. Knowing I was being watched that whole time, it still felt like that eye was on me. That pretty much ruined my memories of that place forever. There was just one other thing to do in town while I was there. The Egypt. I don't know if I disconnected the whole by unplugging that computer, but I still had to face the Egypt again. When I got there, the parking lot of the post office was completely empty. I parked in back, in front of the filthy old windows that used to be an internet cafe. I didn't even have to break in. The glass in the door had already been busted. I just had to reach in and unlock. My hands started tingling as soon as I reached in. I kept expecting someone or something to grab my hand. When I got in, I was shocked to see it hadn't really changed at all. Computers everywhere, a sign-up sheet on the counter, and no one there. I started hearing some low voices. As soon as I did, I looked around for a place to hide. The voices continued, distant and muffled. It took me a moment to recognize my own voice. It was the conversation I'd had with Angelica. The part where she told me about being seen in places she'd never been. It was coming from one of the computers. I got closer to it and I could see someone was up on the screen. I knew what it was right away. The animated skeleton gifs and links to conspiracy theories and Heaven's Gate. Yeah, it was my homepage, the one that was deleted almost 2 decades ago. I never thought I'd see it again, but why? Who put it there? On another computer, I saw a video of a middle-aged couple staring into the camera like they were watching me, and a little girl peeking over their shoulder. The woman said,
"It chose you."
And the man was shaking his head slightly. He looked frightened. Another computer started playing a song. I recognized the sound of Vanity Fair again. Hitching a Ride. That made it click. I'd just walked into a trap. I had to get out, but I couldn't. These people started coming inside. I hadn't even heard them approaching. A middle-aged woman with long black hair, well-dressed. An older businessman, it looked like. A rough-looking homeless guy. More and more people crowded in without saying anything. They were moving towards me. I tried talking to them, but their faces were blank, emotionless. They didn't seem to hear. I ran into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. It had a simple turn-the-bolt lock, so I locked it. I pulled out my phone to see if I could get the police, but there was no signal. I started hyperventilating and had to catch myself against the wall. That's when I remembered the story about the guy knocking on the wall. Maybe there weren't bricks on the other side. I knocked for a hollow spot, and when I found one, I started kicking a hole in the drywall. I tore the rest of the hole open with my hands. There was a space back there. I used my phone's flashlight to look inside. The space was about 2 feet in width to the brick wall. I stepped inside. There were tons of floppy disks stashed in there. It was crazy. I heard those people breathing outside the door. They weren't trying to open it or beat it down. They were breathing heavily against it. Then I saw something moving under the door frame. I thought it was a finger sliding underneath, maybe trying to grab a shoelace or something, but it was too pink, too wet. It was a tongue. One of them was licking under the door. That scared me enough to go deeper into the space, stumbling over pieces of sheetrock, but there was nowhere to go. While I waited for something or anything to happen, I noticed 2 things. One, written above the hole I just made on the inside, the hole had been painted. The other, it wasn't sheetrock I was stumbling over. It was bones. I don't know how long I sat there. Suddenly, the breathing sound stopped. A few minutes later, Detective Theriot burst into the bathroom. The door splintered at the first thrust. Those people could have gotten to me if they wanted to. The detective said no one was out there when he arrived. While he escorted me out, I saw all the computers were gone. The guest book, all of it. But the bones and floppy disks were there and very real. He said we'd have a lot to discuss. After I got away from the police station, I came home and settled down to try to relax. Anything to rest my nerves. Just as I settled, I got an email notification on my phone that said, "Please look," and provided a link. I didn't recognize the number, but since the link was to a Guelph University page, I figured it was Ben. The link brought me to the webcam that Ben found weeks ago on the Gopher server. I was regretting my decision to trust it already. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? The frames kept updating, but nothing was happening. Until, with one update, I saw the trunk of my car was opening. When the frame updated 4 seconds later, the trunk was fully opened and someone was hanging half out. I guess I was mesmerized because I just kept watching, waiting for the next frame update. Whoever it was, he was standing at my door. I went to my front door and looked out the peephole. No one was there. I looked at my phone again to check the webcam. Someone was, or should be, standing right in front of it. Maybe it was something that happened in the past? I looked through the peephole again, and it was blocked. I took a moment to realize I was looking right into someone's face. An awful, hate-filled face. I took my phone with me to the office and locked the door. I heard my front doorknob rattling and then open. I knew I'd locked it. Whoever it was walked in purposefully right to the office like they already knew where I was going. I didn't have much confidence in the lock. I expected the door to fly open immediately. Instead, I heard a weird, distant voice, just like when I spoke to Ricky. It was like the weather radio tuned to the wrong frequency.
"Why did you leave?"
it asked. I called 911. I heard the operator pick up, but I couldn't speak. The door opened and this person walked in. His face was hazy, but it was familiar. He had some kind of weapon. He forced me to get on my computer and go to the hole. He walked me through each step. I didn't have a choice. I did it. After all these years, there it was. The same bland page that seemed to do nothing, but I could feel it like fingers poking in my brain. It was like I was still in my office, but that guy was gone. So were other things. I could see things that were always there, but weren't really there. It was all the same, just a little different. I was still on the phone with 911, I realized. I tried to tell the operator that the man was gone. Nothing I said was coming out right. I kept telling the operator that I saw... I saw it. And the operator was telling me,
"That's the captain. He's a jackal, and he's not happy with you."
You ever heard
afraid of freaking?
Someone asked. It was disorienting, but I knew right away I was looking at Ben, and I wasn't in my home. There was a guy standing with Ben that I didn't recognize. I asked if I was in Guelph and how I got there. He assured me I was in a motel in my hometown. He didn't trust technologically facilitated communication anymore, so he came all the way to talk to me, and he introduced his associate as Milky. He'd found him holed up in a Catholic commune in rural Ontario. They said I was in serious danger. Milky spoke then. His voice was slurred. He was aware of it because he apologized for it. He went on to tell me what happened to him. He said he'd been part of this hacking community for years. Nothing for profit, just good old-fashioned mischief. They especially liked dicking with fringe and religious groups. They started on IRC. When the World Wide Web became the thing, they migrated to a web forum. One day, a hidden link appeared on the forum. Other members tried to scrub it and insist that no one touch it. One of the guys on the forum, one of their oldest members who fled the Soviet Union back in the 70s, said he knew what it was. It was studied before, and it was never, ever supposed to be available to the public. He'd seen what Stalin could do, what murderers could do, and he wasn't scared. That was life. This thing scared him. It sounded like a put-on. Milky said this guy had a healthy sense of humor, but the guy swore it was real. He said it started way back when the first computers were being networked. The electrons and other particles that are brought together and herded about in making these connections leave empty spaces of nothing where they were. It's like an anti-net. And the more and more we connect all over the world, the more this emptiness grows. And what's so scary about that? Someone on the forum asked, and he replied, just because it's empty space doesn't mean there's nothing in it. He wouldn't elaborate on that, no matter how much they tried. He'd only tell them he'd seen it for himself. Milky figured the guy didn't want to make them curious about it. That failed. He was very curious about it. More than ever, so he clicked the link. He remembered being disappointed by it because it was just a blank page, but after clicking it, he started to notice strange things happening. He lost track of time. He'd be told by acquaintances that he'd done things he had no memory of doing, or even that he couldn't have done because he was doing something else. This one time, he heard his dogs barking. It was 3 a.m. He got up to see what was going on. The dog was standing in the entrance to his living room, just barking non-stop. He expects to find a mouse cornered in there, but he said he remembered being so startled. He tried to scream, but no sound would come out. 2 men in business suits were sitting on his couch. He immediately thought of a mob hit, but it's Canada. What mob? He turned on the light. They didn't flinch. They looked like normal businessmen. They were staring at the floor, drinking Capri Sun. He told them to get out of his house or he'd call the police. They just got up and left. On the way out, one of them said, "You asked us to come and sit here." He never saw those men again in his life. Another time, he called his brother in Vancouver to wish him a happy birthday. They had a pleasant chat and he hung up the phone, went about his business. About an hour later, it hit him like a punch in the gut. His brother died 2 years ago. He always called him on his birthday. He just did it so reflexively that when he got an answer, it was like old times. "Who the hell was I talking to, man?" he asked. His stories sounded a lot like the ones the fake, real Angelica told me about when I talked to her weeks ago. So either I was speaking to the real Angelica then, or maybe this wasn't the real Ben and Melk. I guess I couldn't be sure about anything anymore. At least it was less scary to believe they were real. During that time, he said he kept checking the hole. He wanted to figure it out. He thought it was controlling him. He didn't remember the things he saw when he visited, but he said the old Soviet was right. It wasn't empty. When he saw in there, his brain wouldn't let him remember. I just wanted to know why all this was happening. Ben stepped in. He said there's only one way he can think of for this site, if it can be called that, to influence a mind that way. It has to be electromagnetic emissions. It must somehow be able to read them off of us and produce them as well. It's a technique that was experimented with as a form of freaking, but never with biological systems. As to why, he didn't think there was any purpose. It was just there and did what it did. It was the antinet. It introduces emptiness, division, and chaos instead of connection. That's just a byproduct of its existence, and its existence is a byproduct of the internet, like angry Facebook arguments are a byproduct of the internet. It was never supposed to be something you could just navigate to. It was theoretical, a thing a few computer scientists knew about. Somehow, someone leaked it out there. It was all over. It was buried on the Heaven's Gate website. It was buried on the Heaven's Gate website, hacking forums, occult sites. The fringe of the internet is where it moved. That was a lot to take in. I'm not sure how much of it I really believe. On top of that, apparently several hours had passed since the man made me click the hole. I suddenly remembered what the 911 operator said to me. "Who's the captain?" I asked. Milky was shaving when I asked him. His hand stopped moving. I saw in the mirror tears forming in his eyes. He was visibly shaking. "Captain Meat, from the hole. It looks kind of like a dog." Then he went back to shaving like nothing happened. Later, I thanked Ben and Milky for saving me, for risking so much, really. Especially Ben, and for trying to warn me with the link to the webcam, but both of them denied ever sending that text. They asked to see it. They couldn't figure out where it came from. They checked the link to the webcam too. It still worked. There was the front of my home, my car with the trunk still open. We watched it for a few frame updates before Ben noticed someone was in the trunk. It was dark and grainy, but that was definitely someone in there. And I shuddered when we all agreed that whoever that person was, they were looking right at the camera, or us. We turned it off. I woke up in the middle of the night a few nights later. We decided we didn't want to keep paying for the motel, so we were crashing with my mom by then. She was happy for the company. She was obviously worried about me. She said I had to get a grip and not let my life slip away.
"Just solve this thing,"
she said. It was weird. It wasn't the sort of thing my mom would say. Anyway, I woke up because I was hearing whispering sounds. You'd think louder sounds would wake you up, but no, the whispers are the worst. I listened carefully, tried not to move. I wanted to hear where they were coming from. It was a two-way conversation. I couldn't make out any of the content, though, just a word here and there. I got up slowly and looked towards the corner of the room. That's where I thought the sounds were. It took a while for my eyes to adjust. When they did, I saw Milky kneeling in front of one of the electrical sockets. He'd whisper something into it, and then turn his head and wait, and whispers came back. He saw me looking and said, "Some trick, huh? I guess it was ventriloquism? But why do that alone in the middle of the night? 'Cause he was crazy?" I got out of bed and went out to the kitchen for water. I could see someone standing out on the front porch through the kitchen window. Figuring Ben couldn't sleep either, I went out to ask him if Milky was really okay, because he didn't seem to be. I flicked on the outdoor light and stepped out, but it wasn't Ben out there. It was Milky again. He tried to tell me something about constellations, but I walked back in. Something wasn't making sense. There was no way he could have gotten out that fast. Some tricks, huh? I went into the living room. The TV was on. It was the episode of Seinfeld where George finds a doll that looks like his mother. That made me uncomfortable, so I changed to another channel. The program guide said the 9th gate would be showing. I always liked that one, but instead of the 9th gate, it was the 10 Commandments. Very different movies. Only one number off, though. Seeing Heston's Moses posturing with the Egyptians struck me. I never did get to speak to Holy Moses. I let myself be distracted, chased off, or both. And everything happening just seemed to be getting more and more filled with coincidences and connections that weren't adding up, or added up too well. Which is the same thing, if you ask me. I started up Mom's computer. It still ran on Windows XP. It was Dad's computer, and she didn't like change. I had to download MIRC. As soon as I did, I connected to EFNet. This time I was going to talk to him. He wasn't hard to find, just a who is, and there he was in @H1N1. He was the only one in there, besides me. Not a lot of bird flu fans, I guess. Before I could send him a message, an email notification appeared on screen. I guess Mom had it on auto start. The notification caught my eye because it said it was from Detective Theriot. Subject, information request. I shouldn't have, but since it was from the detective, I felt it had to concern my situation. I clicked on it and read,
"As we discussed, here is the documentation on the dental records with the doctor's signature."
The attached document was about the skeletal remains found in the Egypt. I felt a sudden wave of horror because I thought I knew what was coming. Dad's bones somehow got in there, but I was wrong. They matched the skeleton up to my dental records. Mine.
"I don't know who that man is,"
he went on,
"but he is not your son."
That was just absurd. I knew my own mother, for Pete's sake. I thought about deleting the email, but that wouldn't do any good. Then I started piecing things together, wondering if maybe I really was dead, or maybe I was an imposter, and that's why I had memory lapses. Then I remembered I was just about to message Holy Moses. Why did something always happen when I was about to message him? It had to be a trick. I went back to IRC and sent Holy Moses a message. "Who are you?" No response. I got a sudden message from U47284U. "Do you know where your mother is?" I ignored him. I sent another message to Holy Moses. "Do you know what's going on?" No response. U47284U messaged me again. "Are you sure she's okay?" I took a chance on what I remembered from Angelica's story. I sent Holy Moses a short message. The letter M. This immediately triggered a file transmission, which I accepted. It was a video file. It downloaded in about 5 minutes. If Holy Moses was as old as they claim, this video would have taken a day or two back then. The video was called freedom.mov. Milky came in from outside, stood a few feet away from me, and stared at me. That was unnerving enough. Then the pantry door started to open. Ben stepped out. He had to have been sitting cramped in there all that time. He also stood still and just stared at me. My mom came in from outdoors. Why was she outdoors and where? She joined Milky and Ben. "What's going on?" I asked them. They didn't speak. I felt the tension in the air and the assurance that something would happen. The suspense and stillness was getting worse than anything they could do to me. My heart was beating so fast, and I had been hearing a dripping sound for a minute or two without paying attention. Too much was going on. Now I looked to where the sound was coming from. I saw fat beetles crawling out from Milky's sleeves, over his hands, and dropping to the floor. What was going on? I think I was so afraid I couldn't feel it anymore. Slowly, I grabbed a loose USB dongle, attached it to my phone and to the computer. I'm surprised that old computer could read the phone, but it did. While they stared at me, I transferred the video file to my phone. I unplugged the dongle, took my phone, and ran to the bathroom where I locked myself in. I heard feet shuffle up to the door and stop there. I turned on the shower to drown out sound and then started watching the video. The webcam being used was severely damaged by the looks of it, but I could make out a very sickly-looking older man. The audio was distorted, and I had the shower running, so I had to start it over and up the volume. The man said he'd been trying to warn me. The dilaton distortion from the hole allows him to send messages during brief windows. If I'm listening to this, he said, I am in the hole and have been for a while. Other things are also in here. While he spoke, I kept hearing screams in the background of the recording. Some sounded closer than others. He said these things don't want me going anywhere. I need to get out before it's too late. He knows, he said, because he's me. The last thing he said before the video ended abruptly was,
"The birds and the bees."
I couldn't leave through the door, so I pulled up the blind to leave through the bathroom window. I almost shrieked when I saw my mother's face pressed up against the window. I was trapped. I thought about pushing through anyway, but I couldn't hit my mother. I could hit Ben or Milky if I had to, but not my mother. So I took the door. Nobody was there. That just made me worry about where they really were. I stepped outside and still nobody there. I hurried to my car before Mom could come around from the back. Then I heard rapid footsteps. Ben was running right towards me from way down the street.
"Stop hurting me!"
he shouted. But he didn't look in pain. He looked in a rage. I got in my car and started backing up. When he got to me, he was pounding on the window, still screaming. I drove straight back to my home, leaving them all behind. The only explanation could be that I'm in the hole, whatever that means, because there was no other way Ben and my mom would act like that. But when did that happen? And what does that even mean anyway? Before I even stepped inside my home, I knew something was wrong. Waves of something, just bad, pure bad, were hitting me. I opened my front door. Everything looked normal. I started turning on all the lights, and I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer. And then I saw them. 2 men in bee costumes sitting on my treadmill, looking at the floor, not moving, almost like they were stuffed, or forgot they were there.
"What do you people want from me?"
I said. I kept a tight grip on the knife. They stood up. Then they both looked down the hall toward my office. I followed their gaze, but saw nothing down there. After a few seconds of wondering what they saw, I heard the song start. Early in the morning, while I was looking down the hall, they were already heading out the door. I decided to follow them because whatever started that music gave me a worse feeling than them. As I stepped out the door, I'm sure I heard a dog growling behind me. I followed them across the road and into the woods. I turned my phone flashlight on to be able to follow them. It was like they could see in the dark, the way they navigated the woods. The deeper we went, the more uneasy I became. They just seemed to keep going and going. The deeper we went, the more I started to hear birds. I never even thought of it before, but I hadn't heard any birds for a long time, weeks at least, or locusts or any springtime sounds. The more I followed the bees, the more I heard the birds, until they got loud enough I figured we must be under a massive collection of nests. I kept following them until it got too loud to bear, and then it sounded like machinery, like elevators. There was a machine, hidden out in the middle of nowhere. I followed them inside, and then... And then I was back in my office, sitting at my desk, slumped over my keyboard. The corner of my mouth was wet. I must have blacked out. I picked myself up. It felt like I was just waking from a deep sleep. The room was bright with sunlight. I could hear birds chirping up a frenzy outside. My screensaver was on. When I shifted my mouse just to see what time it was, there was an email from the globetrotter.net Angelica. It read,
"Pretty intense, huh? You can spend the rest of your life in there."
I sat disoriented for a while, before realizing I had to urinate, eat, and drink. When I had done those things, I looked around my home for clues. The knife I'd taken was back where it belonged. My old computer was put in its box. I called my mom to ask if she was okay. She didn't remember any of the events from the previous night. That's I handle extraterrestrial objects at NASA. Up until now, I've been analyzing various rocks and materials from space, with my next big project being analyzing soil samples from Mars. Over the years, the excitement of handling items from space had worn off, and my job was reduced to a simple routine I had to set up for examining and recording the features of everything that was brought to my desk. Recently, I was given a smooth piece of metal that had apparently been found floating in orbit by the folks over at the ISS. When I first examined this hunk of metal, I was intrigued by its seemingly man-made shape, like it was deliberately created by someone and launched into space. It was no bigger than a small, sleek laptop charging brick and had smooth, rounded corners like pebbles in a river. It was an interesting find, and I was a little excited to examine this object. I was surprised that it being man-made wasn't ruled out, because there's a very low chance that this device was naturally created. I was turning it over in my gloved hands when I first realized that it had a small slit on the left side. My heart rate began to quicken. Slipping a piece of paper into the slit caused the entire drive to start morphing. The metal began to melt away like chocolate and molded into a different shape entirely. Now, there was a simple circular hole on that side that, upon inspection, seemed to be endless, as I only saw a dark pit no matter how hard I looked inside. I backed away from the device as I realized that I was working with technology so advanced it was beyond our understanding of physics and chemistry itself. This needed to be taken to the higher-ups immediately. Somehow, through the whole process of getting this out of space and onto my desk, no one had realized that this metal exterior hid technological components inside. It also explained why this hadn't yet been taken away by shadowy government organizations. The device had stopped moving and lay still on my table as I stared at it. On one hand, I knew this was well beyond what I could deal with. On the other, a strange curiosity urged me to investigate it just a little further. Perhaps I could find out what it did. It took me hours to get beyond that development. Every time I pushed something through that hole in the side of the device, it would promptly begin to reshape again, until the hole closed in around the inserted object and matched exactly to its shape. It would then whir for a few moments, seeming like it was examining the object, and then spit it out completely, with the metal reshaping into the same original slit. I was getting more and more worried as time ticked. My face felt hot and my hands clammy. I was about to call my boss to hand this over to the higher-ups before I got in trouble when I got a crazy idea. After pushing everything from pens to metal rods into the hole, I decided to put in a simple USB-A connected cable into the hole. It was a random idea, possibly inspired by the fact that the last thing I had in my drawer was that cable, and it was the only thing I hadn't put into the device. As soon as I put the connector into the side of the device, it began to conform to its shape and whir once more. A loud beep filled my entire office. The machine didn't reject the cable and instead kept it inside. My heart began to beat in anticipation as I plugged the cable into my personal laptop. I jumped when the laptop identified the device as a hard drive. It was simply named GSA Drive. I opened the drive, and inside I found one file in a folder. The file was a simple PNG image which depicted the logo of GSA, and under it revealed what the acronym stood for: Global Space Agency. I didn't have time to ponder over the existence of this organization, and instead backed out of the image to click into the other folder, fueled by curiosity. It took me a moment to register the size of that folder. The entire folder was 6,000 petabytes. I quickly called my boss and explained what I had found. He didn't seem to buy it, but promised he'd come as soon as possible and take the device off me. Somehow the fact that I was about to lose this device made me want to dig in just a little further before I gave it back. I knew I was digging my grave, but an urge to know what was inside had overtaken me. I clicked back and quickly checked the hard drive's capacity. 10,000 petabytes. My stomach twisted into knots as I realized that this small hard drive had a capacity more than the modern internet. Only curiosity lured me in and enticed me, My want to explore this drive overtook the growing fear and anxiety that was building up in the back of my mind. I should have handed the drive to the higher-ups and let them deal with it. Much of the folders inside the main folder contained thousands and thousands of files that were all unrecognizable file types. My computer was unable to open or process any of them, and as far as I knew, these file formats did not exist. I found more images of various devices, vehicles, and weapons that seemed impossible to build and defied the laws of matter. However, I didn't have to look far to find a folder titled Hear Me. Inside, I found an audio file that details a disturbing and horrific notion. It explains the existence of the drive and why it's here. I'll play the audio for you so you can hear it yourself. File name. Message from 2299. I don't know who you are or which timeline you exist in. I don't know what date it is for you, and I don't even know if you're a human. As you can see, this is a desperate attempt at making contact. The past needs to know of our mistakes so they can be avoided. Throughout time, humankind has learnt from history, but never from the future. This is, I guess, a learning opportunity to not go down the same path we went. During the year 2050, there was a second, you could call it an industrial revolution. I'm assuming you know of the Industrial Revolution since you have the technology to be hearing this message at all. This Industrial Revolution was a revolution of technology, a massive technological boom built up by the decades of innovation before it. It was a time in which different discoveries from the previous decade came together and allowed us to redefine our devices forever. Soon enough, self-driving cars were replaced by a network of teleportation hubs that broke you down to the very atoms and rebuilt you on the other side. Not to say there weren't accidents, but medicine had advanced to such a degree that death had become a concept of the past. Several thousands of people began to live as minds on humanoid robots in the first few years of this technology's development. Quantum computers were replaced by cybernetic chips. Our own buildings evolved into smart skyscrapers that extended to the brink of the atmosphere. We didn't even spare the oceans, as they soon filled up with skyscrapers and underwater cities. When humanity finished conquering the Earth and rid it of all its other life, they realized the mistakes they had made. Several countries began to destroy cities and build them underground instead to encourage a natural environment on the top. It wasn't climate change that killed life. No, that was realized ages ago. It was the rapid loss of habitat as the population extended beyond the Earth's holding capacity. The only animals and plants that were left were farming necessities that humanity needed. Unfortunately, they could not form a complete ecosystem, and so the environment continued to suffer and break with no solution in sight. So, humanity took to the stars. In a short span of 100 years, all of the planets in the solar system had been terraformed. From the hot desert of Mercury to the icy oceans of Jupiter's moons, people had found a way to live there. The populations continued to expand throughout those years, and somehow began to exceed the capacity of the entire galaxy. What many people didn't realize as they terraformed planet after planet is that they could not create life. They could not build the environment that they had destroyed back on Earth. I was one of the few self-proclaimed space explorers. Like the sea explorers back in the days Earth was Earth. Our job was to find more livable planets that could be terraformed quickly and efficiently. We didn't have the technology to terraform every planet, but planets like Mercury took a lot more time and energy to transform because, after all, we couldn't literally move the planet from its orbit. Given another century, though, I doubt we wouldn't be able to do it. Experimental wormhole technology had gone into development a couple of decades earlier. Space vessels with this form of transport built in were given to anybody who wished to explore space alone, millions of light years away from the closest human. These ships could construct wormholes to another given location in space and pass through them, skipping millions of light years of travel in the process. Just like that, humanity once again began expanding through the observable universe like cracks slowly forming in glass. We encountered no other life form throughout our exploration and believed we were truly alone. until I visited Croton 42A. The planet had deep blue seas and continents full of strange animals. They seemed to be early in their evolution, not yet intelligent. When my ship first landed on the planet, I quickly realized that the atmosphere matched that of the original Earth, rich in oxygen. The planet was an exact duplicate of Earth. In the vastness of the universe, statistics had created a similar planet. I was far, far away from the closest space station. There was no way for me to communicate my find. I didn't explore the planet any further, careful not to disturb the environment and avoid any other possible intelligent life forms that I had not yet seen. Instead, I collected samples from the area that my ship had landed in and promptly left, making sure I sterilized my entire spacesuit in the sterilization room. I took the samples back to the closest human settlement, and after that, news spread like wildfire. I became somewhat of a celebrity, a legendary space explorer who had found a utopia for the wealthiest of people, and had most importantly, found more life in the bleakness of space. It wasn't just me that went right back to the closest human settlement, though. Something had survived the sterilization chamber and came right back with me. It had spread across my entire spaceship and to every person I had contacted. It jumped from person to person and spread quickly. Throughout all these decades of innovation and advancement in technology, we had forgotten one thing. When humanity began to take over the planet, they also eradicated all bacteria and viruses, effectively making sure no one would ever get sick. Medicine advanced too quickly for its own good, and with this growth, it left a gaping hole in itself. A simple virus from a planet millions of light years away began to conquer us, just like we had done to the stars. Just like we had built large networks of heat and light energy converters around the stars, this disease began to surround us. In the first year, half of the entire human population died. The symptoms were simple. The patient's skin would begin to slowly turn blue as the days passed. When the skin had turned completely blue, it would shrivel before the entire body would be unable to hold water. The patient would die a sudden death from dehydration. Whole settlements collapsed into anarchy as people fought for food and resources. Military groups formed and attacked in mobs, stealing resources and food. Wars erupted across the intergalactic utopia humanity had created for themselves and brought buildings to the ground. Nothing could stop it from spreading. We didn't even know how it spread. It seemed to do it through all ways possible. Scientists studying patients began to die, and there was just no way to study the virus without becoming infected yourself. The wealthiest of people began to buy out expensive spaceships to quarantine in, but they were soon attacked as all order collapsed. For a few short months, the chaos and war lit up whole planets like fireworks in the sky. With our advanced weaponry, humans became desperate, animalistic versions of themselves, scrounging for supplies and food while all carrying the virus and transmitting it everywhere. Throughout all of this, I remained alive. I didn't show a single symptom, and somehow the virus had just passed through me. I took my ship and moved away from major human settlements to protect myself, while still listening in to broadcasts and messages from everyone. I watched digitally as entire human settlements went empty and infrastructure began to decay. The population had shrunk until it was confined to just one planet, Earth, the only planet that had not recorded a case of this virus. A small government had protected the planet amongst all the intergalactic chaos. The people on Earth thought that was the end of it, that they had somehow survived against all odds, and that it was up to them to rebuild the intergalactic empire that we had formed. A mystery case stomped on those ambitions and eradicated the rest of the population. After days of not getting a single broadcast or message, I realized that I was possibly the last of my kind in the empty, hopeless vacuum of space. I visited the abandoned colonies, desperate to find a single human being other than myself, but all I found were the bodies that the virus had left behind in its wake. I have somehow not become infected yet. The virus had spared me, and at the same time, sentenced me to death in the loneliness of the stars. As this century ends and a new one starts, an entire era begins. A new era without humanity, an era in which all our settlements will begin to collapse into dust until there is no mark of us left in the universe. Sometimes I wonder, what if that's what had happened to all the other life? I returned to the planet that the virus had originated from and decided to spend the rest of my life there. Even after taking my spacesuit off and breathing in the sweet, fresh air, the virus won't infect me. I'm somehow the only one immune out of the trillions of people that succumb to this disease. Before I end my miserable existence, I've tasked my ship's AI to record and deliver this message on my ship's main hard drive. It will open a small wormhole and try to send this into the past, a technology that I have personally been working on myself ever since the whole human race went extinct. My ship's AI helped me greatly, and I was able to hopefully achieve what all of humanity hadn't yet: time travel. If you are hearing this message and the date is somewhere around the early 21st century, it means that my time-traveling wormhole succeeded and that I have long since died. Well, in your time, I don't even exist yet. Please, spread this message around as much as you can. Give it to everyone. Learn from our mistakes. Protect the planet. Take care of it. It is the only home we have in the deadly, inky black sea of stars. My eyes were brimmed with tears as I finished hearing the message. Deep down, I knew it was genuine. I told my boss I was joking with him and took the hard drive for myself. I'm sharing this message here before it's taken away and hidden. If it really is true, then it may be the only chance we have. Hello everybody. This story is another one by author TJ Lee. Some of you may remember a few stories of his that I've done, and if you liked that video, you should definitely go check out the book on Amazon. You can pre-order it now, and it comes out on Halloween. And TJ's been a really good friend of the channel for a while, so I just wanted to take a moment to let you all know about that. And this is another story by him. I'm going to be posting the theme song that I wrote for this story on my music channel. I don't have a name for it yet, but it should be up there either tonight or within the next few days. But yeah, let me know what you think of this video, and with that said, enjoy the story.
Would you mind telling me what happened?
Are you sure? It's a little long-winded. I know how you hate things that go on and on.
Well, the way I see it, we have all the time in the world, given the unique place we're in.
The unique place? Where are you referring to? You smiled.
Everywhere.
Never underestimate the lengths someone will go to fulfill a lifelong desire. As I sat in my room with my list of essential items, as dictated by the book, I contemplated how I'd even gotten here some months prior. It's astounding how just one piece of information, one decision, one solitary but powerful emotion can push a person to places that they'd never thought they'd go to. But here I am, wrapping up the head of a deer in delicate parchment paper, careful to ensure that it's folded 47 times, not 48, not 50, 47. The blood soaking through the bottom and giving it a crimson hue that paired well with the beige. Beside it sat a serrated hunting knife, the bone of an elk, the skull of an owl, 2 incisors from a bear, and a small mixing bowl with various herbs. All given without resistance or pain, as the book dictated. I carefully placed them into a burlap sack, tightened it, and placed it in my hiker's backpack before donning my winter gear and getting my dog, Bastion, before heading out the door. I knew I may not ever come back again. The doorway, said to be guarded by the mythical Lord Janus, has been referenced in many cultures and across the millennia by scholars. What lay beyond it, of course, differs from person to person. Treasures, curses, God itself, you can take your pick. Some say the door manifests to wandering travelers when they least expect it, offering them whatever their heart desires at the cost of something unseen, likely their sanity or an empirical value they would have no way of knowing about at the present moment in time, like an unborn son. Others postulate that it appears to only those chosen by the gods, with the right blood and belief system in place. But the most scintillating of practices and rumors are the ones found in the Book of Gnomes, that, after a decade of tireless searching, had finally come into my possession at an auction. They gave the most likely of answers to the location of the door, one steeped in ancient human culture: offerings. Written sometime in the 8th century and translated largely in secret during the Dark Ages, it contains the secret of England's woods and the ancient creatures that dwell within it. To my benefit, an entire section was focused on anomalous entities and locations, like the doorway. Before we go any further, I feel I should be forthright with my reasoning for spending 10 years of my life looking for ways to access this possibly fictitious door in human folklore. I feel I owe you that explanation before taking any more of your time, though, for the sake of what is going to unfold, I'm going to keep it simple and ask that you trust me. I believe there is something beyond the doorway that houses a treasure greater than any riches, something that would change my life irrevocably, and I'm determined to find it. I traveled some 100 miles south until I got to what we call the New Forest. The name belays the ancient nature of the land. It's been there for well over 12,000 years, even as recently as the Iron Age some 2 millennia ago. These forests were there, watching and proliferating as man grew and expanded, becoming the resting place of royalty who died in battle. Now, if you visit it, it's regarded as a national treasure. Great swaths of trees tower against the sky the deeper in you go, blotting out much of the sun's rays, hiding its greater secrets. The darker places of the forest were where I had to traverse, my golden retriever Bastion bounding on ahead, eager to be in such a large space, and likely excited to run after any donkeys, horses, cows, or even deer that he might spot.
Your paces must exceed 700 as you travel into the heart of the New Forest, following its great veins to the hidden source. Eventually, you will come upon a rock face that has been untouched for untold millennia, with a moss growing across its left side. Upon the light of a new moon, this is where your offering must begin.
Beneath, a small phrase etched in a scratchy black font that stood apart from the rest.
All is well, but a blackened seed has taken root. We must unearth it.
Sure enough, my Fitbit indicated I was at 836 paces and following a large trunk barely hidden by the underbrush when the great rock face came into view. Grayed and towering, the moss only growing on the left side like a birthmark. I knew I'd found what I was looking for. I put a bookmark on the page, setting down my bag and knowing I had another hour until the sun would fully set. I decided to check the area with Bastion before sitting down and preparing myself for what was to come. They say you can't exorcise your demons, but you can sure as hell learn to make peace with them. The first time I caught sight of the other was when I was a child of about 5, sat playing in front of the mirror and chanting away to my reflection. I suppose in a child's mind, those kind of irregularities are met less with immediate horror and instead with curiosity. As I looked closely, I noticed my reflection tilting its head ever so slightly more than I was, the eyes widening in understanding as it perceived me while I perceived it. I stopped blinking, taking in more of its features as the skin tightened and stretched across the jawline, causing deep crevices in the sides as it became gaunt. The hair, once matching my own brown curls, fraying and thinning out as the skull expanded. My mirror was set in a way so that the door to my bedroom could be seen, and as my heart began to beat faster, the door opened up, and a figure stood in the archway, blinded by the light. I had no perception of who it was. My mind simply went to parent, and I watched as it pointed to my reflection, to the other me. whose head was still tilting down at a horrifying angle, practically snapping under the weight of its own insistence to keep turning. Then, without warning, it smacked against the glass, a horrible cracking sound that I can still hear to this day. That action finally broke my stare, and the haze faded away as I screamed, turning to my door and expecting my mom or dad to ask what was wrong, but the door was still shut. Mom came in soon after, soothing me as I talked about the bad man in the mirror and assured me it was just a dream. But from that day forward, on certain occasions, I would catch glimpses of the other changeling in the mirror, always watching, always wanting out, and the doorway behind him permanently opened. The sun had to set, and I unzipped my backpack, unfurled the burlap sack, and took out the book again, Bastian sleeping by my side and still gently gnawing on his favorite stuffed animal.
Once you're in front of the rock face, you must apply the power of man, starting with that which provides us all life.
Next to it, the image of a door and another inscription.
There's something amiss, but you can't quite place it. Something is burning. Can you hear the crackling?
I took out the hunting knife and sliced my palm, letting the blood flow freely as I drew the outline of a door as instructed and bandaged my hand up when the job was done.
Next, the strength of the Wanderer with which to provide balance and sustainability. How much have these bones seen?
I affixed the elk bone at the side, acting as the hinges.
Follow with the incisors of the bear, the constant force of nature, always seeking to grow stronger. Now his strength is your own.
The incisors acted as decorations for the door, a macabre but poignant accessory to make it stand out.
Then, the wisdom and foresight of the owl, a great predator who sees all. What did they see when they gazed upon you? Will they provide you a handle with which to grasp your truth, your destiny?
The owl skull. I placed it to the right, acting as a door handle, my access.
Your offering must be left in the center. Janus's beast beyond the door must be placated, for while it is blind, it is not dumb. Show it respect, and do not gaze upon its entry. Turn your back and wait until the light of the moon shines on you. This will be your sign to proceed.
I unwrapped the deer's head and did as instructed, leaving it in front of my macabre door of bone and blood before taking Bastian and going for a walk. If this didn't work, you could classify me as a psychopath and lock me up for all I cared. After all, I had no plan forward if this failed. There are many moments in even the most mundane person's life that they can point to as the best, the worst, and life-changing. I certainly have a few that stick out. The difference is, all of mine are linked to the other. The first time I made the connection was at the age of 7, the playroom mirror long since relegated to the attic, and a built-in wardrobe mirror in its place, not that it mattered. In the middle of the night on a hot summer's eve, I awoke to the sound of soft tapping against glass. Even with these occasional bizarre experiences, I was terrified by the notion of someone tangible outside my bedroom window, some stranger danger situation. It took me a few minutes to finally open my bedroom curtains, only to show nothing there. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I caught sight of my mirror in the moonlight reflection. The other was sitting there, cross-legged, and tapping away with a bony, dirty fingernail. I don't know why I always succumbed to its whims in the first instance. Maybe there was something mesmerizing about the way it lured me in. Maybe these things have the innate ability to suppress our fears long enough to strike, but all I know is I obeyed the tap and walked over, sitting down in my Buzz Lightyear pajamas and observing the other me. His were of Woody, tattered and frayed in places, large bags under his eyes and sallow skin, but a far more humane appearance about him. Perhaps he wasn't trying to scare me? He took his nail away and simply observed me, yellowed eyes taking in every inch of me and frowning as he saw my pajamas did not match his own. But no sooner had he expressed his disappointment, he switched to something akin to joy, smiling with rotten teeth as he pointed to the bedroom door. That sinking feeling you get when you miss a step on the stairs immediately hit me as my Nana walked through the doorway. Great light still rippling through it, she stumbled in an awkward manner as if she'd hurt her leg. It was only when she bent down to look at me that I realized why. Tears in my eyes and screaming as I backed away from the mirror like a cornered animal and ran to my parents' bedroom. Nana's eyes were rolled into the back of her head. The left half of her once jovial face dropped as if pulled down by tenterhooks, tongue lolling out of her mouth and blood pouring from her eyes, nose, and ears. The very next day, we got the call. Nana had died from a burst aneurysm in her brain on the way to the bathroom in the middle of the night, roughly around 4 a.m. Instantaneous and without suffering. In layman's terms, she died from a stroke. I avoided my mirror for years after that. Bastian nudged me out of my medication, his soft nose getting under my arm and demanding head pets. Can't say I blame him. He's downright adorable. I don't think I'd have made this journey without him by my side. We sat there for a little while, enjoying the calm serenity of nature and the enjoyment of each other's company as my mind idly wandered while he wagged his tail, grateful to get his best friend's full attention. But the quiet serenity of the woods was not to last, broken by three things in quick succession. The low hum of something stirring underneath the ground, something large. The birds, insects, reptiles, and mammals all scattering from our area as if knowing something was coming. The sounds of a great oaken door being opened after a long absence, hinges creaking under the strain, and the low hum turning into a drone, not dissimilar to the growl of a great beast that stalked the lands long ago. From my position, sitting behind a log and facing away from the doorway I'd created,
I'm submitting this story on behalf of a friend of mine who experienced this terrifying and traumatic event. I will relay the story from his perspective. To provide some background, I'm a 21-year-old guy living in what I call medical housing. Basically, in this small village, you're either an elderly person or have severe health problems like I do, but can still be somewhat self-sufficient. Each resident has their own cottage, 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms. Mine was the former. The incident took place 2 weeks ago. While I was at social hour with a few of my fellow residents, they mentioned hearing some strange knocks on their doors and windows at night. One resident even claimed that someone tried to twist their doorknob. Luckily, she had the door locked. Since we weren't too far from another neighborhood, everyone assumed a couple of kids were causing trouble. Our village didn't exactly have or need much security, or so we thought. Fast forward a few days later. I had my regular physical therapy and must have forgotten to lock one of my doors. Even during the pandemic, we're a tight-knit community, so if a stranger tried to sneak in, someone would notice. When I got home, I was exhausted, and I took a long nap. I woke up to my neighbor from across the street, Vicky, entering the cottage to help me set up my feeding machine and breathing apparatus for the night. She's a sweet, motherly woman who used to be a nurse. During her visit, she went over to the furnace to turn it on, but didn't twist the dial much. That's strange. Your heat's not working. It's gonna be cold tonight, and you need to stay warm. Why don't you come stay with me until maintenance fixes your furnace tomorrow morning? I was still quite groggy from my nap, so I didn't think twice about what she said, until I saw the look on her face. We both have a background in theater, so I could tell when she was acting. Despite being nervous and puzzled, I just went along with it. All of my necessary medical supplies and equipment were gathered and ready to be packed up. Vicky worked quickly to help me and supported me as I walked to the front door. She seemed to be walking a little too fast, but I was too tired to say anything. While we were doing that, I heard a strange noise from my walk-in closet. I didn't think much of it and figured it was my cat using his litter box or playing with his toy. When we entered her cottage, her husband Frank set up the extra bed, and that's when she revealed the truth to me. While Vicky was grabbing an IV from the cabinet next to the closet, she caught a glimpse of something. There was a dark figure crouching in the closet. She didn't want to startle me as I could have stopped breathing because of my condition. I felt nauseous. For all I knew, that person could have been there the entire time I was at physical therapy, or during my nap. Vicky, realizing that I was disturbed, hugged me and said, "Don't be scared. Frank and I will be in the bedroom. If anything happens, call out. Frank's got a gun, and we won't let anything happen to you." I was too exhausted and disoriented to inquire about someone calling the police. I just assumed she would take care of that. But the story does not end there. Later, I woke up to the sound of tapping on the bedroom window. Lo and behold, there was a man standing there. I'm not sure how tall he was, but I'd say he probably was around 6 feet if I had to guess. "I see you in there. I'm coming in, one way or another." I was hooked into the treatment machines, immobile, helpless, and absolutely terrified. Immediately, I was yelling for Vicky and Frank. "Get your gun now!" I heard Vicky yell. Frank was a retired police officer and can still be pretty intimidating. As they rushed in, Frank pointed his gun at the window where the man was still lurking. "Get off my property or I'll blow your brains out, you nutcase!" he yelled. Vicky helped me get up, and we both entered the master bedroom, where she locked the door behind her and pulled me into the walk-in closet. At this point, even while hooked to the oxygen supply, my breathing became irregular. Fortunately, Vicky was able to console me and regulate my breathing before I passed out. A few minutes later, Frank knocked on the bedroom door. After Vicky let him in, she called the police. The guy wasn't just tapping on the window now, he was practically banging it down. Vicky immediately called the cops. Since they frequently passed by our village, it didn't take long for them to get there. When the police arrived, they found cracks on the spare bedroom window where the intruder had been pounding on it. However, the man had disappeared by the time they got there. I was terribly shaken up and still having trouble breathing. There was no way I would be sleeping in that spare bedroom now. That night, Vicky stayed with me in the master bedroom, providing comfort and assurance until I fell asleep. The police contacted the medical housing staff the following day regarding what happened. Since then, security guards have been hired around the clock. They are also working on enough money to build a gate and essentially turn this establishment into a gated community. A few days after the incident, Frank installed security cameras and alarms in my cottage and in his. This is an unexplained event that my dogs and I have experienced multiple times. For some context, I live in a very isolated part of the Midwest, meaning that not a lot happens around here besides farming or the occasional small-town drama. To my knowledge, there have been no killings, witchcraft, or anything to provoke a strange event. Following this experience, I have researched for years, and I still have not come up with an explanation, so here it goes. A few years ago, my dog and I were in our back garden. I was picking some cucumbers and pulling weeds. We live by a forest that I usually love to go hike in whenever the weather permits me. As we were leaving the garden, I heard a strange sound coming from within the woods. It sounded like an animal at first, but as I got closer, I realized that my dog was extremely on edge, ears perked up, showing her fangs. She has never done this before, and has always been an extremely passive dog. As we walked closer to the forest, we heard what sounded like heavy, labored breathing. It was exaggerated, like someone was trying to pull a prank on me. I walked down the path for about 20 feet into the woods, and the noise surrounded me. There is no distinguishable point of origin, not above, nor to my left or right. It was as if this raspy, exaggerated breathing was inside my head. My dog had her tail tucked between her legs and was looking extremely nervous, so we booked it out of there. As we left, I could still hear the breathing until we got back inside. The rest of that night was uneventful. Fast forward to almost a year ago. My dog from the previous incident had passed away, and I currently own a new dog. I had completely forgotten about the incident, until the day that I was metal detecting around our property for some screws I dropped. As we made our way through the trees, my dog stopped and looked in the exact same spot that my other dog did a few years back. It was daylight, so we would have easily seen any large animals. Out of pure curiosity, I ended up metal detecting around the area to see if anything was there. What I found was confusing. There were these strange pieces of iron buried next to each other about a half-foot into the soil. Next to them, I found 3 of my small model paint jars that I had thrown out the previous week. This was alarming, given that we do not have any raccoon problems around here, and we have security cameras on our property, meaning that if someone was digging around in our bin, we would have been immediately notified. I remember bagging the paint jars before, so there's no way they would have slipped out of the waste bin and ended up all the way out here. This made me feel as if I was being targeted by something. I still have no answers, but something tells me that the heavy breathing I heard outside of my house a few years back is connected somehow. So, what do you think? I would describe myself as a loner during my high school years. I would often play video games, keep to myself, and not socialize with anyone outside of a few friends. One day, my friend, who I'll call Charlie, told me that he was having a sleepover at his house on Friday, and I agreed to join. When Friday came, my parents drove me to his house. Charlie and I headed straight to his basement and played some Call of Duty until around 11, when his mom told us it was time for bed. I woke up at around 2 a.m. to hear a thud above me, as if someone was stomping on the floor above us. I tried to wake up Charlie, but his subconscious told me to fuck off. I tried to go back to sleep, but I heard another loud thud above me about a half hour later, followed by heavy footsteps. I heard the basement door slowly creak open. I decided to hide in the closet, behind some coat hangers. After a while of waiting, I ended up dozing off. I would say I woke up around an hour later, to the sound of heavy breathing. I looked up, and what I saw next sent chills rushing down my body. At the base of the Cumberland Plateau. Some background information before I start. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I live in a very rural part of Tennessee, at the base of the Cumberland Plateau in the Appalachian Mountain Range. It's so remote that I can't even get internet hooked up at my house. I have to use mobile data if I want to access the internet. Despite how remote it is, I do really enjoy living so far out in the country, and I expect that I always will. My boyfriend and I have two very protective dogs, Roxy and Cracker Jack. We also have grown up around firearms and know how to use them. We genuinely felt safe being alone in our isolated house. We have a 2.5-acre property, and our closest neighbor is over 3 acres away, so no one has any reason to bother us and come on our land uninvited. This happened to me back in late November. I was enjoying my night off from work as a caregiver, while my boyfriend was working late, and would not be home until 2 or 3 in the morning. This didn't bother me, as I've stayed overnight at my house plenty of times alone in the past 2 years. I decided to go to bed early and wake myself up in a few hours when my boyfriend got home, so I would be awake to greet him. I climbed into bed with both of my dogs and fell asleep. Around 1:30 in the morning, my bigger dog, Roxy, started growling deeply at the bedroom window and woke me up. I tried to get her to hush, fairly certain there was a coyote or something roaming around our yard, but she suddenly started barking extremely loud. I hear something crash and fall outside against the bushes by my bedroom window. Roxy bolted to my bedroom door and started scratching it, still going crazy and barking while trying to get out. I quickly get up out of bed with my other dog, grabbed my loaded revolver from under my bedside table, and opened my bedroom door. Roxy sprints to the front door and starts clawing at it, like she's going to break it down. I paused and thought for a second before opening it. If it really was just an animal out there, I didn't want my dogs loose to sprint after it into the darkness and possibly never be seen again. I decided to look out the window that was beside my front door and get a sense of what I was dealing with. What I saw more than shocked me. It honestly scared me. There was a man, wearing jean shorts and a white tank top, running away from the house, heading towards the road. I didn't know if I should release the dogs to chase him or call my boyfriend or the police. After a moment, I decided to call the local sheriff's department. I explained to the dispatch lady what had happened, making sure to mention to her what the trespasser had been wearing. The dispatch told me that they would send a deputy out to my area immediately. She asked me if I wanted to have them come by my house so that I could make a report. I said that I did. After I got off the phone with the dispatch, I called my boyfriend and told him everything. He immediately said that he was leaving work and coming home. When he got home, he took a flashlight and the dogs and started looking all around the outside of the house for any traces of the intruder. He didn't find anything, except for the damaged bushes underneath our window. We waited for nearly 2 hours for the deputies to arrive, but they never showed up. I didn't receive a follow-up call of any kind either. In the days that followed after the incident, my boyfriend came to the conclusion that it must have been one of our shady neighbors that lived a couple of miles up the road from our house. That may very well be true, but what bothered me the most was of all the places the stranger may have tried to enter the house, he chose to try to get into my bedroom window, where I was sleeping. If he was just looking to rob us, why hadn't he tried to enter through the front door, or the garage or back porch? And also, all my neighbors know that we have dogs, and it seems like this intruder wasn't aware of that. I may just be paranoid and jumping to conclusions, but I don't think this guy was interested in robbing us. I think he may have been up to something much worse. I have a coworker named Paul who was in the Navy back in the 1970s upon the USS Shreveport. We got to talking one day about the perils of being at sea, and how in some instances, the weather can be the least of your concerns. Paul explained while being stationed on the transport ship, the crew used to be paid in cash every other week, which I found strange as they couldn't exactly go anywhere to spend their money, and food was provided. He told me that the sailors would predominantly use their earnings to gamble, and playing cards was the usual method. There were a few individuals on board who acted as loan sharks, and during the week in between payments, would loan out cash with high interest rates. Paul worked as a cook in the mess hall. He was acquainted with another man in his division. We'll call this man Jack. Jack was constantly behind on his debts to the loan sharks. Keep in mind, there was no place on board the ship where the loan sharking sailors couldn't find you. And it's not as though you could seek help from the officers. Jack finally fell so deep into debt, he wasn't going to be able to repay what he owed. And once back on land, the debts were nullified. But the men he owed money to weren't about to let his balance go unforgiven. Every day aboard the ship, the crew would be lined up for roll call. One morning, Jack wasn't in his designated spot. He would never stand there again. The entire ship was searched, but no trace of him was ever found. It's only speculation, but Paul believes that Jack met a grisly end and was thrown overboard. What better place to dispose of a body than over the side of a Navy vessel at night? An investigation was conducted. The crew was questioned, but no proof of foul play was ever uncovered. It was concluded that one way or another, he ended up in the water, and it was ruled an accident. The problem with that theory is that aboard every ship, regardless of the weather or time of day, there's a watchman stationed at the stern of the ship, keeping an eye on things, watching for anyone who's fallen overboard and calling for help. For that poor soul in the water, that vigilant sailor, is their one and only chance for rescue. And if they fail to spot you, you're as good as dead. It's entirely possible that the watchman did not see Jack as he floundered in the waves, but the far more likely scenario was that he was already bound and unconscious or dead before even hitting the water. It makes you wonder how many countless bodies have been tossed overboard, claimed by the sea, and forgotten by history. Let me start off by saying that I'm 5'2", 130 pounds, former military. I may be a little bit on the small side, but I don't scare easy. I got hired by a security company working the graveyard shift. I had a specific routine I had to do. Points to hit with a magnetized wand. Keys to unlock doors and gates at specific times. Nothing that I couldn't handle. I was already a bit of an insomniac, and driving helped to clear my mind, so the job was almost ideal. After training on a new route for a few days, I was ready to hit it on my own. This specific route took me to the edge of the city, where the warehouses met the country. There was no traffic, and very few light posts. Even the cell service was a bit sketchy. I didn't understand why, but the guy that trained me was part Native American, and didn't care much for the route. I soon understood why. The company cars we drove were hybrids, which were very helpful because I didn't have to stop for gas at all during my route. My night started off normal. I picked up my keys from dispatch, checked the vehicle, and hit most of my points on schedule. I had my work phone and my personal phone in the cup holders of the vehicle, and my giant flashlight on my hip. I made my way to the outskirts of town to hit my next checkpoints. I exited the highway and didn't notice anything unusual. No traffic, no people. The area was dimly lit and quiet as usual. I pulled around the warehouse to the side gate where my checkpoint was. That's when I noticed a dark figure standing under the light post a few yards away. Strange, but not a crime. So I continued to make my way forward. The figure simply disappeared into the mist. Now I'm spooked. I froze. I didn't want to get out of my vehicle, but I didn't want to lose my job either. I talked myself into getting as close as I could to the gate without actually getting out of my car, hitting the checkpoint quick, and getting the hell out of Dodge. I tried convincing myself that I hadn't seen what I thought I had, and the figure simply walked away through the darkness. but just as I approached the light post, my damn car turned off. It was like the battery shorted out. There was no lights. It didn't turn over. And soon after, the light post shortened out as well. There was no way in hell I was getting out of my car. I tried to call dispatch on my work phone, but it was dead. Next, I tried calling my coworker from my personal phone. There was only static. In a panic, I tried hitting the steering wheel, and the car turned back on. I floored it all the way to the highway, nearly forgetting to turn the headlights back on. I didn't go back to that checkpoint all night. When I was questioned about it from my boss, I explained what happened, and he simply said, "No one told you?" Apparently everyone knew something weird went on at that warehouse, and no one had bothered to tell me, either convinced that they were individually crazy, or because they thought I wouldn't believe them. I pleaded to be put on another route, but was softly denied. Before I reached the area the next time I was on patrol, I requested my supervisor to meet me at the checkpoint should my vehicle malfunction again. He informed me that he would be a few minutes behind me. Slightly satisfied, I exited the highway. It was a typical quiet scene, but I was on edge. I felt my paranoia kicking in. I turned the corner to the checkpoint, and the road was empty. I took a quick look around and got back in the vehicle, but as soon as I closed my door, I saw a woman in a pink dress standing in the middle of the street. Slightly creeped out, I closed my door and tried to get a good look at her before calling dispatch. She had long black hair covering her face and was carrying a beat-up summer hat with a red ribbon around it. The woman staggered in a mechanical way to the side of the road opposite the warehouse, leaving me enough room to pass. I decided to chance it rather than wait for her to approach me. I floored it, and the vehicle slows to a halt a few feet past the woman. "What the hell?" I scream, beyond frustrated, punching the steering wheel, calling my supervisor only to receive no answer. In my rearview mirror, I see the woman walking towards me, and then suddenly disappear. I freaked out and started frantically turning the key, but it still wouldn't start. The woman suddenly appeared at the passenger window. She then screamed like she was a banshee on fire. She then banged her bony fists against the window. I was trapped in a useless sardine can of a car, with no way to defend myself or call for help. All I could do was keep trying to turn the ignition. The woman continued beating on my window and screaming about how she can see me. She hit the window again, and it cracked. I considered making a run for it, but before I could decide, I saw headlights. Another vehicle with their high beams on rounded the corner and raced towards me. The woman vanished, but the crack on my window remained. I turned my key again, and the engine kicked into life. The car that came from around the warehouse turned out to be my supervisor. He then called me up and instructed me to follow him to the nearest gas station so he could check out the damage that was done to the car. Once we got there, he found a few scratch marks down the side of my vehicle, like something had crawled its way up from under it. There were dents in the passenger door like someone had kicked it with a boot, and of course there was the crack in the window. There was no plausible explanation for the damage. We reviewed the security footage from the warehouse and saw my vehicle drive up to the checkpoint in perfect condition. As I began to drive away, the footage went fuzzy. It was only when my supervisor arrived on scene that the security footage resumed. That was more than enough for me. I resigned from my position and decided the day shift was the place to be. My hometown hit the national news on April 16th to April 23rd, 2017. The Facebook killer was found at a local McDonald's and was chased towards the downtown area where he eventually shot himself. This story is about my very close encounter with that man. I'm a 25-year-old female. It all started on Sunday, April 17th. It started out as a normal day. I woke up around 3:30 p.m. as I worked the night shift at a local fast food restaurant, and I'm not due into work until around 5 p.m. Work continued as normal until my boss got a text from his roommate saying that there was this guy that shot an old man and filmed it on Facebook Live. Because we had been here all night, we hadn't heard of it yet, and there were reports of him being seen in our city at a store that was near the restaurant. Although these reports were unverified, and the police said that there was no reason for them to believe that he was here for sure. My boss dismissed it as social media frenzy and misinformation, although he did make sure to double check our lobby doors to make sure that they were indeed closed and locked. The rest of the night went like any other Sunday night. I woke up again around 3:30 a.m. and hopped onto social media trying to see if they found the Facebook killer. To my dismay, he was still at large. But luckily, there were reports that he was spotted in Philadelphia. I was relieved and decided that I would walk home that night. My shift went by slowly, but smoothly. At around 2 a.m. I got out of work and decided that I was going to stop by a 24-hour store that was nearby. I picked up some groceries and was done around 2:45. As I was walking home, I see a man in a white Ford Fusion. I was extremely paranoid at this point, so I dove into some bushes hoping and praying that he didn't see me. The car ended up pulling into another fast food restaurant, but without stopping the car, he turned around and pulled away. I continued to sit in the bushes until his headlights were out of sight. I then booked it home and went straight to bed. The next morning I woke up and found out that the Facebook killer was seen in my city driving, you guessed it, a white Ford Fusion. He had been spotted the previous night about 500 yards away from where I work. While I was in the bushes the previous night, I had seen him shortly before the police chase started that eventually ended in him taking his own life. I understand that this story may not seem very scary, but to me, it could have meant my life had he seen me. He stated on a Facebook Live video that he was going to kill as many people as he could before the police caught him. In retrospect, I probably should have called the police as soon as I saw that car. But obviously, I wasn't 100% sure it was him at the time. I'm still pretty on edge about it, and I feel very sorry for that poor man that he killed. This man was severely mentally ill, and he should have got the help that he so desperately needed before going off the deep end. I come from a small town in central Kentucky. There wasn't a whole lot to do there on weekends, and even less to do when I was a teenager living there over 20 years ago. There was a few tourists that came through the area because the original home of Abraham Lincoln is there, a few miles outside of town. The neighboring counties have well-known bourbon distilleries that have tours available during the day. The two major cities in the state were about an hour away. However, for the youth, there isn't much in the way of entertainment. There wasn't a movie theater or even a Walmart in my county. It's a small farming community where you know over half of the people by name and recognize the other half because you've seen them so many times and just haven't been introduced. On the weekends, if there wasn't a home football game on Friday night, we would just ride around in a 2.5-mile loop and stop at one of the 3 spots where the local youth would congregate. If there was nothing going on in town, we would just take to the country roads and just drive around with no real destination in mind. There were usually a few beers involved, but nothing that would put one in danger. On one such evening, there was a few of us on the road that we had all driven down hundreds of times, when something happened that I will never forget. The road in question is somewhat of an attraction, as it's where a site called the Donkey Tree can be found. The Donkey Tree is a regular tree except one of the lower branches is unusual, and that it bears a remarkable resemblance to a donkey's head. The mouth, nose, eyes, and even ears, which are 2 branches splitting off the top of the head, are all distinguishable. As we passed the Donkey Tree, the air changed. It felt like the temperature dropped suddenly. It's not unheard of for that type of temperature change to take place when a thunderstorm is approaching. The intersection of warm, humid air and cool, dry air make for one hell of an atmospheric spectacle. However, this temperature change was different. The sky was clear, and the stars were shining bright. As peculiar as it wasn't something that caused me major alarm. I kept driving in the same direction, and just a bit down the road, we encountered the smell of decomposing flesh. This isn't a very uncommon thing, considering when you grow up in the country, there is always roadkill that stinks until nature can clean up the carcass. There's also the possibility that a head of a livestock had died in the past couple of days, and the farmer who had owned the animal hasn't had the chance to dispose of it properly. It was the strongest decomp smell that I had ever experienced. It was as if it was in the car with us. I sped up the car to try to leave the putrid smell behind us as quickly as possible. After getting a couple 100 feet down the road, I thought I noticed something in the rearview mirror. It was at that point that I saw something that I can only describe as a human head. Only, there wasn't a body. It was only a head that was floating, or chasing us in midair. It was right outside the back window of the car. There are several curves before reaching the end of the road, and every curve I took, the face was right behind us. I couldn't shake it. The eyes were as black as night, and it wore a grin that made my blood freeze. Then, it morphed into a demon head, red face, horns, enlarged canine teeth, but it still had those dark eyes. It changed into more terrifying faces, but by that time it was so much of a blur that I can't even remember them all. It must also be noted that this took place on a short stretch of road, and the time that elapsed was less than a minute from start to finish. My friend in the passenger seat noticed the terrified look on my face and looked back. The look on his face let me know that I wasn't the only one seeing whatever it was that was following us. Through all the stammering that he produced, only one word was audible. Go. It wasn't even a yell. It was barely a whisper. I didn't need to be told twice, or even once as it turned out, because I put the pedal to the floor, and that poor car had the hardest half mile it ever experienced that evening. I should have wrecked on a couple of those curves, but as I neared the end of the road, the floating head stopped on a dime and quickly disappeared into the night behind my taillights. I can't explain why it suddenly stopped its pursuit of me and my friend, but as it did, the temperature returned to normal and the smell was gone, and there was a peacefulness about being there. Later, when I asked my friend about what he saw, he described something completely different from what I remember seeing. Maybe the devil appears to everyone in different forms, even if witnessed at the same time. I don't know about that. I have since moved from that small town in central Kentucky, and I don't often reminisce about the cruising we did as teenagers. However, I still occasionally think about that evening, and even after all these years, it still gives me the chills. This happened to me last spring. I live in a quiet part of northern London and attend a very academic all-girls school in my neighborhood. Since my school is extremely prestigious, we were required to complete the Bronze Duke of Edinburgh program as part of the school curriculum. When our first ever expedition for Duke of Edinburgh was coming up, we all felt pretty confident about it. But since we were a useless bunch of teenagers, our teachers thought that it would be helpful for us to practice setting up. I didn't like the sound of that at all. It was just so utterly creepy to stay in school overnight on some tiny playing field at the far corner of the campus. The most disturbing part about that field was that it faced an abandoned building. Even though it was separated by a stone wall, it still looked creepy. It was one of the only abandoned houses in the neighborhood, and the fact that it was such an oddity made the situation even worse. We came to school in the evening to practice setting up the tents, and it was kind of weird seeing the school without any students in it. It seemed so much bigger. I was in the same tent as my best friend Kate, because she was assigned to my group for the expedition. As I expected, I was not able to fall asleep easily in the tent, so I just kept going through my phone until it was late, and I was sure that everyone was asleep, including Kate. I started to drift off around 2 a.m., but then it started to rain, and it was in that moment that I understood that I should have been listening to the teacher's explanation of how to correctly put up a tent, because it slowly started to fill up with water. I imagined that we probably hadn't zipped up the outer layer of the tent properly, so I gathered every bit of strength that I had and climbed outside, leaving my phone. I struggled for a while but ended up successfully zipping up the tent. By the time I had finished, I was soaking wet. so I decided to grab a dry hoodie from my PE kit. I made my way over to our PE department, which had been left open in case we needed to use the bathrooms. The halls were pitch black, so I was really creeped out. I went to the changing room, turned on the light, and changed into my dry hoodie. When I pushed down the door handle to leave, for some reason I found that it was stuck and wouldn't budge. It felt as if someone was holding the handle on the other side. So being my 14-year-old self, I asked quietly, "Hello?" No response. I then asked in a very firm and clear voice, sounding braver than I felt, "Is there anybody there?" Again, there was no response. I started wiggling the door handle so hard that it came off in my hand. At this point, the lights went out in the changing room. The situation seemed as though it was straight out of a horror film. But reality was catching up to me as I understood that somebody really was on the other side of the door, because the light switch in the changing rooms was outside. I was about to have a panic attack, so without thinking, I started banging on the door and kicking while screaming "help" at the top of my lungs, desperately hoping that a teacher or a security guard would hear me. I think it only angered the person, as I saw part of the door which the handle was screwed onto slowly begin to turn. I immediately ran to the other side of the changing room and locked myself in one of the shower stalls, which was really the only place that made sense to hide. As soon as I locked the stall behind me, I heard the door opening and heavy footsteps entering the room. I suspected that it was a man. I tried to silence my breathing with my hand, but I don't think I did a very good job, as the footsteps soon stopped right outside my shower stall. At first, I couldn't quite comprehend what he might be doing, but then I saw an eye glaring at me through one of the gaps between the door hinges. That was the most scared I had ever been in my life. I screamed like there was no tomorrow. I swung the door open as hard as I could, smashing the man in the face. I ran out of the changing room and down the hallway while screaming so loudly, my own ears began to ring. The building was about 20 meters away from the playing field, but I remember as clear as day while I was running away, I turned around and saw a figure in a dark hoodie, so I ran as fast as I could while screaming at the top of my lungs, which woke up most of the people that were sleeping in the tents. I had a panic attack and couldn't breathe correctly for about 10 minutes. I later explained to the teachers what happened. They called the police, but the man was never found, probably because I had given him plenty of time to escape. Everyone was sent straight home after that. I suspect whoever he was, he had been watching us from the abandoned building across the way. That night still haunts me to this day. When I was 12, my family lived in an isolated house deep in the woods. I remember that it was December, just before Christmas, and we were gathered around the Christmas tree in the living room watching TV. At maybe around 10 o'clock, I decided to go to bed. My bedroom was on the ground floor, while everyone else's was upstairs. I remember I fell asleep without much trouble, but later on that night I awoke, seemingly for no reason at all. I rolled over to face the window that sat next to my bed. The side of the house where my window faced was pressed right up against the trees. For anyone to look inside, they would have to walk through the undergrowth and duck under some branches just to come close. That was the reason that I didn't have curtains. I figured that there was no point. When I woke up, a terrible, vulnerable feeling washed over me right then. A feeling that I had never experienced before next to that window. It felt as if I was being watched. There was no light on in my room, but likewise there was nothing illuminating outside my window either. I stared at the window for a few moments, and then I sat up. I thought, and it was just a thought, that I saw a shuffle of movement outside when I sat up, but I didn't hear anything. After another moment, I laid back down, and even though I felt uneasy, I drifted off to sleep. A short time later, I don't know exactly how long, I woke up again, this time because I was freezing cold. I shivered, rolled over, and climbed out of bed. I suppose I had already forgotten about the feeling I had earlier. I left my room, walked down the hallway without turning on any lights, and entered the kitchen. As I made the turn into the breakfast area, I felt a freezing cold breeze on my face. That's when I literally froze in my tracks. The back door was wide open, and snow was collecting just inside on the floor. I saw the faint outline of tracks leading in, but none walking away. There was a ringing sensation in my ears, and for a few moments I found myself completely unable to move, even just to turn around. That's when I heard the slow, quiet turning of the door handle to my right, which led into the laundry room. I don't know exactly why I ran to the gun in the closet instead of upstairs into my parents' room, but that was the first thought in my head. Get a gun. Defend myself. I took my hunting rifle from my closet and raised it just as my parents had taught me. The gun was not loaded, but I figured the rifle alone would be enough to scare off the intruder. I saw a dark figure peek around the entrance to the kitchen. I couldn't make out any details, only that it was an adult. I'm not sure how well the figure could see me, but I stammered out, I have a gun. What the figure said next, I can remember clearly to this day. In a happy, sing-song voice, the person clearly spoke my first name and then added, I'm not going to hurt you. I'd never hurt you. I didn't recognize the voice. I had no idea who it was, but he knew me. I screamed like I was on fire. I dropped my gun and sprinted back to my room. I locked the door and hurled myself under the bed. I heard the man calling my name as he followed me down the hallway and made his way outside of my bedroom door. That's when I heard my father scream from the top of the stairs. I heard the intruder bolt back down the hall and out the door into the snowy night. It took a while for me to calm down enough to go and unlock the door for my parents. For a while, my parents pretended not to know who he was. But a few years later, when I was older, my dad admitted to me that the man was a former friend of his and had taken a special interest in me. He had repeatedly asked my father if he could take me out to go shopping or for ice cream. When my father refused, he started stalking me around our own property. I never had a clue about any of this. My parents called the police and pressed charges, but if the man was ever caught, I never heard. I ask my parents about him every once in a while, and they always say, it's over, don't worry. This story is not my own. It was told to me by a close friend. Back in 2012, when my friend was 13, he and his family owned a small farm in the middle of a Native American reservation, nestled among a small community of other natives. One night in July, they were having a family gathering. They gathered around a bonfire in one of the back fields and told stories of their heritage, and legends that had been passed down through the family for generations. My friend, who I'll refer to as John, eventually turned in for the night with a handful of his cousins. John hadn't been asleep for very long when he heard a manic commotion from one of the barns. He heard the horses screaming, panicking, and kicking against the walls of their pens. He opened the RV door and looked out towards the barn and saw that his father and uncles had sprinted that way already, weapons ready. They called out to the boys to remain in the RV with the doors closed. Before his family could even arrive at the barn, the noise stopped. And once they got to the doors and entered, there was no sound of gunfire. John and his cousins waited by the window for a few minutes, and when the adults left the barn, they were all speaking softly in grave voices to each other. They slammed the barn doors shut and bolted them and patrolled the grounds until daybreak. John remembers watching them circle the property for a while before finally falling asleep. His father was very distant over the next few days and refused to let John enter the barn or tell him what exactly happened. Being 13, as the days went on, John forgot all about the incident, even though most of his family lingered at the farm until long after they intended to. The following week, after the family had left and the barn had been reopened, conspicuously absent of any horses, John began to notice a dark figure that would be seen lingering at the edge of their property, right where the fences ended, staring silently at the farm. Once he got close enough to the figure with binoculars to make out that it was wearing traditional native garbs. much like a shaman or a healer would wear. He never had any desire to move closer to get a better look. He would tell his parents about it, but they would always silence him immediately and tell him not to speak of it, to ignore it completely. After a while, it became difficult to ignore, however, because it would start appearing closer and closer to the house, showing up on the property, within the fence, always staring at the house. John never saw it coming or going, always just standing dead still. The family didn't discuss it, but John could tell that they all had it on their minds. Everyone was on edge, irritable, and seemed on the verge of panic. His father cut himself off from the family after a short while and almost never left his bedroom. A short time later, John started having horrific nightmares. Each time, he was slaughtered, torn to pieces while still alive, unable to defend himself. Once he awoke from one of those nightmares, convinced the dark figure was standing just outside his window, peering in at him. His siblings admitted to having nightmares as well, so they went into their father's room to speak to him. John recalled the look of hopelessness in his father's eyes. For the very first time, he acknowledged the figure. He told them the thing wanted them to fear it, but if they collectively ignored it, it would leave. That night, John awoke to find his brothers already awake and sitting up in bed, staring at the bedroom door. John could hear a low growling coming from behind it, and then, so slowly he could barely see it happening, the door swung open. Through the door, from the darkness, came the tip of a snout, then a mouth with rows of fangs. It wasn't low to the ground like a normal animal would be. It was much higher up, maybe shoulder height for an average man. John ducked under the covers, attempting to ignore it, but his brothers continued to stare. They later told him a beast, similar to a wolf or a coyote, entered the room, on its hind legs, staring at each of the beds. John's youngest brother screamed, and when he did, the thing seemed to fall over backwards, like it was being folded in half. But regardless, it landed on its legs and sprinted out the door. John heard his father's shotgun go off so close by, his teeth rattled. There was the sound of the front door being wrenched open and something tearing across the lawn, and then there was only silence. John and his brothers were crying when his father came back in. He then gathered them up and told them that they were all leaving and going to stay at their uncle's house for a while. They were never able to get any kind of explanation out of him as to what he saw that night. They stayed with their uncle for a few weeks, and during that time, John's father invited Navajo men to come to the farm and cast banishing spells and prevent the creature from returning. John and his family eventually returned to the farm, but it took him quite a while to grow comfortable being there again. The demon creature never returned. His father eventually sat him down and told him that what he and his uncles had seen in the barn and what had entered their home that night was a creature known as the Skinwalker. He told him that Skinwalkers were a part of their culture, and even though they were pure evil, there was no need to live in fear of them. If they chose to live as good people and did not fear the creature, it would never return. It's very important to keep in mind that John was never supposed to tell me this story. The Native Americans take Skinwalker legends very serious, and speaking of them in any way is practically attracting them to you. Many of you will not believe this story, and that's fine. I'd definitely rather live in a world where these things don't exist, but I do have to emphasize the respect I have for my friend. I know him very well, and I trust him, and for him to speak openly of this experience took quite a lot of guts. I guess if I had a parting message, it would be to really respect the Native American culture. They have this almost magical grandeur about them. They have faced genocide and had their lands ripped from them, and they're still around, and still hold their culture and religion very close to them, and lead incredibly spiritual lives. I personally think that's worth a lot of respect. In late October of 2017, I decided to take a trip to Japan, just for the sake of escaping the rat race and having an adventure and experiencing something new. I flew out of Heathrow and landed in Tokyo. I had 2 weeks to spend by myself just traveling Japan and seeing the sights. After the first 3 days of exploring the cities, I decided to hit a few local tourist hotspots. One being a particularly well-known forest, where people are known to enter and never return. Upon entering this forest, the first thing I noticed was the sensation of how heavy the air was, and how it felt very oppressive and cold. I was immediately uneasy, and the only thing that kept me walking forward was the knowledge that if I turned back, it would have been a waste of an entire day of my vacation. There were moments when I forgot how uncomfortable I was, and occasionally I was able to admire the place for its beauty and peaceful nature. The forest was much too large to explore in its entirety. I decided to hike for about an hour on the main path, then return on a different path. I was very apprehensive about getting lost. After a while, I sat down in a sunny spot, unpacked my bag, and began to eat the food that I had brought with me. I was nearly finished when a Japanese man appeared from the woods right next to me, as though he had been hiding there. He was wearing a business attire with a shirt and tie, but he looked very disheveled and confused. We looked at each other for a moment before I stood up and extended my hand and said, "Konnichiwa." The man clearly didn't expect to run into anybody, but he gave me a nervous smile in return and shook my hand. He knew some English and I knew a passable amount of Japanese, so we sat down and had a short conversation. I didn't pry into what he was doing there, but he asked me where I was visiting from, and we spoke about my home country of England for a while. After the conversation ended, I asked him in Japanese if he was okay, and if he needed help. He stood straight up and smiled at me and nodded, saying in broken English, "This is beautiful place. Enjoy it for me, please." Then he walked off. The tone of his voice gave me the chills. Now a part of me wanted to run after him and stop him, grab him and keep talking to him, and perhaps persuade him to leave this forest with me. But another part of me was reluctant to get involved. I sat there, wondering who I was to interfere with this man's life. I sat for an hour, hoping the man would return, but he never did. I packed up my belongings, returned to the path, and headed back the way I came, deciding I just wanted to leave. As the sky began to grow dark, the weight of the forest's grim reputation started to weigh heavily on my shoulders. I began to move quicker. When I was nearly out, I stopped as though I hit a brick wall. At this point, it was almost completely dark, and there was still no sign of the man that I had spoken to before. Part of me tried to assure myself that he had taken another path, but the more rational side of me knew that wasn't the case. I pulled out my flashlight and made my way back into the woods. I continued back up the path at a brisk walk, occasionally calling out, "Konnichiwa," and shining my light around to signal him. When I got to the tree that I had been sitting at for lunch, my heart sank. A single string had been tied to one of the branches and led off into the trees. That string hadn't been there earlier. I swallowed the lump in my throat, and I carefully placed my index finger and thumb on the string and followed it into the woods. I had a sense that I knew what I was going to find, but I continued on anyway. Not out of any sick sense of morbid curiosity, but because I wanted to know for sure. I wanted to be able to tell someone with certainty what happened. I followed the string for a couple of minutes, when I paused. In the darkness ahead of me, I heard a faint crying. It was honestly so quiet that I couldn't tell if it was an animal or a human. I waved my flashlight around and called out cautiously, "Konnichiwa!" That's when the string started to violently shake. An enormous roar made my eardrums ring. I then heard a shuffle, as if something huge was finding its feet. Against the glare of the flashlight, I saw two pale eyes reflecting back at me. I then ran. I ran for my life. When I hit the path again, I didn't slow down. I tore out of that forest like every demon in hell was after me. When I escaped the trees, I ran to my car and slammed the door shut behind me. I sat there in the driver's seat breathing heavily. I then started to cry for I don't even know how long. Time was irrelevant to me. I felt an obligation to report the incident to someone, so I drove to the nearest police station and I told them everything about my encounter and the conversation I had with the man and how I tried to go back for him. I never heard back from the cops. Since returning home, I've checked the website for the latest victims found in those woods, but since I never got his name, I don't know whether or not he was found. I like to think that he exited the forest another way and returned home and is now doing perfectly fine. I don't know what kind of creature I encountered in those woods, but it was the scariest moment of my life, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone else. When my mom was 17, she and my grandparents went for a hike in the Belanglo State Forest in Australia. They had a holiday house in Berrima, which they would visit quite often on weekends, so going on hikes was common. While hiking along the trail that they had been down numerous times before, they came across a couple of abandoned hiking packs, like those massive ones backpackers have. The packs were stuffed full of clothes and food, but no one else was in sight anywhere, and there wasn't any obvious sign as to why they had been left behind. This was in the early 90s, before cell phones were common, so they couldn't contact a ranger to come and have a look at them. My grandmother immediately became concerned by the strangeness of the situation, and she convinced my grandpa that they should immediately go back to the car, which they did. A few nights later, after they returned home to Sydney, my uncle called my grandmother into the living room and pointed at the TV. Some hikers from Germany had been reported missing. They were last seen in the Belanglo forest. My grandmother immediately cried out that her gut feeling had been right, even though technically there was no evidence that those bags they found belonged to those exact hikers. Other news reports that came a few years later in 1994 had the entire family in hysterics. The remains of the bodies had been found in the home of Ivan Milat. Milat had massacred numerous victims in the forest and is now known as the Backpack Killer, and is one of Australia's most notorious serial killers. It is believed that there are still bodies that have yet to be found. The worst part about it was that the 2 hiking packs my family found were never linked to any of the bodies. This means that whoever owned them could still be buried in that forest somewhere. On my 18th birthday, my 2 best friends and I got a hold of a bottle of tequila and took off in my dad's car to the old arcade by the shore of Lake Michigan. It had been closed down for a few years because, no joke, Jeffrey Dahmer had targeted one of his victims there. The police sealed off the place, and it was never reopened to the public. On the far side of the building, though, there was a skate floor, and one of my friends knew there was a way to break in through there. Our plan was to get drunk and skate around before heading to the arcade. We knew we couldn't play any of the games because the power was out, but we thought it would be cool to look around for old prizes and souvenirs. We parked the car down by the lake and entered in through the side door. Even though it said push written on it, my friend pulled open the door and it swung open easily, but only a few inches before a chain caught it. There was enough room for all 3 of us to slip inside. We each immediately took a shot and turned on our flashlights and began to walk across the wide open skate floor, our footsteps echoing loudly through the large room. There was empty beer cans and trash all over the floor, but we decided to strap on our skates and ride around in the dark anyway. We were the dumbest kids you've ever seen, but come on, we were having fun. We didn't make it around 1 lap before one of my friends tripped over something hard that was sticking out of the ground. We all stopped and shined our lights onto the ground and discovered the obstruction was actually a red candle. It had been melted down so far to its base that it sealed itself against the floor. Being the dumb kid that I was, I took an awkward swing at it with my skate and knocked off a chunk of wax. I was going to keep right on skating, completely oblivious to the possibility of tripping over anything else, when my friend scanned his flashlight around the ground and discovered a circle that had been painted on the floor. Inside the circle were many other circles intertwining, and there were at least 5 or 6 other candles scattered about. I laughed and said, "Some exorcism shit went down here, man." My friend skated into the center of the circle where something had clearly been burned because the floor was scorched and black. I kept laughing, but my friends were more curious than amused and kept examining the circle. Another friend raised their flashlight to the ceiling just above the circle and looked up into the rafters above. She then said, "Do you guys see anything?" My other friend and I glanced up. We saw a few chains dangling from above, and something large and bulky was suspended just beyond them. I leapt up and swatted at one of the chains, which was incredibly stupid because I was wearing skates and fell flat on my back when I came back down. My friend immediately started choking and screaming, not because of me, but because something wet had struck her head when I made contact with the chains. My other friend shined his flashlight at her, and we discovered something dark and red dripping down her face and between her eyes and down her nose. We all freaked and bailed, not even bothering to take our skates off. We awkwardly rolled back to the car, and my friend drove out of the property with her skates still on. She insisted that someone had followed us across the property and that she heard heavy footsteps pursuing us. I don't recall hearing anything, but I was pretty buzzed at that point. I forgot to mention that before we drove here, I had a few beers, and being 18, I was pretty much a lightweight. Unbelievably, we made it home safely that night without crashing. In total, we were at the place less than 20 minutes. That building is gone now, demolished, so whatever was there is long gone now. But that begs the question, what exactly was being suspended from the roof? I'll never be able to answer that question, but I do have a very strong suspicion that the dark red liquid that struck my friend in the face was blood. I'm part of an all-female roller derby league. I would wake up at 6, skate around the local basketball court for about 40 minutes, hit the gym, then meet my team around 8. To be a champion at this sport, you have to be more than just fast. You have to be made of stone, and you have to be prepared to knock somebody down at a moment's notice. I've been with the Flying Banshees for about 3 years now. We were at a match against our most hated opponents. It was at this incredibly old and run-down roller rink. As we were tearing around the court, the lights would often flicker on and off like strobe lights. Add the occasional trickle of water from the leaky roof above, and it was by far the most dangerous course we had ever skated on. We really should have called off the match before it even started, but we hadn't driven 3 hours just to quit. Normally, before we start skating, there's a coordinator who checks us over to make sure that we're not carrying anything dangerous or illegal on our person. It's no joke. I recall one time someone had hid a razor blade in their elbow pads. Apparently that day, no one checked the other team, because halfway through the match, as I'm flying around the rink, trying to put some points on the board, I accidentally flew right into a girl on the opposing team, and she hit the ground hard. I didn't hear the whistle, so I kept right on going. You don't get into a sport like this without having to eat some floor sometimes. I've been flattened a few times now, but I always get right up and get right back into the game. As I was coming back around the track, I noticed she was standing back up and leaning against the barrier wall, staring at me with pure hatred. Right before I was just about to pass her, I saw her pull something from under her shirt. I raised both hands instinctively. The lights flickered, and when they came back on, I saw a pocket knife shoved through the palm of my hand. I slowed to a stop, just staring at it in disbelief. Then the pain hit me like a punch to the gut, and I went down. To make a long story short, I was rushed to the emergency room, and the girl was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Turns out it wasn't her first offense. My hand was bandaged up, and I was the first one at our next practice. With the brace on my arm, my teammates took to calling me Claw, so at least I got a pretty cool nickname out of it. One thing that still bothers me though, and sometimes I can't help but dwell on it, but if the lights hadn't flickered when they did, would she have planted that knife somewhere far worse than my hand? Back in the late 90s, my parents used to run a local skating rink in the small town that I grew up in. There wasn't very much to do in town, so most of the time my friends and I would just hang out there at the rink. We weren't the rebellious type, We didn't go out back and smoke cigarettes or anything. We were just all about having fun. Since my parents both had day jobs, the rink would only be open between Thursdays and Sundays, which meant that Monday through Wednesday, I had the rink all to myself. They would often have me meet them there after school, and I would either do my homework at one of the tables or throw on a pair of skates and roll around while they took care of business stuff in the back. One rainy afternoon in February, when the rink was decorated all over with pink and red hearts for Valentine's Day, my mom and I stopped off there after she picked me up from school. I didn't have to do any homework that night, so I had the freedom to roll around the rink while my mom took care of some paperwork in the back office. As I was out on the skating floor doing laps while the Bee Gees were playing over the PA system, I noticed what looked like the silhouette of a person ducking behind the barricade. The lighting wasn't very good. Since the place was technically closed, only about half of the overhead lights were on. I was used to skating in the semi-darkness, but I would be lying to you if I said that it was completely safe. There were plenty of isolated spots where I couldn't see just beyond the barricade. Me being a dumb kid, I ignored the possibility of a creepy figure crouching in the darkness and just kept on skating. A few minutes later, I made for the side of the rink to step off the skate floor, when an arm shot out from behind the barricade and grabbed my face. A hand wrapped around my face and covered my eyes and mouth. Seconds later, I felt another arm wrap around my neck in a chokehold. My skates flew out from beneath me as I was being dragged sideways, my legs dragging behind me. I couldn't regain my balance because the wheels of the skates kept sliding around beneath me. Had the intruder continued to drag me, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape, but for whatever reason he lifted me off the ground, maybe to get a better grip on me, and my feet left the floor. I took advantage of that moment to kick the guy as hard as I could, and my skate connected with his shin. The guy cursed and stopped in his tracks, and I kicked him again. He released me, and by a miracle I landed directly on my skates and shot away like a bird, flying across the skate floor to the other side of the rink. I glanced behind me to see the figure exiting out of the back door, holding his leg. A minute or so later, I explained to my mom through a river of tears what had just happened. She immediately locked down the building and called the police. To make a long story short, the cops never found who the would-be kidnapper was. I couldn't give a very clear description of him, because it all took place in one of the darkest areas of the rink. Needless to say, this put a stop to my after-school skating sessions for a while. After the incident, we made it a point to check out the place more often and to make sure all the doors were locked and secured. About 5 years later, my parents ended up selling the roller rink. It was just too much for them to handle on top of already having full-time jobs. People have always asked me why I didn't bite or scream or fight back. Well, in that moment, I was honestly so shocked that for a few seconds I didn't even know how to react. I'm glad I had the clarity of mind to kick out when I did, or else who knows what would have became of me. Despite the terrible experience, I hated watching the place being torn down a few years after we sold it to make way for a new subdivision. Something that has always stuck with me over the years, something that I was too young to realize at the time, was that the kidnapper must have known that I sometimes skated in the rink alone. I sometimes wonder, how many times was I skating by myself, unaware that someone was watching me from the shadows?
To those who sleep. This happened a few years ago. You may have heard rumors if you're on campus. Some even circulated online. Nobody knew what really happened because I'm the only one who knows, and I kept quiet for a multitude of reasons. None of them matter now. Here's what really happened. The four of us were handpicked for this experiment by Professor Richardson because we'd all studied under him, worked under him, and, as much as anyone can, earned his confidence. He said this one was different. We had to keep quiet. He wanted to keep details to a minimum. All he would tell us before going in was that he required a month of our lives, and that if he succeeded, sleep would never again be a necessity.
Think about it, he said. 6 to 8 additional hours every day. Your month will be paid back before the year is out.
If he was right, we'd have a Nobel Prize for sure. It would change the world. We believed in him. Sleep would become a hobby. Imagine that. We felt lucky to be a part of it. We went in with the highest of hopes. We were so excited for a new future for humanity and for ourselves. I was the only one to leave that place.
Week 1.
Professor Richardson brought us out to the location in his van, explaining along the way what we were to do. For the purpose of the study, we were asked to remain in the compound, as he called it. We would be locked in fact, and deprived of windows and Wi-Fi. Other than endure patiently, we didn't have to do much of anything.
My machine does all the work, he explained. It uses a complex melange of sound waves to disrupt the processes of sleep, evolutionary appendices from the days before civilization. The most immediate side effect you'll notice is that you won't dream.
Any other effects we noticed we were to catalog. We were, as he said,
in uncharted territory,
and so we had to
map out the dangers.
The immensity of the project was inspiring enough. Then we saw the compound, the Octagon as it was known, a concrete octagonal structure built at the end of a labyrinth of dirt roads somewhere in the backwoods of Searcy, Arkansas. I've never been able to find it again. The professor said it was originally intended as a jail for terrorists, but it was abandoned and never used. It's virtually impenetrable, invisible to satellites, but for us, it had been stocked with all the comforts we'd require for a month of dedication. I don't know if any of us expected to really conquer sleep. We thought perhaps a reduction in sleep requirements could be possible. We spent a fair amount of the first 2 days speculating on how the machine works with its complex melange of sound waves, and whether sleep really is an evolutionary appendix, as the professor had claimed. By the 3rd day of only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep, contrary to feeling groggy, we were more awake and full of energy than ever. We were alert and ready to debate these ideas. That's when the excitement really hit us.
He really did it,
JT said. JT was a big, ginger-bearded guy, the sort of guy who still has a healthy collection of magic cards.
Oh, we don't know that,
James said, always the skeptic.
The machine could be stimulating the adrenal glands to mildly dose us with adrenaline all throughout the day. Even if that were so, wouldn't change the fact that he beat sleep.
With our extra time, we were getting in tons of reading, played a stupid amount of Call of Duty, and still had plenty of time to sit around and debate.
I guess I have to admit, it's amazing,
James said. We all felt it. It was almost euphoric, the excitement we felt for being possibly the first humans to live without the need for sleep. Technically, we still needed a few hours each night, but we decided together that it was more out of habitat than necessity. Then, on the 4th day, Don said,
"There's something wrong."
Don was a serious one, superstitious. He used to be a Franciscan, I'd heard. It showed. He didn't talk that much, and when he did, it was usually worth listening to. This time he put into words something I'd been feeling, but I guess kinda just buried under the excitement.
"With the experiment, or?"
JT asked.
I don't know, he said. It's a feeling. This constant uneasiness. Like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going, or that we're in the wrong place. No, James said. I think that's it. It's this place. We all knew it was weird when we first saw it, this concrete octagon, but living in it, I think there's something wrong with this place. Like something terrible happened here. I understood it was never used, I said. Governments always say that about torture prisons. It's more than that, JT said. I feel it too. I thought it was just from lacking windows at first, but that's not it. I think it's the angles. The angles in this building don't add up to what they should. What if everyone's dead outside? Dawn asked. James jumped up so fast, his chair clattered to the ground. Cut that shit out, Dawn. Why would you even say that? Well, what are you saying? I asked. This is a haunted octagon? Yeah, James, JT said. Was it built on an octagonal Indian burial ground? Okay, you want to play that? He said. I can play. Look, the space around us transforms based on how we perceive it. Take a church. The people who go there perceive it as holy, so they do things, like leave their crutches behind when they force themselves to walk, or light their candles, or whatever. These changes to the space only enhance the perception of holiness and influence future visitors to perceive it in the same way and change it in the same way. Haunted places are the same. For one reason or another, they begin to be perceived as haunted. The more they're perceived that way, the more they're imbued with the hauntedness. Even if you've never seen the place before, you pick up on the subtle clues if you're at all sensitive. In a way, it's true to say it's a haunted space. It's true to say the church is holy. Our interaction with the space has made it something more than just wood and sheetrock or whatever. So what I'm saying is, maybe some things happened here and we're picking up on it. Some really awful things. And in that sense, yes, it's a haunted octagon. No, Dawn said. Places are considered holy because an authority telegraphs it to whoever will listen, just like haunted places make a lot of money off dumb tourists. Whatever it is, I said, we all agree something isn't feeling right about our situation. Maybe it's the machine. I say we write it down as a side effect. On that point, at least, we were all able to agree. It didn't put any of our uneasiness at rest, but we wrote it down. We somehow agreed upon the phrasing right away, too. Acute sensations that we've entered into something where we aren't welcome. Week 2. We tried our best to ignore these feelings and carry on like we had been. Those first few days had been some of the best in our adult lives, but we never got back to those happy times. I realized around then how short-sighted of Richardson it had been to leave us there without any means of contacting the outside world. When I voiced that opinion, "That's what I've been thinking," JT said. "Richardson isn't a dumb guy, you get me? I think he did this on purpose." "Why would he do that?" I asked. "For science, of course," he answered. "It's one of those meta-studies where we're told it's about one thing, but it's actually about how we react to the experiment, like the Milgram experiments." "Or it's not his choice," James said. "The government is making him do it, and that machine is designed to control us, or some sort of cult. Scientologists." "This is a government-built installation," JT said. "That actually makes sense. Not the Scientology part, though." "Think about it," James started, but I interrupted. Okay, I said. "Let's come back down to earth for a second. Best case scenario, Richardson is just a jerk who doesn't care about our personal well-being, right?" "Give it a rest," Dawn said, the one I least expected to snap at me. "Stop trying to act like the most rational guy in the room. You don't know what Richardson's into. He's into other things he'll never talk about publicly." I looked at the others and saw similar confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I've heard a little bit about this, actually," James said. "He has some fringe ideas. Let's just say he's not the respectable academic he presents himself to be," Dawn said. "I've read some of the content he doesn't publish. He thinks, and very seriously believes, that there's something else, something besides this." He knocked on the table. "Something more than material stuff." "That's not completely strange," I said with a shrug.
I was expecting worse. He put it this way. Don continued, ignoring me. Think back to the beginning of existence. There had to be conditions such that the universe's existence was possible. If the universe wasn't possible, then it couldn't have come to exist. Does that stand to reason? We nodded. Okay, and those conditions cannot be material nor laws of matter, since those came into being with the existence of the universe. So whatever those conditions are, they have to be something other than the basic substance of the universe. Does that make sense? I guess, I said. This isn't turning into an argument for God, is it? He shook his head. It's an argument for something that continues to exist. Except we can't even say that, because ideas like something and exist are developed by, for, and within physical reality. This is something pre-physical, something pre-existence. Whatever it is allowed the universe to spontaneously be. Who knows what else it's been doing these billions of years? Just asking that question is already violating the stipulations, I started saying, my background in philosophy kicking in. Yes, Don said. But he believes. He thinks it's the source of free will. Our brains touch it somehow, and so he believes he can reach it, study it, use it. I didn't get to read much more than that. And if this experiment is something he's not putting on the books, James added, it may have to do with his more peculiar interests. So instead of eliminating sleep, he's trying to make us see God? I asked, sarcastically. I don't know, brother. Don said, I'm just saying, if he thinks the brain touches another reality, this is just the kind of experiment he'd want to try to prove his theory. Do you think he has the room bugged? JT asked. I think he might be in here somewhere, I said, without even thinking of what I was saying. They looked to me, waiting for an explanation, and with what looked like fear in their eyes. Strange we should be afraid of this man we admired less than 2 weeks ago. I sometimes feel someone watching me sleep, I explained, my voice starting to tremble. I figured it was one of you at first. I feel it specifically when I'm not quite awake, but not quite asleep. Those moments when you wake for a few seconds to adjust your pillow. I could feel and see and hear someone standing over me, just breathing and watching. And I was too close to unconsciousness to do anything about it. Then I just fell back to sleep. I could see the terror filling the other's eyes while I spoke. I've been feeling it too, Don said, almost in a whisper, like he was scared to be heard. I thought I was losing it. Me too, James said. Someone else is in here, I said. We drew closer together, our eyes darting nervously around the gray concrete room. We were all feeling the same thing, I'm sure, that we were trapped inside this horrible building with someone or something else. Wait, JT said. What would this person be eating? We don't see our food disappearing, then there's no way out. There isn't really anywhere to hide. We gotta start being sensible. I let out a sigh of relief because he was right. Okay, let's think about this, I said. Let's say this is another effect of the machine. Phase 2, paranoia. Phase 2, paranoia, Don said with a consenting nod. We wrote it down. The next day, when we all gathered together for breakfast, JT asked, have all of you had any dreams? We all shook our heads. Richardson was right on the money with that one, I said. Do you know feral children don't dream? How do we know that? James asked. They tell us. The few that get socialized. They say dreaming is something that starts only after, when they have language, object permanence and all that stuff. Well, what about dogs? I asked. Like chasing rabbits in their sleep. Automatic responses. Maybe language and object permanence only impacts the ability to remember dreams, James said. Both are consistent with superficial data. The onus is on you to prove otherwise. JT scoffed. What's your point anyway? Don asked. The point is being dreamless. I don't think it's healthy. I think the machine isn't making us not need sleep. It's making us not feel tired. I think all of this might be happening because we aren't dreaming. We can't really answer, can we? James said. Dreams naturally accompany REM sleep, so we don't have any studies that differentiate between the effects of not dreaming and of not sleeping. Or maybe we are dreaming, and the dreams are just going somewhere else, JT said. I didn't know what he meant by that. Nobody did, but we all stopped talking then and dispersed. Something about it felt too true. Week 3. Our gatherings for theoretical discussions became rarer and rarer. We tended to isolate ourselves and eyed each other with suspicion. I still had those feelings of uneasiness and of unwelcomeness every day. And each night, the figure standing over me. I was sleeping even less now, about an hour tops. So little sleep that I'd started to catch it running away. The last time, I was awake enough to see where it was going. It's this one particular corner of my room that's always struck me as peculiar. I caught myself staring at it even when I didn't want to. It's a point where the angles are strange. My eyes had trouble focusing on it. The figure skulked straight to that point and disappeared into it. When I woke up fully, I questioned whether I had hallucinated the whole thing. Perhaps phase 3, hallucinations. I went over to that corner and looked at it closely. It smelled strange, like turpentine. Then, the more I stared at it, the more I forced my eyes to focus. I was sure something was moving inside, and it was watching me. I heard this awful, hate-filled sound come from deep in the corner then. I didn't wait around to understand what made that noise. I left that room for good. I took all of my short naps in the library from then on. While lying in the library, I overheard JT talking to someone in the corridor. He was telling him about the angles again. He said there are more degrees in the building than can possibly be in a standard enclosed shape. 2.7488 degrees more.
Just enough to drive you nuts, but not enough to be obvious,
he said. Whoever he was talking to said something I didn't understand. Something like,
"Those are the degrees of ripping."
The voice was distorted somehow, so I can't be sure. What I was sure of was I didn't recognize that voice at all. Whoever JT was talking to wasn't one of us. Maybe silly, but I was scared. I stayed there, pretending to be asleep while JT walked by, and as he did, I felt someone or something come into the room and stand over me. Then, it went away. After a minute or so of telling myself I was being foolish, I went following after JT. I didn't see him anywhere. I bumped into James, and he said he also hadn't seen JT. "Have you seen or heard anyone who shouldn't be in here?" I asked him. James looked at me with a mixture of surprise and terror. "How do you know?" he asked. I haven't told anyone." "About what?" He told me he'd heard his mother calling to him. Not a faint sound that he was confused for his mother, but her voice, clear as mine, calling out to him. He almost answered her, he said. Almost. Then he stopped himself. "She's been dead for years, man," he said. "Whatever was calling me, it wasn't my mother." I saw he was shaking, and his hands were clenched. I told him to hang in there. It might be aural hallucinations. I'd been hearing things too. A crying child, so low at first I thought it was plumbing. "We should have a meeting," he said. I thought about JT and what I'd heard moments ago. "Let's just tell Dawn," I said. "As a side effect of the machine, it makes sense," Dawn said after we told him. "The sounds are not supposed to be audible, yet somehow our brains must be picking up their random patterns and interpreting them as something. The brain assigns a memory to make the pattern meaningful." "Do you believe that?" I asked. "Not for a second," James said. But we had a shortage of rational explanations, and that was a pretty good one. I'd hoped he was right. A few days later, I found James in the gym, pounding away at a punching bag. I asked him if he was doing okay. He ignored me. So I went back to the reading room. A few minutes later, he was behind me. "That voice I've been hearing is not my mother," he said. "Of course not," I said. We'd already decided that after all. "No, I mean, I don't know what I mean. It's just, my mother was a kind person. Even if this voice was trying to sound like her, it's not like her at all. It's not kind. It's not human. I put down my book and looked him full on to see if he was serious. He was. Very much so. She's been telling me about all sorts of things, he said. She asked me if you remember the shed. I couldn't say anything to that. I was speechless. I never talked about that, for good reason. It took me years to come to terms with what happened. It was a long time ago. I was out playing behind our house in the woods, as I often did. I like to construct shitty tree houses. I went a little off property and came to this shed. I'd never seen it before. It looked old, though. I remember that. I heard a kid crying inside. Thinking I might have a friend to make tree houses with, I looked through the window. The kid was all chained up, and there was a dog bowl on the floor. I wanted to help, but I knew I was trespassing. I looked around. That's when I saw this man off about 20 feet into the woods. He was dressed in all black, old-fashioned clothes, like 19th century clothes. He had to have been watching me the whole time, expressionless. I went running all the way home. I was so scared, I didn't tell my parents about it until I was supposed to go to bed, and I had to explain why I was terrified to go to sleep. They had the cops out right away. They found the shed. I heard they found the chains and bowl, but the kid was gone. I've always blamed myself for not helping the kid right away. Do you? James asked. Yes. Okay, well, she's been telling me how to get out. I looked at him without a word because he sounded so manic. She said there's a secret exit inside JT. We just have to cut him open to get out. James, I said, unsure what else to say at that point. Oh, I know, he said with a gulp. I know it's not true. I just had to tell someone. I don't know what's going on in this place, he added. I'm scared, man. So was I. We had to get out of that octagon. Week 4. James and I started looking for ways out after that. Since we weren't sleeping at all now, we had plenty of time to do it. Every time we thought we found something, it was a dead end. It was while we were doing this that we saw Don standing alone in the corridor with his back to us. What's going on? James asked. Something about it just seemed strange. Don, you okay? I called. He turned around and with a smile gave us a big wave. Bye, guys, he said and walked around the corner. I looked at James to see if he was thinking the same thing as me, that something bad was about to happen, and he was already looking back at me. We took running after him. He was at the end of the next corridor already, getting in the elevator. Don, no! We shouted and ran after him, but the doors closed before we got there. He went up. The thing is, the octagon is a one-floor building. There's no elevator. Never before or after. I don't know where Don went or if what I think I saw really happened, but I know I never saw Don again. I don't understand, James said. What's happening? Before we could take time to think about it, a group of people rounded the corner and were walking toward us. I think we should go, I said. Who are they? He asked. James, let's go, I said. Why are they blurry? I don't know, but we're going. I grabbed his arm and pulled him with me. Then I ran. I ran until I got back to the kitchen and hid myself between the wall and the fridge. I was sure James was right behind me. I could hear his footfall the whole way, but when I looked, he was gone. I stayed there until my body couldn't really take it anymore. Probably a few hours. When I slipped out, I saw someone peering at me from around the doorway. I was so startled, I backed up against the wall. It was a little boy. Hello? I said. Then I heard screams. The boy was gone. More screams. I couldn't just leave someone in distress. Not again. I ran toward the screams, scared of what might be happening to James. I heard a scream again, but this one choked out. It was coming from JT's room. I wished then, and still wished I hadn't opened that door. James was in there. He'd sliced JT open, and he was feeling around in his guts. The shocked, agonized expression was frozen on JT's face. What did you do? I said. I have to get out, James said as he dug through JT's intestines. I backed out of the room. I didn't know what else to do. I just had to find somewhere to hide until Richardson could get us out of there. Once I was out of the room, I heard James saying, "Mom?" And then, oh no, oh no! And then he screamed. I ran back in. James was gone. The doorway to the room hadn't left my sight. There's no way he got out, but he was gone. And noxious black smoke was coming from JT's abdomen. It smelled like burning tires. I went back to the kitchen. I found a supply of candles, melted some wax onto paper towels, and stuffed my ears with it. Then I curled up in a corner with my eyes closed and waited for sleep to come. I waited a long time, but eventually it came. When I woke up, Professor Richardson was shaking me. He'd already pulled the paper towels out of my ears. I thought he'd come early. I found out later I'd been asleep for several days. He asked me where the others went. I told him everything, as much as I understood. I tried to take him to JT's body, but it was gone. Not a trace of blood. He took me to a hospital after that to make sure I was okay.
"I'll foot the bill," he said. "Also, you can forget about your student loans."
"Is that how it is?" I asked.
"I put you in danger, so yes, you've earned it, if you keep quiet."
I told him I couldn't keep quiet because of what happened to the others.
"You don't think those things really happened, do you? Would all the laws of the physical universe suspend themselves just for you four? No, those were waking dreams. You weren't supposed to dream at all. I thought I'd compensated for it. The machine needs tweaking. That's science. The others are fine. They'll all be laying low for a while until I publish the results. Please do the same."
I wanted to believe him. I've always considered myself a rational person. I just didn't believe him. Yes, it all could have been a dream. That was the simplest explanation, but it was no dream. I tried to find the others. I never could. I don't think they're fine at all. I tried to tell the police about it, but they wanted evidence. I couldn't even show them the octagon. James, JT, Dawn, if you're out there and hear this, please let me know you're okay. And everyone else, let me tell you what I think. I think Professor Richardson was right about one thing. Sleep really is something we evolved to protect us, except not from the creatures that roam the forest at night. It protects us from something much worse, something all around us. It's not obsolete at all. Thank whatever you believe in that you have sleep, and you dream. The Fermi paradox is, in a nutshell, an expression of how odd it is that there is no proof of alien life when it seems so likely given the extraordinary size of the universe. With an infinite number of suns, each cradling a ring of planets in their orbit, why haven't we encountered any sign of someone else out there? No radio signals, no transmissions, no visitors. Existence was too vast for us to be alone. So, where was everyone? I wish we'd never answered that question. The first man to make contact with alien life was Calvin Myers. Born blind, Calvin was the first patient to receive prosthetic eyes developed by a medical miracle, but from the moment his new eyes opened, Calvin started screaming. He was sedated. It was several hours before he was calm enough to tell the doctors what happened. It turns out that Calvin saw the devil, or devils, actually. Demons, monsters, slouching, sharp things infesting the corners of the room. He watched warped reflections cross mirrors, shadows ripple, evil faces stare down from the ceiling. Calvin ripped his plastic eyes from their sockets. Darkness was better, he told his doctors. A full report was made, too. There was never any serious consideration of killing the project. Too much money was invested, market goals were set, and management had expectations. So, more devices were produced, distributed, tested. And each time it was the same. The moment the test subject opened their new eyes, they witnessed a world crowded with horrors. I'll never forget what I saw when doctors removed my bandages. Eyes staring back at me. They were huge, the size of truck tires, blue and bloodshot, connected directly to my wall. I could tell the eyes noticed me. Worse, they hated me. There were other abominations in the room as well. A hairy imp with the face of a child, a woman made of spikes and red light, a coiled pile of limbs, each jagged hand opening and closing slowly. I screamed until my throat was raw, until I passed out. When I awoke, the first thing I did was try to take my eyes out, but the doctors had learned their lesson with Calvin. I was restrained, monitored, forced to look. Every day was a parade of nightmares. Shadows melted and ran like Rorschach across the ceiling, dripping down onto my chest. I couldn't feel them land, but I saw them puddle into violent faces that stared back into my new designer eyes. Everything was worse at night. I begged the doctors to keep the lights on. If I had to see monsters, I wanted to at least see them clearly, but my requests were ignored. Terrible figures danced down the hall outside my room. Something crawled above my bed, wheezing, then out the window. My doctors recorded all of my rants. They medicated me, tested me, poked and prodded, and disbelieved. Occasionally, I heard shrieking drift down the hallway when my door was open. I knew I wasn't the only one in the hospital with new eyes. Others could see. After nearly a month, they finally released me. I'd lied to them last week, told them I couldn't see the creatures anymore, so I was set free, given meds and a journal. Call us if you observe anything unusual, they told me. They had no idea. On my bus ride home, I saw 3 named men with goat heads and swollen bellies, each as tall as a sycamore tree, sprinting down the highway. A rotting whale floated over us, white guts spilling out like spoiled milk. It ate the clouds as it passed, and when it came into the sunlight, I could see through it, every bone and vein. I've thought about removing my eyes, plucking them from my skull like jelly from a jar, but I'm too afraid. Not just of the pain, but also the creatures will still be out there. Maybe not seeing them, but knowing they are watching me would be worse. You haven't heard about the eyes, I'm sure of it. Won't let the word out until they're ready. I'm breaking every NDA on the planet by posting my story online, but you need to know, because now that some of us have seen the invisible abominations that exist out in the open, they've become bolder. I feel them now at night. They touch my neck gently or slap me. Some take little bites, testing, poking, prodding. It's only a matter of time before they make themselves known. I'm not sure what we can do to protect ourselves, or if we even can, but knowing is the first part. Believing. So, believe me when I tell you, wherever you're hearing this, if you think you're alone, you are not. You never are. You can't see them, but they are very aware of you. Stay steady. Don't rattle. Try not to panic. I've spent every night sleeping in my tub with every light on in the house. The fear is crippling. A chain around my throat that keeps me from leaving my house. But I'm so tired of being afraid, of being alone. You might not have my eyes, but I think you can see them if you look carefully. Focus. Use the corner of your vision. Watch your mirrors carefully for movement. Maybe you'll see something, or maybe something will show itself if it thinks you're searching. Like I said, they're getting bolder. Someone is following me whenever I leave my apartment. My new eyes are good at picking up little details, seeing the same car driving around my block each day, slowly, always at my heels, but a few cars back. I've noticed other things watching me as well. Faces and reflections, massive figures in the clouds. Some days I'll be riding the bus and notice a face on the street where the features are all in the wrong order. I don't go out at night anymore at all. Now, if you're wondering why I mentioned the Fermi paradox, the truth is I was just passing on a theory from a friend. There's a whole group of us online who form our lab rats for with shiny new eyes and fresh nightmares. I don't know any of their real names, only their handles. Ribbon and Violet, Calico and Cheshire, Dublin and Borrow and Matilda. There are others, but those are the 7 I speak with the most, nearly every day. We share updates on what we see, support each other after sleepless nights, and more than anything, we theorize. If you're wondering what my name is, you'll have to keep wondering. You can call me Waltz, if that helps. Cheshire is the one who brought up the Fermi paradox. They're convinced that the horrors we're able to see are disguised aliens from a galaxy or two over, and that our artificial eyes can somehow see past their camouflage. Matilda has a different theory. The creatures we're observing are from another dimension, one that is bleeding over into ours.
My question is,
Barrow posted to our chat one rainy afternoon,
are the entities hostile, friendly, or ambivalent?
I was nursing a hangover that day. Most days, actually, ever since the operation. Rain drizzled against my bedroom window. It had been 3 months and my life was in limbo. I'd quit my job, too afraid of what I might see if I looked too closely at my coworkers. Provided me with a stipend for my service. That was enough to live on, but quickly running out. Barrow's question banged around in my head like a bat trapped in an attic. Before I could reply, I saw that Violet was typing.
They sure look hostile.
A few days before, I'd gone out for groceries. I was nearly at the checkout when I noticed an old woman standing in produce. Her face was gushing blood from her eyes, nose, mouth, maybe even the pores of her skin. I stood, paralyzed, just staring. She noticed me. The thing began making cooing noises, like it was trying to entice me to come over. I dropped my groceries and sprinted out of the store. They sure look hostile, but do we know what for? I wondered. Something knocked on my door. There was a pause, then scratching. I tried to ignore it. Now that I could see the creatures, there was a connection. I heard them all the time, little laughs or sighs. I felt them too on a few occasions. One that appeared to be made entirely from fog and teeth had even taken a nibble out of my shoulder. I'd call that a little hostile, though maybe it was only hungry or curious. The scratching on my door turned into pounding, followed by silence. Matilda was typing.
I think they might be like us. Some are good, some are bad, some are
ugly,
Dublin added. Cheshire, who communicated entirely in emojis, added a laughing face to the chat. There was the usual chorus of lol and pop culture gifs.
The smoker has dull teeth,
Ribbon posted,
but a razor tongue.
Are you okay?
Not at all. I saw the girl in the mirror. Or was the mirror in the girl? Ribbon, are you steady, friend?
We did that to each other a lot. Are you steady? Which was the polite way of asking if the little hairline fractures we all felt to our sanity were beginning to crack. Ribbon was typing again.
They told me you're next after me, Waltz.
I felt my stomach drop through the floor. My apartment was boiling, but I still began to shiver. Ribbon has left the chat. The others spent 10 minutes trying to convince me everything was fine, that Ribbon was only worked up. I lied and told them I wasn't worried.
You're okay, Waltz.
Matilda sent me a private chat.
Stay steady and contact me anytime if you need to talk.
Thank you.
I signed off and closed my laptop. Outside, the rain was picking up, tapping at my window like a guest asking to come in. My television was humming quietly on the wall. I glanced up and saw that it was a rerun of a show I'd watched a dozen times. Only now I saw that the comic relief character had a second mouth on their throat, their head flopping up and down every time they told a joke. That was the closest I came to ripping my new eyes from their sockets. My finger stopped when I pushed down my eyelid. Fuck, I said. With nothing else to do, I turned off the television, got in the shower, then didn't leave my apartment for the next week. I was laying on the couch wearing the same flannel pajamas I'd lived in for the last 2 days when I got a notification on my phone. My apartment, never in danger of being confused with a palace, was an absolute disaster of pizza boxes and empty six-packs. I'd set makeshift alarms on my doors and windows by stringing together some of the loudest-looking bottles. The alert was an email from Cheshire. It wasn't the first they'd sent me, but it always made me anxious. I'd asked them before where they found my email address, but didn't get a response. Usually Cheshire would send me odd pictures, a house, a hospital, a tree surrounded by glowing lights. This message was different. For the first time, Cheshire used words. Are you there, Waltz? I need your help. They found me. Can you call me? Call me as soon as you can, ASAP. Don't use your own phone. The email ended in a phone number. I stared at the screen for a long time. It was blindingly bright in my dark living room. The shutters were closed and my sense of time was becoming flexible, but I knew it had to be some time after midnight. For a moment, I considered deleting the email, closing my laptop, and hurling it out the window. I didn't want to get involved, but Cheshire sounded desperate, and at the end of the day, our weird little group was the nearest thing to family I had left. A bunch of lab rats with machine eyes who could see monsters. Maybe we were friends. We were something, even if we were only online. Don't use your own phone. There was a gas station down the block that had one of the last remaining payphones in Baltimore, possibly the world. Realistically, I'm sure there were others, but that was the only one I knew about, and it was only a block away. At night, every fiber in my shaky soul wanted to wait until dawn, but Cheshire said they needed my help immediately. A tiny slice of my deepest lizard brain uncoiled for a moment. What if it's a trap? That's paranoid, I said out loud, standing up to hunt for some almost clean street clothes. Cheshire was a friend, kinda, and besides, other than the biting fog and a tall shadow that had slapped me, none of the creatures so far had actually tried to hurt me. Maybe they weren't hostile. I slammed a Red Bull from my Uber Eats delivery before opening the front door. The hallway outside was dim, no signs of motion or life at all. I made my way to the elevator, hesitated, then took the stairs down to the street instead. Baltimore slept, but restless. The city never turned all the way off. There were always lights, traffic, trash. It wasn't pretty, not all of the time, but after spending so many years in the dark after I got sick, being able to see the most beautiful mess again never failed to give me goosebumps. I drank in the skyline, tried to memorize the rhythm of tall buildings pressing shadows into the cloudy night. Okay, I said, breathing in air and smog. Okay. Every streetlight shadow made me skittish. Every distant horn honk made me jump, but I made progress. Sneakers chewing up the sidewalk, bringing me closer to the gas station, to a phone, to a friend.
Can you spare a light?
I very nearly shit myself. I did yelp and spin to find a man leaning against a nearby wall just outside of the yellow haze of a streetlight. His face was covered by a cloud of smoke. There was ash in his voice, the rasp of a lifelong smoker, probably something heavy like cowboy killers. I don't smoke, I stammered.
Pity,
the man croaked, stepping into the light. When he did, his limbs and neck stretched and became more thin. His body warped and split and bubbled, then collapsed in on itself as he walked out of the glow of the lamp. Now he was close. He smelled like cigarettes and cordite. I couldn't see his face, only the cloud of smoke. It moved with him like a veil.
Those eyes don't belong to you,
he said.
Gimme.
I ran. Other figures began to emerge from the shadows. I stayed in the light as much as I could, dashing from street lamp to street lamp. A massive figure with a bloated body and lots of thin legs ran up the side of a skyscraper. I passed by a store window and saw a woman's face, pretty and furious, reflected back at me. Her eyes were shining, and I realized that they were mirrors catching and amplifying the light. She screamed and the glass shattered, but I was already halfway down the block. I made it into my apartment at a dead sprint. Once I was behind a locked door, I slid to the floor, shaking. The adrenaline dump made me nauseous. I threw up what was left of the pizza and gin in my system. Dawn was burning behind the window shutters before I pulled myself together. I'd left my phone on the table when I had set out for the gas station. Another alert was visible on the screen. Numb, like a moving zombie, I opened my laptop to see a new email from Cheshire. We regret to inform you that you are being hunted. The sentence was punctuated by a winking face emoji. I was trapped in my apartment. Every night it was the same, knocking and tapping and screaming in silence that was too absolute to ever naturally exist in a city. Some evenings, I'd find smoke leaking into my living room from under the front door. There was never any fire I could see. I had to cover all my mirrors since the faces were starting to come in a little too clear.
Is anyone there?
I typed, cowering in my empty bathtub with my laptop. It was nearly a week after my failed excursion to the gas station. A week since Cheshire's warning, or threat, that I was being hunted. Each day since, one of the members of our chat group, which I'd started thinking of as the Blind Sight Blues, had gone offline and not returned. First went Robin, then Borrow, followed by Dublin, Violet, and finally Calico. Now only Matilda, Cheshire, and I remained. Smiley face. Cheshire's reply was not helpful. Matilda's response came 10 minutes later as a private message.
I know you're in Baltimore. Can we meet?
Something was scratching at the tub's drain. I leaned over, then scrambled out of the bath when I saw a blue eye with a dozen irises looking up through the hole. If my bathroom was breached, I didn't have any good options left. I decided I might as well die comfortably, so I curled up in bed with a soft blanket and a mug full of dark rum.
How do you know where I am?
I wrote back, anxious but almost comforted. If she was a friend, then I had someone in my corner, and if she wasn't, at least maybe the nightmare would be over quickly.
Your IP address. You really should invest in a VPN.
Is that some kind of cable news network? Tilda, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry. I wrote something sarcastic and decided to delete it. Can we meet? I'm in town.
A little chill kick-stepped its way across my neck. I thought for a moment, and then sent Matilda the name of a restaurant and a time to meet in the morning. Friend or enemy, I'd face her soon. But I'd have to make it through the night first. I closed my laptop and prepared to start my new sundown ritual. There are some amazing resources online offering advice for protecting a residence from otherworldly incursion. Step 1 was salt. I visited each door and window in my apartment, adding a thin line of salt on the ground to block the entrance. I even salted all of my closed doors just in case. Next came sage and incense. Holy water splashed on the windows, dream catchers and crosses added to the walls. You can find almost anything in Baltimore if you know where to look. Turns out there were 2 mysticism supply stores and 1 apothecary within a short daylight sprint from where I lived. Feeling about as protected as a pinwheel farm in a hurricane, I retreated to my bedroom to drink myself to sleep. For the last 2 days, I'd been crippled by migraines, an issue I'd never had before my new eyes. Not long after the headaches began, I also started to notice strange patches of dry skin on my arms and legs. More than just dry, the spots were hard to the touch and cold. They were somewhere between metallic and crystalline. At one point, I'd thrown up a handful of teeth, but found none missing from my mouth after a frantic check. Something was changing in me. Without any mirrors to check, I couldn't be sure, but even my face felt different, sharper, younger. The night before I met Matilda was the worst I experienced. A vicious odor crept in around 10 p.m., a mix of cinnamon and dust in the porta-potty section of a summer music festival. My bed began to rock gently around midnight, then not so gently. After less than a minute, it stopped, and I pulled myself out of the fetal position. Cracks formed in the ceiling above my head, opening and closing like gills. Wind blew down from the openings, hot and bitter, followed by a horrible tugging sensation as the air was sucked upwards. The holes narrowed and split into a network of woven red lines. I saw faces in the lines, including my own frightened one reflected back at me by a pair of mirrored eyes. I jammed my lid shut. "Please stop, please stop, please stop!"
Look!
A voice shouted in my ear, their mouths so close I could feel their cold breath on my cheek. I didn't open my eyes. Eventually, I might have slept. It's murky. The next sensation I was aware of was a sound coming from outside my window. Something was whistling. I finally opened my eyes to stare at the spot where the noise was coming from. My bedroom was back to normal. The window was covered by both blinds and a drawn curtain. The whistling was pleasant, friendly, some tune I didn't recognize. I felt an overwhelming curiosity to find out who was making the sound. My hand was already on the curtain before I snapped out of my trance and stopped. For a few minutes, I stood by the window, unable to pull myself away. It wasn't long before the whistling grew fainter, the whistler moving on their way. Once the night was quiet again, well, as quiet as Baltimore ever got, I collapsed on the floor. I was breathing like I'd been practicing wind sprints in the stairwell. Somehow, I managed to drag myself over to the corner of my room farthest from the window. Then, I passed out. Mid-morning light filtered in yellow and hazy through the closed blinds, waking me. The cavalry had arrived. I was safe. A long night had left me cramped and sore. I stood, cracking my back, one hand against the wall as leverage. When I tried to twist the other direction, I found my hand stuck to the drywall. Not only stuck, but merged. It was hard to see where the wall began and the flesh ended. I struggled, ripping, pulling, trying to escape. I braced my foot against the wall to help, and that became trapped as well. Everywhere my skin made contact, I bled into the surface. It drew me in until I was fully submerged. The claustrophobia nearly fried my sanity. I was only held for a minute or less before becoming suddenly unstuck and falling back into my bedroom. Stopping only long enough to grab my phone, keys, laptop, and wallet, I left the apartment to wait for Matilda at the restaurant. I was still wearing my pajamas. At that point, I had zero shits left to give.
Are you here yet?
I glanced around from my booth after reading Tilda's message. The diner was nearly empty, caught in the limbo between breakfast and lunch and not fancy enough for brunch.
I'm in the back, the booth in the corner.
I wrote back.
I'm in the, red flannel.
Before I finished typing, a small blonde woman darted into the seat across from me. She was wearing a denim jacket covered in patches and novelty buttons as well as aviator sunglasses. I tried not to look at my reflection in their lenses.
I thought it was you.
The woman whispered.
I just wanted to check before inviting myself over.
Hello, Matilda? I'm Waltz. Well, my real name is...
Don't. I don't need to know, and you're sure as hell not going to learn mine. No offense, but you look like 10 pounds of horse shit somebody stuffed into a doggy bag.
Some offense taken. It was a hard night. Tilda nodded.
Sorry. Yeah, I know the feeling. Have you heard from any of the others recently?
No, not recently. The last one before you was really Cheshire. That was a week ago, and there were some issues. Tilda's lips closed in a hard line.
Cheshire's up to no goddamn good, Waltz. They... That's pretty good.
What is?
Matilda and Waltz. Waltz and Matilda.
She began to hum.
Don't you get it?
I shrugged. Is this like the VPN thing? Tilda only sighed and stole a sip of my coffee. We sat in silence for a minute while she chewed her lip. Suddenly, Matilda leaned close.
Don't freak out,
she said, pulling off her sunglasses. I freaked out.
Shh, chill,
Matilda said, glancing around with empty eye sockets to make sure no one had noticed my yelp. Your eyes?
Yeah.
You don't have any.
You're very observant.
I focused on my breathing until I felt less like a rabbit who just ate a burning cherry bomb. What happened? I asked. Tilda put her glasses back on.
I ripped them out last week. Tried to give them back to whatever the thing was that wanted them.
Oh, did it work?
They took the eyes, but I can still see the creatures. I can still see everything. I think the eyes are like a seed. Does that make sense? They planted those fucking eyes into our skulls and something took root. Other parts of me are changing. Last night, I started floating for nearly 10 seconds. Have you noticed any...
Yeah.
That bad, eh?
I drained the rest of my coffee. I'd rather not talk about it.
Whatever's happening, I think you and I are the only ones left. Cheshire is sending me cryptic emails, pictures, weird shit. And all of the others have gone dark. I've got somewhere we can go, and I've got a plan. But I'm scared shitless to try on my own. Are you with me?
I looked out the window. There was a wasp's nest the size of a Ford Fiesta dangling from a stoplight across the street. The nest was pink and wet. The insects that floated out from the hive were covered in hundreds of wings. The wasps were each as big as a seagull. Sure, I told Matilda. I guess I'm in. Matilda's plan involved an RV, a long drive, and possibly an assassination.
More likely a persuasive interrogation.
She assured me. Does that mean torture? That sounds like torture. Matilda grinned.
More likely a persuasive interrogation. It's only torture if Cheshire doesn't spill their guts. Because if they don't, then we spill their guts.
This was not how I pictured my life going when all of this started, but at least I wasn't alone in all this mess. I fixed my eyes on the road and made a mental note to never get on Matilda's bad side. We were heading west on the interstate towards California, west towards Cheshire, and maybe some answers. All around us, spring was waking up, trees caught between life and death. Cars zipped by us like fighter jets dodging a blimp. Matilda's RV was an aged, patched-up Winnebago with maroon stripes on the side and a carpeted interior that might have been white once. The old machine rumbled when I pressed on the accelerator. The engine seemed to take the pedal's input as more of a suggestion than a command. We struggled to keep up with the highway speed limit. Matilda had her feet on the dash, window down, a perennial cup of coffee in her hand. She kept her sunglasses on even after I promised her missing eyes didn't bother me. Do you really think Cheshire is going to be that easy to find? I asked.
We've got his IP address and I'm a natural-born bloodhound, baby!
Matilda held one small hand out of the window, running her fingers through the breeze.
I really can't believe both of you walnuts forgot to use a VPN or disguise your signal in any way.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was living in an episode of Get Smart.
Get what?
The man from U.N.C.L.E.?
I don't understand the words you're saying in the order you're saying them.
Mission Impossible?
Okay, that one I got.
We drove all day, alternating who had the wheel every 2 hours. Whenever we needed a rest stop, we would pull over on the shoulder. The RV had its own bathroom, kitchen, and even a shower. Honestly, it was a pretty princey way to travel. Twice that day, Matilda signaled me to make an emergency stop. She'd sprint from the Winnebago into the trees and brush that lined the highway. Then I'd hear the sound of vomiting. Matilda told me she was fine, but she looked pale. Like me, she had strange dry patches of skin that shined like dull nickels. Her neck was also red on both sides of her throat. The sun was setting, washing the sky in a gradient shade of violet when we started looking for a place to park for the night. We passed a massive accident. A dozen cars wrapped around each other. Ambulances, fire trucks, and cop cars swarmed, lighting up the evening with red and blue lights. One truck had crossed into the median and laid flipped over in the grass. There must have been a terrible fire because the vehicle was barely a shell, blackened, warped. I saw paramedics lifting a covered stretcher into an ambulance. And standing over the entire scene was a shadow covered in stars, nearly as tall as the tree line. Entire galaxies rotated across the absolute darkness of the creature, constellations drifting like leaves on a pond. The entity turned in my direction and cocked its head, curious. I felt a deep chill. There was this pull and—
Jesus, watch the road!
I snapped back and looked at the road. A horn honked. The RV had drifted over halfway into the next lane. Sorry, I said, correcting our course.
What the heck, dude?
I thought I saw— I snuck a glance back toward the accident, fading in the rearview mirror. There was no star-filled shadow leaning over the wreckage anymore. Never mind. A few hours after sunset, we pulled into a rest stop. Matilda navigated the RV into an empty space in the gravel parking lot under one of the sparse light poles. There was a cluster of trees around us and a picnic table. Across the lot was a bathroom and some vending machines. We raided the latter for a quick dinner, then went to bed, Matilda in the back room, me on the pull-out couch. I stared at the ceiling for a long time. Shadows from the light outside crept in through the blinds, painting streaks across the kitchen. There was a tiny TV, but I didn't want to wake Matilda. I was just beginning to drift off when I heard something whistling outside the Winnebago. My heart made a nearly successful escape attempt from my chest. The sound grew louder and louder, peaked at the window directly above my bed, then faded as the whistler moved past us. I lay in bed and held my breath until it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. On day 2 of our road trip, Matilda told me more of her plan.
When we get there, you'll hold Cheshire down while I'll slug him a few times, just to let them know we're serious.
Then we'll ask Cheshire about the cryptic emails and make them tell us everything they know about the eyes and the creatures.
What if they don't know any more than we do? I asked, swallowing a yawn. Or what if trying to beat the answers out of Cheshire doesn't work? Matilda cracked delicate knuckles.
Oh, the beating will work. The beating always works.
She looked at me with a blank face, then stuck out her tongue. I winked and turned on the radio. It was a gorgeous day, perfect for a drive. The road sun-soaked. We had the heater running to counter the dawn chill, but there was a warm edge on the wind that suggested the cold was only temporary. I tried to focus on that over the alarming condition of Matilda's skin. Sometime during the night, the red patches on her neck had turned yellowish purple. Thin scars and parallel lines stretched across each blemish. I also noticed that Tilda was hiding her right hand from me, keeping it tucked in the pocket of her denim jacket or hanging out the window. Her condition was troubling. Not that I was doing much better. I caught sight of my face in the mirror. The metallic spots I'd seen earlier were fading, but now the veins in my neck and cheeks had darkened to the point where they were clearly visible. Little scratches had appeared in clusters around my eyes, giving me the appearance of someone who had gone through a briar patch face first. I felt dizzy and my joints were sore. As we pulled into a fast food place to grab breakfast, I prayed that we'd find Cheshire and that they'd have some kind of answers. Clouds began to spill into the sky around midday. Puffy white at first, the clouds quickly darkened and the nice day I'd predicted became dreary. Rain lashed at the windshield faster than the old RV's wipers could keep up. We rocked and rattled with every gust. After an hour, it became clear we were pushing our luck, so Tilda found an exit to a half-empty mall. We parked the RV and spent the rest of the day sitting on the cramped couch together, watching horror movies. I woke up after dark. The gentle hum of rain on the window and the warmth of the Winnebago must have put me to sleep. I felt something pressing against my shoulder. Apparently, Matilda had nodded off as well. Outside, the world was bright white, lit by the parking lot's infinite rows of fluorescent lamps. Beyond the glow of the lights, the sky was dark, clouds obscuring any stars. Matilda's glasses had slipped off as she slept. Eyes or no, she was fox-featured, stunning and lovely. I tried to wake her up, but she grumbled and held her arms out. It took me a moment to realize she wanted a lift. When I did, I felt a little rush and smiled. I carried her to the bedroom, took off her shoes, tucked her in, and then slipped out to return to the couch, closing the door between us. I was still grinning as I fell back to sleep. The smell of smoke caused me to snap awake. My first thought was fire. Then I saw the figure sitting on the edge of the couch, so close he was almost touching my feet.
"You're not looking so good,"
the smoker croaked. In the dim light, I could see he was wearing a wrinkled and stained gray suit with the shirt untucked and no tie. The same cloud of smoke hung over his face, hiding his features, though I thought I could see the outline of a Tribbley hat through the haze. "Am I dreaming?" I asked. The smoker grabbed my leg. I yelped. He pulled my foot towards my face. I heard the crunch, click of my jaw unhinging and started to struggle. The smoker dropped my foot and I jumped to my feet.
"Did you feel that?"
he asked. I was shaking, standing with my fists raised. "Yeah?"
"Then you're not dreaming. Sit down."
An invisible force slammed into my shoulders. I fell to the floor, then dragged myself into a sitting position. The smoker sighed, causing a puff of smoke to blow out.
"I warned you about the eyes. Offered to take them from you, but now it's too late. The seed is planted and you're nearly ready to bloom. Do you feel it?"
My face was tight. I reached up and touched my cheek. The veins there were as hard and cold as stone, stretching against the skin. "What's happening?" I whispered.
"The usual change,"
the smoker replied. Matilda screamed from the bedroom. I tried to stand up, but the same unseen pressure knocked me down. The smoker stood over me. Then he was gone, and I could move. I ran to the bedroom door. It was locked. Tilda screamed again, and I heard whispering. I kicked the door. Twice was enough to snap the cheap lock. The room was dark and looked empty, except for Matilda. She was curled up near the top of the bed, one arm raised to protect her face. "Tilda, where is it?" She slowly lowered her arm.
Gone. I think it was... There was a girl. Her eyes were... Waltz, they were awful. She bit me. She bit me.
I could see a bloody ring just under Tilda's wrist. Small teeth marks were clearly visible.
Why? What did we do to them?
All I could do was shake my head.
Will you stay in here tonight? Hey, pick your jaw up off the floor, Waltz. No funny business. Just... I'd feel better if you slept in here, okay?
Okay. I got into bed, then immediately out when Tilda asked me to switch on a light. Finally settling in, Matilda lifted my arm and moved close to me. We stayed like that until the pigeons outside announced the break of dawn. Matilda was sick. She tried to hide it, but the farther we drove, the more clear it became that she was falling apart. Little cracks kept appearing in her skin. They were thin, almost scratches, and under them, something caught the light. The fingers on her right hand were fusing together, and the lines on her throat had widened and turned a reddish purple. More than a few times a week, I saw Tilda sit down, looking either short of breath or dizzy. I wasn't faring much better. The dark veins had spread throughout my body, hard enough that I could feel them when I pressed down on my arm or leg. They were like thick wires threading over my muscle and bone. Rough gray patches were also popping up all over my body, and my limbs were so stiff in the morning that Tilda sometimes had to pull me out of bed. We'd started sharing the RV's single bedroom after the night we ran into the smoker and the girl with the mirror eyes, so all things considered, it wasn't an entirely bad trip. This is not how I pictured my life going when all this started, but at least now Matilda and I were hopefully close to some answers.
Would you like to stop and see the world's third largest ball of yarn?
Tilda asked. She was riding shotgun, feet up on the dash and the window down as usual. We were somewhere in the Midwest, more than halfway to California, to Cheshire. Fields stretched out around us, flat and green and endless. The sky looked like it could spit out a tornado at any second, but there was no rain. I was driving, thumping along on the steering wheel to the song on the radio. At that moment, monsters seemed so far away, and Tilda, with her sunglasses and quick grin, so very close. I opened my mouth to reply when I felt my stomach curl in on itself like an alarmed armadillo. "Gotta stop," I mumbled, swerving to a halt on the shoulder. Thankfully, we were the only vehicle in sight on the two-lane highway. I barely made it into the bathroom before a geyser of neon blue fluid came bursting out of my mouth.
"Are you okay?"
Tilda asked, knocking on the door. "Yeah, I'm fine," I lied. "But maybe we save the yarn for the return trip." We drove on for most of the afternoon. Matilda and I didn't talk about the weird things we saw along the way, but I could sense things were getting worse for her. I know they were for me. Some nights, I would look out at the sky and see unfamiliar stars in impossible configurations. Once, I'd woken up to see something like the northern lights outside, only the ribbons of color were all shades of red. Something massive swam through the lights, a black shape the size of an aircraft carrier covered in dangling tentacles. One of them brushed the top of the RV and the vehicle shuddered. I pressed myself into the bed, holding my breath. Matilda stirred next to me, but didn't wake up. Most of our encounters with the creatures were like that. Bumps and close passings, oddities observed at a distance. The majority of entities ignored us. Maybe they didn't notice us at all. A few came near, or at least followed our path, usually with way too many fucking eyes. I always sensed curiosity from those run-ins, but I only ever felt in danger once. The day after we missed the yarn, Matilda and I were having a picnic lunch at a rest stop and discussing our plan of attack for when we finally found Cheshire.
If you hold him, I can hit him until he tells us how to reverse whatever the fuck is going on with us.
Tilda said. I nibbled at a sandwich that I could no longer taste. I don't know. I feel like we should have a more nuanced approach.
You want me to hold him while you hit him?
We don't even know if Cheshire is a he. We don't know anything about them. They might not even be human. Tilda cut into an apple, paused.
What if Cheshire is a cat? Or like a group of cats, all working together?
I fucking hope not. The picnic area was surrounded by more fields. A moat of green bordered on one side by the highway and the other by a thick forest. Standing just outside of the tree line was a tall figure with a long, thin neck. It was hard to tell at that distance, at least 200 yards, but it looked like the creature was at least 12 feet tall. The thing was standing, still facing us. Its head drooped down, turning the top of its body into a question mark. Maybe it couldn't support the weight of its own skull. Something about the creature reminded me of the time I'd walked into my garage and heard a hissing sound. This was only a few months after I'd originally lost my sight. The world had gone dark and every noise stood out. I wasn't sure what kind of animal made that hissing, but I'd backed out of my garage and slammed the door. There was danger in the sound, the sense of violence coiling. I got the same vibe when I looked at that tall thing on the edge of the field. "Get in the RV," I whispered to Matilda. She turned to where I was looking and froze when she noticed the creature. Tilda even took off her sunglasses to get a better lock with empty eye sockets.
What do you think?
She began. Floppyhead, the clever name I mentally assigned to the monster, began to stumble towards us through the tall grass. "RV!" I shouted, jumping in. Matilda was right on my heels, diving in on the passenger side. For a panicked second, I couldn't find the keys. Floppy was moving faster now, sprinting towards us from across the field, head bouncing like a ball on a string. He was clumsy but quick, way too quick for a creature that gangly. My brain suddenly decided to work, and I pulled down the sun visor. The keys fell into my lap. Floppy had covered almost half the distance between the trees and the RV before I finally turned the ignition. We peeled out of the rest area's parking lot so fast I worried we might roll over. But then we were on the highway, gaining speed, and I felt every single muscle in my body unclench. Floppy burst out behind us onto the road. Fuck! I said, slamming on the gas. The creature looked ridiculous when it ran, all windmilling arms and wobbly neck, but goddamn, it was fast. We didn't start to put it firmly into our rearview mirror until the Winnebago was wheezing along at 50 miles an hour. We drove in silence for a while.
I think we should limit our stops.
Yeah. We made it to the state line that night. We were searching for an exit to another rest stop or parking lot when Tilda bolted upright in her seat.
"Look,"
she said, pointing around a bend in the hill ahead.
"Do you see it?"
I turned where she was gesturing. I did see it. A tree taller than any building I'd ever seen towered over the horizon. The setting sun lit the shape from below and cast a shadow across the forest. Blue lights floated around the tree trunks, moving back and forth in wide, sweeping circles. It was breathtaking and beautiful and seemed so intentional, like we were being signaled.
"Head that way,"
Tilda whispered.
"Let's see it up close."
I wanted to. I really wanted to. Something about the dancing lights and the scale of the tree pulled at me. I felt drawn toward them. A honking horn snapped me out of the lock. We drifted across the lanes and cut off a car. I put us back on course and stepped on the accelerator. "Maybe we can check it out on the way back, like the yarn," I said.
"But, Waltz..."
No, we can't. Something isn't right."
"Oh, are you sure?"
"Yes."
"Okay."
Tilda stared out the window at the tree until the sun was fully down. Darkness and distance hid the shape, but the blue lights were still visible for the better part of an hour. Drifting. Calling. We crossed into California just before midnight and decided to keep driving until we reached the coast. That's where Tilda expected to find Cheshire. She was tracking their online activity, sitting at the RV's tiny kitchen table with my laptop. "Is this really going to take us right to Cheshire?" I called back. "Like, at their front door?"
"Probably not. The IP should give us a basic idea, but we might have to stake out the neighborhood for any signs. Could be at least a few days."
I saw Tilda through the rearview mirror, scratching at her neck. The strange scars on her throat had started to bleed. She saw me looking, sunglasses lingering on the mirror for a moment. She then picked up the laptop and went to the bedroom. We didn't have to search long for Cheshire's house. Tilda directed me down a series of turns until we were in a sparsely populated neighborhood. The area was caught between suburbia and the sticks, houses spread out with large yards populated by rusting cars on cinder blocks and stray cats. There was no doubt which was Cheshire's property. A thunderstorm whirled over a single home at the end of the street. I inched the RV closer, then parked a few houses back. The storm was off somehow. Gray clouds jerked and twisted against an otherwise blue sky. When I looked closely, I saw that the rain wasn't actually falling. It was rising up from the ground like iron shavings lifted by a magnet. An indigo whip of lightning also started from the yard and crawled toward the sky. It moved in slow motion like a snake striking in a flipbook. The house was hard to see through the ascending curtain of rain, but it looked old and huge and hungry. Tilda and I sat in the RV, surrounded by a beautiful spring day, watching a pocket storm press down on a house. "Do we knock?" I asked. "Just go say hello, or should we be sneaky and have like a stakeout?" Matilda didn't reply. I turned to see her staring at me, glasses off, empty eyes fixed on mine. Her throat was bleeding again, gentle drips of red staining her collar. She was wheezing slightly with each breath.
"I'm scared,"
she said. I reached out and squeezed her hand. "Yeah, same." It's such a strange feeling, walking through rain that's rising from the ground. Matilda and I debated driving away and waiting until morning to confront Cheshire, but after an hour, Tilda just stood up and walked out of the RV. I followed. We passed through the yard with its little upside-down storm quickly. The water was cold and had the consistency of motor oil. Tilda hesitated once we reached the porch. This isn't how I pictured things ending when this all started. At least we'd finally found Cheshire.
"Do we knock?"
she asked, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. The lines on her throat were bleeding again. "I could kick the door down," I lied. My legs were stiff. My muscles felt like jello with cement crawling through my veins. Thunder broke gently above us, ramping up until it was a roar. Another jag of lightning rose in slow motion from the ground towards the clouds. Matilda reached for the doorknob. It was unlocked.
"Fuck it,"
she said, entering the house. It was like walking into a bad acid trip. Nothing in the house was level. The floors were crooked, the walls uneven. What little furniture I could see was mismatched, broken, almost hostile. The entry room was dominated by twin staircases that twisted off into the ceiling. There was a bearskin rug covering the wooden floorboards. Only someone had replaced the bear's head with a dirty blonde wig. I reached down toward the hair and recoiled. It wasn't a wig. "We shouldn't be here," I said, turning for the door. It was gone. There was nothing but a blank, grimy wall. Matilda made a sound that was either a cough or a laugh.
"Guess we gotta keep going."
We pressed on. The halls were narrow and seemed to stretch on far longer than they should. They were full of blind corners, abrupt turns, and occasional dead ends. Some halls were dim, others were so bright I had to squint and shade my eyes with my hand. On and on they rolled. We must have walked for more than an hour. Tilda was struggling to breathe the entire time, rasping and stopping every few minutes. I wasn't faring much better. Each step felt like I had cinder blocks chained to my feet. One of the hallways was lined with pictures. I tried not to look at them too closely. There were portraits with blurred faces, a landscape under a night sky where a single red star made the paint look like it was bleeding. Halfway down the hall, Tilda stopped. What is I started to ask. Then I saw the picture. It was an oil painting of Tilda and me crucified to the side of the RV, limbs nailed into the metal. Our faces were both warped with absolute pleasure. We were laughing so hard that our jaws stretched down to our chests.
"Let's try to go a little faster."
I took a breath to calm myself, made the mistake of glancing at the picture again, and I felt my stomach heave. Matilda waited while I got myself together. Finally, we came to a door. The knob was brass and warm to the touch. I noticed a hum coming from the other side, almost a buzzing. What do we do if Cheshire is in there? I asked.
I don't know, Waltz. I don't know what to do anymore.
Tilda reached for the knob.
All we can do is roll with it.
The room was gigantic, cavernous, and uncomfortably humid. Thick, hot air slammed into Tilda and me as we entered. The space was dark, with only enough light to pick out silhouettes and shapes. I fumbled for a light switch. Light flooded the room.
Hello!
A cheerful voice called out. I think I screamed, or Matilda did, maybe both of us. We found Cheshire. He was the size of a bear, a never-ending tumble of wet skin. Cheshire reminded me of a partially deflated balloon, somehow both bloated and saggy at the same time. His body appeared stuck to the wall, flesh merging with wood in a bloody whirl.
Found me! Found me!
He shouted, bouncing up and down, causing his skin to ripple.
Cheshire?
The creature bounced again.
Yes, hello, friends. Hello, Waltz. Hello, Matilda. Waltzin' Matilda. Waltzin'. What the fuck took you two so long?
His shout sent me scrambling for the door, but of course, it was fucking gone. I hated that house deeply.
You were the last two,
Cheshire said.
Why don't you have a seat?
I glanced around. The giant room was entirely empty except for a bed the size of a swimming pool in the corner. The stained sheets were dripping with something that looked terribly similar to Cheshire's skin. I sat on the floor. Tilda sat next to me.
Come closer?
Cheshire asked. We did not.
Oh, fine then. Well, you found me. I made it as easy as I could, but the wall still took so very long. The others have already gone. Even Calvin and Violet. I thought you might leave before them, but no. Calvin went off in his cloud of smoke, and little Violet fell into a looking glass. She always liked you.
Cheshire turned towards Matilda.
You've seen them, haven't you? Gotten some visits, yes? But now they're gone, and you're all that's left.
What's going to happen to us?
Tilda asked.
You'll change. You'll become...
What? I asked. What are we going to become? Cheshire shrugged. At least, I think he shrugged. The slabs of flesh where his shoulders should be rolled like waves against the shore.
It's not for me to know what you'll become, only that you will. The eyes are seeds, you see. You see? And once the seeds are planted, there's no way to know what will grow. And once you've changed, you'll need to leave.
Why? And leave for where?
I don't know that either. The change will make this world unsuitable. The air will become poison, the sunlight will become heavy enough to break bone. But you're in luck. There are so many other worlds, and so many holes between this world and the others.
Cheshire smiled, tongue dropping so low that it nearly touched the ground.
There's a house with 100 doors that you could travel forever and never explore it all. There's a night with a starless sky where the forgotten crawl back home, and a clearing in the woods where the devils dance and lost children decorate the trees. There's a dying place where a coward king waits on a throne of glass, and in the middle of it all, a neighborhood sitting on a slow hill, wedged in between a crack in reality. Oh, the places you could go. And, in time, you might even learn how to visit here, how to travel back and forth, and how to find hopeless things. How to feed.
You don't make any sense. Why me? Why are you doing this to me?
Because you were there. Because you needed something from us. Because you accepted a gift, and now we're giving you more. Have you felt the call yet? The doors all have a certain pull for those who can see them.
I thought of the tall tree with the blue lights drifting in the sky, the way it tugged at us, and how much Tilda wanted to see it. If we passed something like that, would we be able to stay away? Tilda stood up.
Enough. I'm tired of listening to you ramble bullshit. You're going to tell me how to stop whatever's happening to me. I'll hurt you until you tell me. I'll hurt you permanent. I promise I will.
Cheshire smiled and smiled and smiled, mouth stretching until his face split in half. Something fuzzy crawled out of the hole. It was a skull with a spine attached, all of the bone covered in thick black hair.
"See you on the other side,"
the skull said in Cheshire's voice. It slithered down the mountain of sagging flesh that used to be its body, then shot across the floor, too fast to follow. Tilda dove at the creature, trying to grab hold. Cheshire slipped through a seam between the wall and floor. He was gone.
"Jesus,"
I said. There wasn't much else to say. Tilda slammed her fist on the ground.
Fuck. Fucking prick. Fucking all of this.
Cheshire's flesh was slowly dripping onto the floor, sliding off the wall like yogurt. It already reeked of spoiled meat and, for some reason, strawberries. Behind the skin was a door. With nowhere else to go, we went through and found ourselves standing outside of Cheshire's house on the porch. The storm had stopped, and the sky was a perfect April blue. "What now?" I asked. "Maybe we can track him down. Maybe we can..." Tilda silently crossed the yard and headed towards the RV. After a moment, I followed. By the time I got inside, she had already gone into the bedroom and shut the door. It was locked. "Matilda?" I asked. She didn't answer. I heard her crying. I wonder what it was like for her, crying without eyes. Were there still tears? I sat on the small couch in the RV's kitchen and waited. 20 minutes later, Tilda emerged, calm and pale, sunglasses on.
"How about we go see that ball of yarn?"
she asked. "Sure," I said, getting up to start the RV. "That sounds like a good trip." We didn't hurry. We took our time driving, exploring random exits, stopping often to get out and just walk around. Both of us were dissolving slowly. Tilda's fingers and toes were growing into each other. I found lumps of her hair in the shower each day, as well as teeth. She stayed bundled up, shivering even in the heat, always struggling to get enough air. My veins continued to blacken, to become hard, pressing against skin that had become as rough as bark. But it wasn't so bad. We had good times, even then, sleeping in until noon, staying up until dawn, always together. We saw more and more strange creatures each day, buzzards with antlers and human eyes, clouds that dragged tails across the ground as they drifted, and we saw doors, or usually, I guess, we felt them. Cheshire was right. They called to us, pulled to us. Tilda felt them stronger than I did. One night, we were driving past a hospital, and Matilda grabbed the wheel, tried to turn us into the parking lot. I wrestled control back and slammed on the accelerator. Once the building was out of sight, Tilda settled down.
"I hurt so much,"
she told me, curled in the passenger seat.
"I don't think we can stay here, but I'm afraid to go."
"We'll be okay," I lied. "We'll find a way to fix things." Last night, we slept at a rest area near a forest. When I woke up in the morning, Matilda was gone. I found her trail easy enough, bloody footprints leading off into the woods. Soon, I started coming across her clothes, the rest of her hair, all of her fingers and toenails. The grisly procession led to the edge of a small, still lake. The water was chilly and threatened me with my own deteriorating reflection. I felt the pool then. The lake was a door, a thin spot where the fabric of reality was worn and frayed, a hole into another world. I doubted the lake was deep, but I sensed that I was standing on the cusp of a terrible drop. If I went into the water, I knew I would sink until all light was gone, then further still. I wondered what was on the other side, what things might live in all of that darkness and pressure. Most of all, I wondered if I'd ever see Matilda again. There was another pull, overwhelming, a riptide trying to drag me out. I panicked and slipped, stumbling away from the lake as fast as I could. That door was not my door. I put some miles between myself and the rest area. Even during that short drive, I felt other doors calling to me. If I stay here too long, I know I'll die. But if I leave, I might never be able to come back. And who knows what I might be walking into if I cross over. The doors whisper to me, promise and beg and threaten. There are infinite fields, unfamiliar stars, pits, eyes, and hungry things all waiting. I won't be able to resist much longer, and I'm so scared at how inevitable it feels. But I'm going to see that fucking giant ball of yarn if it's the last thing I do. I just wish I didn't have to do it alone. I'm so tired. I miss Matilda.